Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. This one is a little bit important to me. Uh, I do some mentoring, and one of the things that one of the older people asked me when I said, "How can I give somebody advice?" And they said, "What advice would you give your younger self?" My goodness, if I could go back and change some things or tell my younger self some things, it would be a whole outcome. But that's what we're here today to do. So today's show, what I want to do is have this be a blueprint for us as men to be able to explain to younger men or even ourselves, we can take this advice as to what we would change. Because there was a time we were young and we were knuckleheads and we didn't listen. A lot of us didn't have mentors or father figures, and we wish that someone would have come along and told us what to do, given us the blueprint, given us the roadmap. I want this one here to be a roadmap. So how the show is going to go, I got about 13 things, maybe 14. But I'm not going to bore y'all with that monologue. I'm going to throw them in and out. So I like people to come onto the panel, and I like them to answer the question. What advice would you give your younger self if you could do so? I like to have fun first of all. So yesterday, I get a notification, and this will play into what advice I would give my younger self. I get a notification. Y'all know what? It was it Keep Passport Bros out of Africa, Zed's channel. Notification, I turn it on, and I'm gonna play this because you can still learn something from anyone. I want to play this because this is the first thing I would tell my son. Let me see if I can play that. And I want to see if y'all catch this. Oh, I'm echoing. Let me know if I'm echoing. I hope I'm not. Let's see. Listen.
Okay. Um, so let's maybe like wait a few minutes for Uncle Rico and then let's get started. And I got another person who I know in real life. Man, y'all are gonna be in for a treat. I think this is gonna be his YouTube debut. So I want everybody to be nice to him in the chat and
Heck yeah.
Let's see. So let's see. I got like a week left before I go to Vegas. So I've probably mentioned on previous panels, my team, we qualified for this Vegas World Championship in pool. So we're gonna be competing against 765 teams.
Okay. So what's the grand prize if you win? Like, what is it? $5,000 pot?
It's 30,000 split eight.
Oh, wow.
Split by the number of people.
So this is no knock on Chris from Zed's channel. But the first thing when I listened to that, somebody put in the chat, why you keep saying In 60 seconds, he said 12 times. I could not listen to him because all I could hear was What does this have to do with the advice that I would give my children or my son? Learn to speak effectively, efficiently, precisely, because your words that you come out of your mouth, people will judge you on them. I couldn't listen to it anymore because all I heard was and I just started counting. When I did a count of the entire channel, there was 750 ums. So to my son, learn to speak with conviction. Practice your public speaking. I remember I went to a all-white school. I got a scholarship to an all-white school. I thought I could talk great. And I remember saying something, the teacher had said something to me, and I said, "Do she?" He's like, "I don't know what her vagina's like." What the hell are you talking about? I was like, "No, do she do that?" He's like, "Brother, I don't know her vagina." And then they start making fun. He's like, "Do she? Do she? Does she?" And at that moment, I started to realize that your language and the words that come out of your mouth, people will judge you and say, how is it? Your education level. So I think that's so important. something else that was said onto the show. But the reason I say that is it's not just please don't do this.
Being able to hold conversations, being intellectual. When I came up, rappers just said, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's all we knew.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like now to
He said, you know what I'm saying, so many times that he couldn't even catch, you know what I'm saying. So please learn to speak concisely. The second thing I would tell him is your friends. There was something in their chat that said, protect Zed at all costs. That's not the kind of friends I want. The kind of friends I want are the people that can tell me the truth. Let me play this, and I think this is important.
One of your quotes is, when you're winning, you're not as good as you think you are. When you're losing, you're not as bad as you think you are. What's that mean to you?
When you're winning, everybody's telling you how amazing you are. You're the best. You're amazing. You know, you're just better than that guy, and you're better than this guy. And it always takes me back to that quote of Marcus Aurelius, who had a slave that would sit behind him and always whisper to him, hey,
You're just a man.
you're just a man.
You're just a man.
I want my friends to tell me I'm just a man. I had a friend of mine who his wife had called me up. She's like, look, this dude disappearing. He always gone. He out the country. He's doing this. I don't know what to do. Me being a friend, I'm like, I can't help you because my loyalty lies with my friend. But as soon as I hung up the phone, I called him and I said, bruh, get your ass back home. Huh? No matter where you at, no matter who you with, no matter what you're doing and who's next to you in your bed, get your ass back home. I can do that because I'm a friend. And sometimes your friends don't want to hear what you got to say, but that's a true friend. And if you are protecting someone at all costs, you are not a friend because you don't have their best interests in mind. And remember, not everybody is a friend.
The only person that can hurt me is a friend. You have to be careful of your friends more so than people that you may think is your enemy. Everybody you fight is not your enemy, and everybody that helps you is not your friend.
Now I'm going to get off my high horse because this is not about me. This is about the other people that I want to bring up aboard. And I want to find out, what advice would you give as a friend? First, let's start with Ronan. How you doing, my brother?
Salute, salute. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, man. Fantastic. I thought this would be a good subject and a great thing that we can share because I know you have sons, and even if you don't have sons, you have children, or people who have children. And I think it's important to say you have lived a life experience. What advice would you give? But before you get started, what I want to do is maybe I can share this. I want to see, I put this in the chat on a few channels. So I want to check and see what they said. I want to read some of these out loud. Give me one moment, my friend. Oh, I'm on the wrong channel. 1 second. You can fill in that gap for me. Oh, am I not going to be able to do it on this?
Well,
one?
I mean, just listening to what Mike Tyson said, a friend isn't always a friend. You know, there's a phrase where you keep your friends close, but your enemies closer.
Correct.
You know, and I had a stepson I was raising in my second marriage. Played football all throughout Pop Warner, all the way through high school. And I told him, I said, do you hear how the stands and after you win a game, we won the game. I said, how many people are actually out on the field? You know what I'm saying? His freshman class started with 101 freshmen. By the time he got to his senior year in football for high school, there was only 20 seniors left on the team. Attrition, moving, whatever it was, they dropped. And I told him, I said, you're going to have friends when you go to parties. Some of them are going to be your real good friends, and some of them are hanging out to learn about you. Some of them are hanging out to pick up your scraps, to find out your weaknesses, but they're pretending to be your friends. I say, you even going to have friends that are going to sell wolf cookies in your name, meaning they're going to pick fights and ask you to go and defend them. You're going to have to make some choices. Exactly everything I said happened to him all throughout his high school career playing football and into college.
I'm going to try to find this quote. I got to bring him up. So what advice would you have given? Stay away from his friends.
No, I
Watch
just
out.
said be a good evaluator of people around you. Understand who your true friends are. Test them time to time and get rid of the ones that ain't worth shit and get rid of them fast before they pull you down with them.
I got a thing that says that. Give me a second, guys. When I load it, it gets a little slow. They coming up. Give me a second.
Oh, no problem. Take your time.
But what I would say to him is, and I'm going to see if I can find this one. This is the quote I really wanted for this one. Nope. And I'm sorry, guys. I am struggle streaming. It was a long day at work.
Yeah, I see. I didn't get the memo for the suit jacket, bro. I could have changed up. Make me look bad.
One day. Yeah, I can't make you look bad, wrong. There's no way. There's no way.
I wore my emoji shirt today thinking I was being funny.
Let me start loading them up. It's going to take me a moment. But there was a movie. And I'm trying to get this quote from this movie.
Mm-hmm.
The movie was, I got it. Let me throw him on here. So this is one of the advices that I think that guys should really think about and I'm playing, because it was actually a documentary. The documentary was called Hoop Dreams. Oh. And that's a long time ago. If you remember that.
I remember it. Yeah.
Yep. That the media followed them since they were young and they had these dreams to go pro.
Yep. The Catholic public
school. It was a long documentary, like 4 hours. This was the most important thing I got out of it.
That's why when somebody say, man, when you get to the NBA, don't forget about me and all that stuff, I should say to them, well, if I don't make it, but you don't forget about me. That's why when somebody say, man, when you get to the NBA, don't forget about me and all that stuff, I should say to them, well, if I don't make it, but you don't forget about me.
Right. You know why?
Yeah.
If you're trying to make it, there's going to be a lot of people that want to roll that roller coaster with you. What do you say? Brother, if you make it to the NFL, NBA, don't forget about me. How many times you've been somewhere you say, man, don't forget about me. And then you say to them, well, if I don't make it, what about me? You going to remember me if I don't make it?
Right.
Nobody thinks about that. Nobody thinks about the tail end of that. They only think about what it is, what you can do for them. If you can't do nothing for them, there's nothing there for you. There's nothing there for you. So you have to be real cautious. Before I go on, I just want to read some of these comments from these guys, and then we'll go. I apologize, guys. Long day at work. So I asked this question on the Passport Bro channel. So this is what some of the comments. Let me go to all the newest comments. I want to go to all of them. Some of them I can't read because it's kind of crazy. That first one just wasn't. It was a little bit crazy. He said, let's see. Started traveling at 30. He said he would change it so he could start traveling at 23. I would tell myself to finish college earlier. Meat said, get a STEM degree, no dating, invest in passive income streams. This part, I don't know. He said, get multiple wives and go to a poly country.
Damn.
Get your damn passport and never get married. Don't allow anyone, even family, to selfishly benefit off of you without offering value. I agree. Another gentleman says, invest in real estate. Slow and constant income will outlast fast cash. Surround yourself with supportive and successful individuals that will share their knowledge. I agree with that. Get into IT and put stock in Apple and Microsoft. Man, if I could have told myself to do that.
Oh yeah, the Microsoft stock is a big one. Apple and Microsoft, big time. Hey, Black Man Travels, you should be able to jump in.
Yeah, he's on it, so he should be able to get in. So what else would I tell myself? I would say learn to tie a tie. That seems simple, but that's not really what it is. That's a metaphor. You know what that's a metaphor for? Learn to dress the part. I know a lot of us come out, we don't know how to dress the part as adults. We don't know how to look good. We don't know how to be about business. We don't take pride in our appearance. Let's see. If you act the way you want to be, soon you will be the way you act. Learn how to tie a tie. When you walk into a room, and especially women, I see women are good at this. They will look at you from up to down, from your shoes all the way up, and they judging you. And in 2 seconds, they already know what kind of person you are, whether they want to date you, your shoes are raggedy, all of that. Let me send him the link. Can you put the link in the chat for me, Ronan?
Yeah.
Let's see, he should get it on his side too. I got it. I'll throw it in there. That's for Black Man Travels to come up. I would say about high school friends. If I think back and everybody when you're in high school, he's gonna say, man, this is important. This is everything in my life. No, it's not, brother. I can count on one hand the same people that I associate with from high school. I can count on 2 fingers the ones that I would still be down with. So that 1,000 people, them hundreds of people you graduate with, why are you trying to impress them? What did they mean to you? You're not going to remember them. They're not going to remember you. They don't have your best interests at heart. They don't care. They don't care about you. 20 years from now, when you're rich and making it, they're not going to be on the beach with you. None of that. So what they say and what they do at that time is not important. Doesn't mean anything. Worry about yourself. The friends who with you going to roll with you. Ones who aren't, they not. High school friends, and they said you was this. They said you was that. There's a dude that said, let's see if I can bring him up. How did he say it? He said, the people who talk about me don't know me, and the ones who know me would just text me. So all those people referring to you and saying all the bad things, and means nothing. Means nothing at all. Ron, I'm gonna let you roll with another one because I got a whole bunch in the background to keep going. Here goes this dude real quick.
Where's Trini at? Did he come back?
Yeah, Trini playing on the background.
You know, I was asking family members and friends and people I know, what are some of the things what they change? And I got a brother that works out a lot, and I used to before I started getting injured as well. But his main thing was he wouldn't bench over 250.
Mm-hmm.
If he knew what he knows now and the longevity and the tearing down of your body over a period of years of working out heavy, he said he would have left his max out at 250 and worked out with just the 250. And that's just based on the wear and tear of the body. Huh?
Exactly. No, what can you accomplish with that? So the one thing I'd bring up is focus on self-improvement.
Mm-hmm.
Dedicate time to some personal growth and self-improvement. Read widely, learn new skills, and never stop educating yourself. The investment you make in yourself will pay off in every area of your life. Be irreplaceable. You can replace cars, you can replace money, you can replace girls. You cannot replace you.
Exactly.
That is important. You cannot replace you. So don't go out here thinking you're Superman and you doing all these things. You cannot replace you. This is the one I'm talking about.
Is if you have a problem with me, text me, and if you don't have my number, you don't know me well enough to have a problem with me.
That's so good.
And is if you have a problem with me, text me, and if you don't have my number, you don't know me well enough to have a problem with me.
That's so
Twice. I had to play him twice, my brother. Black Man Travels, I'm gonna bring you up, my friend. I'm gonna put you in the back, Ronan. I'm gonna bring him up because I'm gonna rotate it out. And then I'm gonna bring you up, Trini. I see you back there. BMT, how you doing today, sir?
Hey, what's going on, man? You know I'm not BMT. I don't want no issues.
You the BMT to me. No,
Nah. Hey, what's going on, man?
Now,
Yo, this is a great topic. This is a very great topic. It's a very sensitive topic for me. When you shared this with me about a couple of weeks ago, I was definitely down to make it. I made sure that I got home early to actually do it. So, you know, if some of the things I would tell myself is to be patient, to take risk, and you know, just to give you some background about who I am. You know, my mother and I, we came into this country illegally back in 1978 on a boat. So you remember during the Haiti and Cuban crisis, I was part of that ship, and I came to this country at 6 months old. So I was raised in the hood of Miami. I didn't have no father figure at all, no uncles, none of that. The street I kind of watched the streets. You know, my next door neighbor was a prostitute. I was raised in like right near the projects. You know, drug infested. This is the 80s. And I never had anyone to gear me as far as what path to take. Everything I learned, I had to learn on my own. And most of it was through trial and error. I never had anyone to tell me that I was smart. I never had to tell anyone that I was handsome. I never had none of that. So all that was self-built. And I wish I envy the kids who had fathers when I was a kid, because they went out fishing. I couldn't go fishing. They went out swimming. Like even now to this day, I don't know how to swim. I never had anyone to teach me. So, and that's why I think I'm so very involved with my sons. And it's just like, I make them my top priority because I don't want them to experience what I experienced. So, that's one thing that what I want to do differently is speak life to my sons, speak life to my kids, because I never had anyone like set the path for me to know what is success. Like, again, I was raised in the hood of Miami. Miami back in the 80s was just horrible. And again, my next door neighbor was a prostitute. I was exposed to sex at a very young age, watching what was going on, sex, drugs, and all that stuff. And this is, you know, Miami before the South Beach, before what you see on the videos. I was in the hood, and I wish I had someone to help guide me, to make me realize I had self-worth, because I didn't have that. Growing up, I had low self-esteem because I had never had anyone to build me up. All I knew was just like, don't get in trouble, don't get caught. So now I'm always about, uplifting. I'm always about thinking positive. That's why I like this whole back and forth between women and guys. I can only do so much of that shit because my mind could take things the wrong way. And you and I had a one-on-one talk, man. Like, I'm a person who have severe anger issues. I mean, I got arrested for anger management, where I literally took a stool and broke into someone's back. And that's why I don't do beefs, because you could talk those words, but I'm going to take it as, when I see you, I'm going to put hands on you. That's the type of person I am. And, you and I had that talk. It's like, hey, listen, I don't do well with this back and forth shit. So I wish I had a dad to guide me, to help me realize, hey, listen, you could take this path. I never seen success until I moved to Chicago, Fearless. Like, I never seen a black middle class until I moved to Chicago. And the reason why I moved to Chicago, because I got my first job offer out of college. So I never seen black success, never seen a black entrepreneur, none of that until I was 23 years old. And for me to be where I'm at, go ahead.
Let me ask you this question. I'm going to ask a few because I think your story is important. I hear a lot of people saying that a mother can do just as good of a job as a father. What say you?
Mm-hmm.
And this
No, I
takes
mean,
nothing out of, the role that your mother played.
she had no choice. I don't think she wanted to be a single mother, 6 kids, six, kids. My mother doesn't speak English. For her to be in a new country, not knowing the language and raising 6 kids, she had no choice. My dad was stuck in Haiti, so he couldn't come in here. And, there's no fault, there's no blame towards each side. But I did check my mother one day when she said, "I'm your mother and father." I checked her. I said, "You're not my mother. I mean, you're not my father. You are my mother." And it's like I would never have a father because I never had that opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
So when she said that one time, I literally checked her, and she was surprised that I checked it on her because she used to say that a lot when I was a kid, because she used to discipline me and everything else. But it got to the point, I think I was 18 by that time. I was like, you know what? Stop saying that. You're not my father. You're my mother. So, and ever since I said that, she never, ever said that again. So, yeah, it's just like having someone to guide me, man. Being around successful black men, because I was never around that. So once I moved to Chicago and I joined the 100 Black Men in Chicago, that's when I started seeing black excellence. I started seeing black doctors, lawyers, executives. Again, I'm 23 years old by then. So the first 23 years of my life, all I saw was hood shit.
Mm-hmm.
And the hood, I mean, again, I can't compare it to people who live in New York, Atlanta, but Miami hood is a little bit different. Like I'm used to going to parties and there's shootouts, like with AKs. I'm used to that shit. And a friend of mine got shot in the head. I lost another friend of mine, he got shot. So for me to be in the position that I am now, I'm blessed, but I feel like I could be 10 times better where I'm at now. Like it's amazing that for all the setback that I had in my life, poor decisions that I've made that set myself back, I'm still in a better position than most. But imagine if I had a father or a mentor, someone to help guide me, I would probably be fucking a millionaire.
Yeah.
And it's just like I never had that. So everything for me came late. And that's why I envy guys who have fathers who help guide them, who were engaged with them. Again, like for me, a guy my size would have played football easy.
Mm-hmm.
But I never had anyone to encourage me. I played ball. I quit after 2 weeks because I had, me and the coach were starting to fight. I fought with the football coach. Then I fought my wrestling coach. I had severe anger issues. Dude, I was fighting people. One second, guys.
I'm gonna play this because this reminds me of exactly what he's saying. So guys who are in this position who didn't have anybody, think of this quote.
There's a great Chinese expression, a great old proverb. The best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is now. They're pretty wise, those Chinese guys. They know what they're talking about.
I agree. So if I take my man Kanal,
yeah,
the best time to have had a mentor and a father figure was 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah.
The next best time is now.
Yeah.
So even if you didn't change then and you were going through it, at least you can learn from that situation and improve yourself now.
And that's why I'm really big on surrounding myself with positivity, man. I can't be around negative people. I can't be around dudes about growth because I need that. If I notice that I'm better than you and I'm smarter than you, I ain't trying to be around you. It's just like I feel like I got nothing to gain from being around you, even traveling. Let's use traveling as a perfect example. Like I love to sit down and talk. It's like let's chop it up and see. I want to see where your head is at. And if I feel like, hey, listen, I can learn from this gentleman, I'm gonna fuck with you. If I feel like I can't learn nothing from you, it's like, all right, nice. I enjoyed the beer. Have a great day. But I'm always yearning for information. I'm always yearning for education, but also yearning for fellowship. And that's why I like the whole Black Man Travels. I like being around other men who could actually uplift each other because I never had that growing up. So, for me, it's like speaking to my younger self is like, listen, don't be afraid to take chances. Don't be afraid to be different. And also too is just like, don't be too hard on yourself. Because even now I can still be hard on myself, and based on how I live my life, sometimes I made some, some poor decision, and it kind of comes back and bite me in the ass. But don't dwell on it. I've learned to let go and keep it moving.
I want to play this. And Paul, you're right, brother. We got to be men. We can battle it out, but let bygones be bygones, and let's go ahead and get the hell on. This is what you should be thinking about.
Show me your friends and I'll show you your future. Right. Yeah, I know why the Kennedys and the Rockefellers and those people send their kids to those schools, because there's a higher probability that if they were raised in a wealth creation, high performance environment, that it's going to rub off.
Just expected.
Correct.
Expect high performance out of them.
Correct.
Demonstrate it yourself. Hold them accountable.
Correct.
And that's what your dad did to you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll tell you part of my story. And this changed me. So I got a scholarship to a private school, basically all white in the suburbs. This school a year cost more than what I was paying for college a year. And this was out of my element. I played sports. You want to know what they chanted? This is what they chanted when they lost. That's all right. That's okay. You're going to work for us someday. I said, damn, that is some arrogance. That's all right. That's okay. You're going to work for us someday. Because they surrounded themselves with those people who believed that. They were leaders. We was, like you said, you were in the hood scrapping over a street that didn't belong to you, a block that not was yours, where they actually owned the block. They owned the store. They owned all the streets. They owned the businesses. And I said, that's real power. So it didn't matter if it's like, yeah, you can beat us on this field, but you're going to be working for us. And what I learned is surround yourself with motivating people. If you are the smartest person in your circle, you need to get another circle. You're never going to learn anything. Don't be around people who offer you nothing, who just drain you. You will never go far. I have friends that, here, I tell you what, I'm going to let Snoop Dogg tell you the kind of friends and what you need to do. Because when I started to gain success, and I see this a lot in people, you gain success. You feel sorry for the people you left behind. And you think you got to go to the hood and rescue. You think you got to go back and be this person to go there and rescue. It's a plan for disaster. Snoop, why don't you tell them why, my brother?
But as you grow, you lose certain homies because it's called closing the gap. This is the gap when we start. This is the gap as you grow. Notice how you grow and they don't. So how do you close the gap? You got to come back down. When you come back down, you lose. So you got to keep going up. That's why closing that gap got to be them catching up to you. And if they don't catch up, you got to leave them behind, because you getting to the point now where you got to start cutting out. You know what I'm saying? And it's like you can't look back when you cut them out, because if they meant to be there, they're going to be there.
Facts.
Tell me what you would tell your son about cutting them out, because I've had to cut out many of friends. And I've even said when I'm going somewhere, I was like, yeah, those are the friends. Like when I went back to my hometown, I was like, those are the friends I can hang out with like for an hour or two.
Yeah.
Anything else, I might be going to jail. They're going to get me in something. I got to be loyal. This is how I knew that it was crazy. They had a group of friends, and I guess one of them won the lottery, maybe like $3 million. They was mad at him that he won the lottery. They was plotting on how to rob him. Now, they felt for some reason he owed them something. He's like, you owe me. Like, what does he owe you? He played the lottery ticket. He did it. If he wants to move out to the suburbs, he can do whatever. He owes you nothing. But in their mind, you owe me something. And if you can't give it to me willingly, I'm plotting to take it from you. I said, I can't surround myself with people like that.
Yeah, and it's kind of sad, man. And it's like, and that's why I think it's important that, you know, at this point of our lives, it's important that we have to vet everyone around us. And like it's similar to what we go through in corporate America in regards to like doing a review, a quarterly review. I think sometimes we need to do a yearly review of our friends and make sure like, hey,
Yes.
are you still adding value in my life? Because if you're not, you're more of a liability where we're going out and I have to worry about you getting into a fight or you shooting somebody. I got a family. I got to come back home. And that's why even traveling, guys, I'm gonna use a perfect travel example. When I travel with people, let them know, listen, I want to come back home. I got a wife and kid and that I want to come back home to. All that fuck shit you want to do, don't do it around me. And it's just like, I think we need to have that mindset that it's important. Yes, if you want to go out there and explore and see the world, but don't put yourself in a position where you're going to regret because you're trying to, do something that you normally don't do in the States. So again, and that's why for me, I always kind of be very authentic about my life. Dude, I'm from the gutter of Miami, man. I came in this country legally on a raft boat. I became American citizen at age 21. Dude, I had to get green papers. I had to get green card, residency, all that shit. The same stuff that most immigrants have to go through. I went through it. The only difference is that I was raised here. I had to deal with discrimination, being a Haitian. So I remember back in the 80s, dude. I remember, there used to be days called Haitian days where you find a Haitian kid and you jump them. I learned how to fight that way. I got to the point where I got tired of running. So I started fighting. And next, I started picking fights. And that's where my aggression came from. But sometimes I wish I could control it because when I got older, I couldn't control my aggression. And that's why, like, even now to this day, boxing is important to me. Wrestling is important to me. Staying active is important to me because I need to channel that aggression. So, and even with my relationship, man, it's like my first marriage, I fucked that shit up. I did. I can never talk ill about my ex. I just can't. I kind of fell into a funk. I put my anger and my situation on other people. I lost a great job at the time. Dude, I had to lose everything to make me realize that I had to change.
And it's sad that you have to do that. The reason is my black people. When I went to this school, I found out what wealth is. Wealth is when one generation makes it and they're able to teach a lesson to the next generation. They don't make the same mistakes and they pass on that wealth. In the black community, we start over every generation. We start from zero. They start from third base, man. Go ahead.
We have this thing called get it out the mud. We love to say that shit in the black community. And when I say black community, Haitian community, Jamaican, Caribbean, African, we do the same exact thing. Don't try to uplift one and try to degrade the other. We do the same shit. And it's like, it's sad. We don't teach that. And even me, like I made some poor decisions financially that set me back a couple of times, but I'm still trying to get back to it. But I'm constantly thinking about my kids. Like, okay, if anything were to happen to me, do I have insurance that's gonna help take, at least give them an uplift? Like right now, and again, I share this with Roland. Go ahead.
I'm not cutting you off, but I want to make sure that you bring it back to what you would tell your children. For instance, you know right now you got to be financially responsible.
Yeah.
What do you tell your son to be doing that you should have been doing at that age? Like if you're 15, you say, look, bro, you need to get your paycheck. Like if I had with my son, I would say, your paycheck, take half of it. You got paid $100, you take $50 and you put aside and you live off of 50. That other 50 never existed. You're going to invest it. If you do that from age 16 to age 40, you will be retired at age 40.
Sure.
Do not invest, like I would say this, live off of half of what you make. Designer clothes only make designers rich. They don't do nothing for you, my brother. Let me repeat that. Designer clothes only make the designers rich. So if you invest in all your money in designer clothes, NYC, it is an open panel, bro. Please come back up. Understand the difference between wants and needs and learn how to speak it into existence. Example, instead of saying, I can't afford that car, you say, how can I afford that car?
Yeah.
Because when you say I can't afford it, It's done. If you tell yourself, how can I afford it? Now you'll try to find some ways to make it happen.
I agree. But you know what? I don't want to hold up the panel, man. Like I could go on and on, but
I'm gonna circle it back up. So I'm gonna put you in the back. I want you to
yeah.
think of some things, and then we coming back up.
Actually, the wife just cooked dinner, man. So I gotta eat dinner with the wife, man. But I'll join later if you guys still on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, man.
Thank you, sir.
Later.
All right. Trini, how you doing today, sir?
What up, what up, what up? How y'all doing? Y'all can hear me good?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Shout out to everyone. I do have to shout out my home country, Trinidad and Tobago. Today is Emancipation Day. I don't know if I could share this real quick. Can I? Would it let me? Today is Emancipation Day, and just a quick. August 1st, 1985, Trinidad and Tobago is the first country to independently declare a national holiday to commemorate the abolition of slavery. All right, so just want to make sure I get that out there. Shout out to my Trini people. You know what I mean? And other countries follow suit after that. So, you know, just want to represent that real quick. Yeah, man, I like what I'm hearing so far, man. Like, I'm glad for having me on. Shout out to all the YouTubers. Shout out to Ronan, Black Man Travels. So what's up?
Tell me some things you would tell your younger self. So, for instance, fitness, finance, your circle of friends. And that's one thing I want to go on is a circle of friends, because I think your friends are very important to your lifetime. It can make you or break you. I want to hear what Andre 3000 has to say about it.
My friends don't always like my music, which is hilarious to me. Like, one of my homies told me, like, after I finished Hey Ya and I played it for him, he said, man, if you put that out, man, your career is over. And in my mind, I'm like, damn, but I like this shit though. Like,
so imagine that hit song, right? Somebody told him don't put it out. His friend said it's going to do it. Sometimes you can't listen to your friends. Sometimes you got to be your own man, do your own thing. And if you fail, you fail. You don't know. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
That's right.
Tell me some advice you would give your younger self.
I mean, can I share this real quick? Let me share it. Let me see.
I'll add it to the stage.
Add it to the stage real quick. And you guys might know where this from.
Plan B. People are a resource.
I'm gonna lock it off right there. So, I mean, for me, I think we always want what we don't have. So, not as a little parallel to Kanal's story. You know, I'm an immigrant, a proud immigrant. I'm a Trinidadian American, and growing up, I didn't have a lot of friends, and I had some anger issues also. Little same thing, you know, the moving, you know, becoming starting basically all over again every time you migrate to another country, learning the culture, all that kind of stuff. And then after you kind of like, because we're in the British system of education, and then you're just thrust into the American system of education, which could be quite different and could definitely a culture shock for someone that's going to second or third grade. And I was also angry also, so I didn't make a lot of friends. So it's funny, you guys are kind of going away from friends. I would tell my younger self, make more friends. I made too many enemies as a younger person, as a person in high school. And now when I grow up, I know you mentioned wealth. To me, wealth is your network of friends, your network of family. And friends are even better because you get to choose who your friends are. Family, you stuck with them regardless. So with that being,
choose your circle wisely, brother, because the people you surround yourself with, they need to be positive, ambitious. They inspire and challenge you. And sometimes you got to leave certain people behind because they're not going to challenge you. They're not there for you. They're not, like Mike Tyson said. He said, what is it? Some people who call yourself your friends are actually your enemies, and some people who think your enemies are actually your friends. You have to choose that circle wisely.
I agree. And just like Kanal said, you kind of have to vet them. You gotta battle test them. So I would say most of my friends, my circles, we've been through it. They helped me move when I was broke, when I was in trouble, when they need something. You know, we have that relationship with the friends I have now, the circle that I'm creating now. And some of the bonds are stronger than my family, to be honest. You know, so that's one thing I would tell my younger self. People are a resource. Don't create don't create enemies and create more friends.
You still got to know who your friends are. Remember the scene in Boys in the Hood when they were driving and Trey said, "Let me out." And your fake friends were like, "Nah, dog, you got to roll with us. You know, you in with us." Your real friend stops the car, says, "Yeah, you ain't about this life, man." That's your real friend. The one who is saying, "I can't let you go. I can't let you do this because you're not built like this." Those are real friends. But sometimes you got friends you got the friends that you driving in the car, you get stopped by the police and they look under your seat and they like, "Bro, this ain't even mine." And all of a sudden they know it's theirs and you going down with them for something that you ain't had nothing to do with. Because you don't want to snitch. You say you can't snitch. That's not your friend.
Yeah, those are hard. Those are bad examples of friends. But I mean real solid friends.
We say, "Oh man, we got to be loyal. We got, you got to be my road dog. We there to the end."
You know what? You know what's funny? I think you mentioned something about changing schools and being in a different type of culture. I'm really upset that my mom took me out of school in Manhattan, and where my school was right across the street from BMCC, which is like it's like right across the bridge. Right now, it's a very high-end area, and I was like, if I stayed in that school, I would have had a totally different friends than growing up in Flatbush in Brooklyn. And most of the people in that school were white. I was like the token or one or two black kids that were there. And I was like, damn, I should have stayed. I could have went to junior high school and high school with those same people. My life would have been completely different. My friends would have been completely different. The way I socialized would be completely different. What kind of schools I went to would have been completely different. But, my mom decided, we want to be closer to home. And, had to go to school in the hood. No disrespect to my real friends that I met in the hood, but that's just a dichotomy of the options I had growing up. So, it's take all that perspective. I would tell my younger self, you need more of a mix, a variety of friends from different cultures at a younger age.
Yes. And I'm going to say this. You brought up something I wanted to talk about. My neighbors, when I grew up, I had on one side of my house, I lived in a black neighborhood, but they were white. Look, they was white. When I say white, they played country music and they played classic rock. The crazy thing is, it was just blasted. This is the time, they put the speaker in the window, and, they just blast. So when windows up, you hear, everywhere. It was crazy because people, when I was going somewhere, you could, you hear music long enough, you just start to repeat it. I remember I went somewhere and you know how you can be the outcast? Because, they look at you like you're funny, you're black, you speak differently. And it was some white people, with wealth. They started playing some music. Like,
you knew the songs.
I knew them. I'm like,
because your neighbor.
Right in there, man. So that whole culture thing, and I think as black people, we become so monolithic. We can't listen to country. We can't listen to rock and roll. We can't do any of that. The world absorbs us. And when you put yourself and you say, I'm opening up to everything, your whole world changes. The way you see things changes. Not only the way you see things change, the way people see you change. That's because true. I was always stereotyped as a ghetto black dude, from the hood. And as soon as I said that, they were like, pour some sugar on me. And I'm just like, oh yeah, what? It turned everything around. So I would tell my young son, do not be embarrassed. Do not follow, lead. Because half of those people who telling you don't do this and don't do that, they have a closed mind. Do not be closed minded to anything. Learn the tech music, learn all the music, learn to speak different languages. Don't close yourself. And I hate that as Black people, we do that because we say, you not Black, you not Black. We eliminate people out of that where other people embrace. If we want to grow, we can't do that because proper language is Black. Country music, my friend, is Black. Rock and roll is Black. The banjo, the drums, the blues, we started it. We let somebody else come in and take it over, and then we embarrassed them. That's been stupid.
I'm glad you said that because you kind of triggered me a little bit going back to growing up in quote unquote the hood in Brooklyn. And I remember being from the Caribbean, we speak English a little slightly different. So slightly a little bit more proper, we spell color with a U, flavor with a U, things like that. And I remember the class laughing at me for the way I spoke, not with a Trinidadian accent, but more of like a British accent, and spoke properly as per se, proper English. And they'll say, why are you trying to be white? And being younger, I used to suppress my intelligence because I wanted to fit in with the rest of the class, which in retrospect was actually putting down my intelligence. I want to fit in with the dummies.
When you tell your young self, embrace your smartness, embrace your intelligence. Just because you can be the outcast, embrace your intelligence. It's sad that you have to suppress how smart you are because you feel like that. No other culture does that. They embrace it. So to my younger self or my young son, embrace your intelligence, embrace your education. Don't be afraid. Look, be a nerd, brother. Be a nerd. Yeah. That's all right. That's okay. They're going to work for you someday. Be a nerd.
Yeah, I mean, definitely grow into uniqueness. And I think all of us in high school, we kind of get a sense of who we are. And I think I was one of the few kids in high school that, you had like the popular table, you had the jock table, you had, the nerds. And I used to play spades. I used to play cards a lot. I used to love playing spades. So I developed myself where I could actually sit at any table. Because if you don't belong there, it's a fight happening. You can't sit at that table. So I would definitely tell my younger self to, be your authentic self. I'm gonna just say two more things, then I'm gonna move on because I know everyone has like a really long list, but I would always say
come back. I'll just put you back and come back up. Don't worry.
All right, let me say two things. So I would definitely say travel more, but being an immigrant, I guess my passport has baby pictures in it. I've been back and forth on planes since I was like 3 years old. But I would say travel even more than that. I would definitely say become a doctor or a lawyer. My parents always told me that, but they didn't actually give me a plan on how. How some parents think you're gonna be a doctor and they got a college fund set up for you. I ain't have that. It was like, here's the door, go become a doctor with no way how to do it, no plan, no money, no nothing. So definitely I would tell my younger self, look, take those loans out, don't be afraid of debt, and you go do the best that you could do. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Stay in the back, brother. I'm gonna bring you back up. I got some things I need to talk to you about. Another thing I would tell my son is we gotta talk about the birds and the bees. Got to talk about them. So women can be your greatest, your biggest distraction. Choose your partner who supports your dreams and pushes you to be better. Avoid relationships that drain your energy and hinder your progress. Let my man play, and I'm gonna speak on it.
The single most important decision that you make of all decisions in life is who you spend your life with, like as your significant other. And if you look at all the stats in terms of amount of time spent with people, like time spent with family basically drops off at 25. Like it's very, very low after that. Time spent with siblings, same thing. Time spent with friends starts dropping off at like 30 pretty aggressively. And then the two that increase a lot for the majority of your life are time spent with spouses, number one. And then in between those is time spent with coworkers. Your coworkers matter way more than your friends do in terms of hours per day. So like where you work is actually incredibly important for your overall well-being. There's one person that you're going to spend the rest of your life with if you believe in marriage. The strength of the relationship you have with your significant other has a 0.71 correlation to your overall subjective well-being. So more than anything, how well you get along with the person you spend all your time with. And so I think that if there's ever something to be obsessive over, it would be that.
My next guest, I'm going to bring him up. I just seen him in the background. I think he would agree. The most important decision you make is who you lay with every night. If I had to tell my younger self or my son, I know the passport bros, they talking about hoes, 304s and mangoes. Don't do it. You know how much money, time, and all the resources that I have spent on chicks that meant nothing to me. Let's see, where was that at? No brand shoes. All the time that I spent doing that crazy stuff, going out, talking to these people that meant nothing. And if I slipped up, I'm just thinking how your life can change if you slip up with a hood chick, you get her pregnant, your whole life changed because you was chasing something. You do it so much you don't even appreciate it no more. It becomes crazy. What I would tell my younger self, don't chase them chicks. Chase your dreams. They'll be there. Don't become over-sexualized. That's what we as men do. We can talk about the threesomes, the foursomes, the group sex, how this girl did this, but we can't talk about finances. Nope. I want y'all to think back, especially y'all dudes who've been out, traveled, done whatever y'all done. Think back, and I bet you can only remember, say you've been with 100 women, how many you really can remember? A handful, that one chick, with all the money you spent on chicks that didn't mean nothing. What about you guys that slipped up when y'all was 18 or 20 and y'all got Keisha? And Keisha taking you for everything you got. She your biggest headache. You lost your hair because of your stress. She did it to you. You paying child support for kids that don't even want to be around you or don't respect you. This is so true. Your time is so much more valuable.
The difference is you wear your watch to tell time. I wear my watch to tell you how valuable my time is. There's a difference between the two. You telling time. I'm telling you my time is valuable. Don't waste it.
Don't waste it. Don't waste it. And this brother right here,
he don't true.
He don't waste no time. Welcome to the show, Andre.
All right, brother. I would be in the studio, but I hope you can hear me.
Oh, brother, I had to get dressed up for you because this is about presentation. It's about that.
I would be in the studio, but Andre is doing a live stream on her channel right now, so I figured I'd come over here with do the old school cell phone. Yeah,
I think this is an important subject, man, and I'm glad you came on. I reached out to you because we travel, we do these things, but I know you have a life story. You went through some things in your 20s, 30s, traveling. I mean, you have a whole life story. And I know at some point you said, man, if I could have done this different, or if I had a son or even a daughter, what would I tell them? The floor is yours, my friend.
Yeah, if I had a son or daughter, let's start off with the daughter. I would tell my daughter there's going to be a time where you're going to think that boys are more important than everything else in life, and that's not necessarily true. I would get my daughter into different programs to let her see, as far as maybe get her into sports just like a boy, get her into whatever it is. If she's into art, if she's into creativity, you'll know that in her younger age. And so I will promote her being the best that she can be. Thirdly, I would, even though she's an artist or creative or whatever it may be, I would get her into entrepreneurship in an early age. I would have her in understanding investments, the stock market, financial literacy. Why is that? So she'll understand how to handle her money economically. Fourth, my daughter, she's going to be groomed to be a wife. It's not going to be something that she'll have to guess about or assume, or she'll have to find out in the streets. A lot of times we think that young ladies find out about sex in the streets like us young men do. But young woman can also find out about how to be a wife at home, just like she can have that talk with her mom or dad in regards to sex. So it is having that talk with her in regards about being a wife, being a spouse, telling her this is not a partnership, but that her husband is the head, yet she's the manager of the household, and she needs to be the best that she can be. And lastly, for my daughter, I would have myself and my wife set an example. It's one thing to talk, don't smoke these cigarettes, but yet if I'm smoking cigarettes, my daughter is watching more than what I'm saying. So the last thing I would do for my daughter is I would set an example to my daughter than just speaking to my daughter. Now for my son, I'm just like you. Those
Wait, before
ladies,
you go there,
go
I
ahead.
want to get to that because you hit on some gems. The reason that in my player day that I could take advantage of a woman because she had low self-esteem,
Oh yeah.
no confidence, none. Didn't have a father in the house. She was looking for a father figure, couldn't find it. And so when you said that I would teach my daughter these skills, these things, you're giving her confidence. And when a woman has confidence, she is less likely to settle for something small.
True.
Number two, what you said was, I'm going to teach her, I'm going to set the example. When she goes out in the world, she'll be able to spot a knucklehead, trouble, this person, because I need a husband like my father. You were the
Yes.
first love in her life, and you set the example. And every other man will have to rise up to that expectation. That is the gem. And I think a lot of women don't understand that. When they
Yeah.
raise these girls, they try to raise them a different way, but they're not giving them any type of self-confidence. When families come and they say something so negative to their kids, that's not positive. They take that. They take that negativity and grow with it. And then you wonder why she's on a stripper pole. You wonder why she's out there. So what you said, the example and giving them self-confidence and teaching them how to be financially responsible, gems. Go ahead
True.
with your saying, brother.
True. And the reason why I can say that is because when I was a stepdad for 14 years, which I don't recommend anybody be a stepdad, but if you are a stepfather or if you are a father, my example for 14 years, I met my daughter when she was 11. She was into makeup and hair and things like that. But we also made sure that she learned the entrepreneurial side and not just the fashion or beauty side of it. So she became very successful in regards to that. When it came to setting an example to her of what to expect from boys, we were always ahead of the curve, whether it was you can't start talking to boys on the phone until you're 13. You can't go on your first date until you're 16. Here are the reasons why. And then so now fast forward, my former, my stepdaughter or former stepdaughter, she has been married for the last 10 years to the only guy that she ever had as a boyfriend. Her first boyfriend was her first lover, and they have 2 kids together, and they're living a happy life, and they own several businesses. All of this came from laying a foundation of example and also laying a foundation of her having standards because she saw that me and her mom had standards, even though we didn't last as far as the marriage was concerned. But yet the example that we set for her still resonates. And so I'm not just, when I say this, I'm not just spewing something out that I didn't experience, but it's something that we did. There were times when she didn't understand why we were saying what we were saying, but over time she understood it and it helped her life out. And so once again, that's why she's married to for the last 10 years to her first boyfriend, and he's happy and she's happy.
Just think about that. I mean, if you tried to say that to a girl now, like, yeah, you met him at 16 and y'all get married. They're like, no, hot girl summer. What happened to hot girl? I got to get out there. And that is the part that they don't understand, that you don't need that. Your life is much more fulfilled by being with the person you love. And they can grow. Say they got married at 22, have their kids. By the time they 50, your age, my age, kids are out the house paid for, 401k full. They living their whole second life like kids again. While everybody else out here struggling.
True.
You gonna raise your son different than your daughter? Because I'm interested how you gonna raise your son.
Oh yeah, definitely. Son, first of all, just like before, setting an example to our son, and letting him know that the women are gonna always be there. That's the one thing I wish somebody had said to me, that don't chase women, women chase you. Chase money, chase your goals, chase your peace, chase your dreams. All the things that we're finding ourselves chasing right now in our 40s and 50s. I wish somebody would have said that to us, many of us in our 20s, to just go after the goals. The ladies are going to come. When I sit back, as you mentioned earlier, the passport bros, and when you sit back, you see some of the behavior of some of the guys when it comes to just chasing the women around the world, just chasing, worrying about the women. And you're thinking to yourself, like, brother, you just do not know how fast time goes by.
Yeah.
I'm 56 years old. I'll be 57 in a couple of months. And I kid you not, it was only 2 weeks ago I was 32. A week and a half before that, I was 26. I know it sounds clichéic that time flies by and time waits for no man, but all you young brothers that are under 40 or under 50, I'm telling you, go after your dreams. The ladies are going to be there. They'll chase you. And I think it's so hard for us, especially in our community, to realize that women will come after a quality man.
Yeah.
And when you find that quality woman, see, I'll teach my son the fine art of being able to say no to a lot of women. A lot of us men were never trained with the word no, meaning having standards, meaning that having a schedule, meaning that you don't let every type of personality into your life. I will teach my son the fine art of being able to be comfortable with telling women yes, but also comfortable with telling most women no. And so those are the first things that I would do. Set an example, let him know how valuable his time is and how valuable he is, and teaching him the fine art of being able to say no to most women. The mistake that I made, I said yes to most women. And that caused me so much time, so much money, so much energy, so much attention to the people that didn't even last the test of time. And I often say this on the live stream. Most of the, no, now I would say most, but many of the women that I even laid down with and I spent my energy on, I couldn't even tell you their first name.
Yeah.
I couldn't. There are women that I smashed for a year and everybody was babe. Yeah, babe. Well, sure, babe. Of course, babe. And, you know,
Don't
I
get
just,
the last name, boy. That would be.
yeah, I couldn't tell you the first name, last name. From the moment that they told me what their name was, it went in one ear and out the other, and they still let me get between their legs. And I didn't realize how much time I was actually wasting doing that. I really did. And I wish I could go back in time and just wake myself up in regards to certain things. The other thing that I would tell my son is to be financially literate, start investing young, start saving young while the cryptocurrency is out there, while the market is starting to go back up, while all these things are taking place. Start investing and learn the art of investing at a young age, opening up a bank account at 9, 10, 11 years old, taking them and show them how buying property works, things like that. I wish I had somebody to show me the financial literacy at a younger age. I had to learn all this at an older age and still learning a lot of things. So the other thing that I will do with my son and my daughter is, of course, as what you and I do with our wives, is travel. Introducing them to more than one culture opens up their eyes to not be so naive like a lot of us are back home in the States. It's so frightening to know that most of us are even afraid to, I mean, it's so sad that to know most of us are afraid to even leave our own cities. 68% of us will live and die within a 50-mile radius of the hospital in which we were born. And so that will not be my son. My son and daughter will both have passports with stamps on them. I was talking to International Zoe the other day when he was down here, and he was saying that his kids are going on their third passport. just to sit back and not just because, with kids, the passport changes every 5 years, but the fact that they were actually using those passports to letting their young people see the world from a global perspective.
There's somebody in the chat that said this. It says, I'm sure you were told, and I'm sure you ignored it.
No.
That is possible. That is possible. You know what? How many times have you learned something by doing it one time? You learn it by doing it repetitiously.
True.
So if you've seen somebody when you grew up doing something over and over again, and you've seen success with that, that's what you follow. Just because somebody came in your life one time and said something and then they out, nobody follows that. That's not the example you would use. The other part that I think that I've seen my white counterparts do, when they're 16, their mom or dad will get a credit card and then make them a person on the credit card, like an authorized user. So by the time they get 18 or 21, they already got 800 credit score. They've already built and established their credit history, and they teach them how important their credit is. Number 3, when we talk about women, I think that as guys, just like a woman who is out there and cannot pair bond and screwing everything, I think as guys, when we do that, we mess ourselves up. Because now you want to chase that excitement. I remember in college, there were chicks that I wouldn't talk to. Why? Because they were too pure for me. I'm like, man, I'm the devil. I will mess you up. And I had to step away. And then over time, you start to say, when I meet that right person, I've done so much crazy shit that normal just ain't even cool no more. You mess yourself up by going through all of that. So I would tell my son, don't be out there. You can be a hoe too. And don't be a hoe.
True.
You save yourself, because you're going, like I said, you're going to get that girl pregnant that you didn't want to get her pregnant. It's going to be the girl that you didn't want to marry, that you just wanted to have some fun with. And it ruined your entire life.
It does.
You took a whole different change because of that, because you needed to get a nut.
And a lot of times that I found in my life that what women did to me was, I didn't have a bunch of babies out there. I didn't have a bunch of domestic violence situations, or with me and a woman arguing back and forth. I never had those scenarios. But what made it worse for me was this, Adrian. I was distracted.
Yeah.
Women had the ability to distract me, and I didn't even notice it. So many goals should have been accomplished by now. So many dreams, so much success should have taken place by now. And it didn't, because I allowed women to not hurt me or harm me, but silently, this is the crazy part, silently distract me from accomplishing what I need to accomplish. And a lot of you guys who are economically stable and you're doing great, and you're thinking like, well, women have never been a problem for me. Every man battles. There's a book out called Every Man's Battle. Every man's battle is basically the same, whether it be the woman that you're married to, whether at one point in time it was a girlfriend, whether it was a bunch of women in your life. At one point in time or another, there was a woman in your life that had an impact on you that wasn't as positive as you needed it to be. And so that's another thing that I really would emphasize to my son, because women can be a distraction. They can be amazing in your life, but there's a time and a place for everything. And I'll talk about the peer pressure of what your boys will say if you ain't with a bunch of women. What women will say if you're not with a bunch of women. They'll call you corny. They'll call you a virgin. They'll call you gay. They'll call you out your name because you're not sleeping with 5 or 6 women. And I'll let them know all these things that take place, because what women want is to be a distraction. One of the things that women crave and desire and are addicted to is attention. And they will shame you into you giving them their full attention in one way or another. And so these are the type of conversations that I would have with my son to let him know, there's a time and a place for everything.
There's 2 videos I want to play. I'll play the first one because I think it really went with distraction. And I think as a man we can. And then I'll talk about it, but I want to come back and play another one. And I want your opinion on this. Let me get to the first one.
If you're starting a company, you need to work super hard. So what does super hard mean? When my brother and I were starting our first company, instead of getting an apartment, we just rented a small office and we slept on the couch. And we showered at the YMCA. We were so hot up, we had just one computer. So the website was up during the day and I was coding at night, 7 days a week, all the time.
That's what somebody has to do. And when you're chasing girls in your 20s and worried about the designer clothes, you're not going to get in that one bedroom apartment. You're not going to stay up all night. You're not going to take your time and say, hey, I got to make this sacrifice. We don't do that because we're chasing something. I'm going to play this other one, and it kind of goes with what we're talking about. You may recognize this voice, but it's talking about trees. Let's see what you guys know about trees.
And when they go through a process of growing it, they have to water and fertilize the ground where it is every day. And it doesn't break through the ground until the 5th year. Okay? But once it breaks through the ground, within 5 weeks, it grows 90 feet tall. Now the question is, does it grow 90 feet tall in 5 weeks or 5 years? The answer is obvious. It grows 90 feet tall in 5 years. Because at any time, had that person stopped watering and nurturing and fertilizing that dream, that bamboo tree would have died in the ground. And I can see people.
I play that because a lot of guys can't be that bamboo tree. To repeat what he said, a bamboo tree takes 5 years to grow. When you plant it for 5 years, nothing happens. But you have to water it, nurture it, give it soil, give it nutrition every single day. On the 5th year, it grows 90 feet. This is what I would tell my son. People are only going to see you when you're 90 feet. People never see you when you're in 5 years that you're working hard. When you undercover, that you sweating and doing all of that. That's where you are made. Just like you, Andre. You got 100,000 followers on one channel. You're making buku amounts of money. You got one check, you said it came for 30-something thousand. They don't see the hard work it took to get there. They only see the result. What say you?
Shout out to Les Brown. He's absolutely correct. We're on our fifth year of YouTube, and now we're branching off to other platforms. And there are times when, I'm going to say something to you that I've never said on any other platform. There were times where we had lost our channel, for all of our channels, for a few days, and we had to fight to get everything back. And then they took another channel over here. We had to fight. There have been times we've spent more time fighting and going back and forth, making sure everything is up to par. When you've got 5 channels, it's just a big dance. But a lot of people don't see that. All they see is the plaques on the wall, and they see you bringing in all the guests, but they don't realize that sometimes those guests takes 2 or 3 years to get an interview. For example, I got an interview of a well-known brother that's been a YouTuber that rarely does interviews. And I've got the interview schedule coming up for next week. And so, but it took me 3 years to get this brother to finally say, yes, I'll do the interview. So just like you said with the bamboo tree, a lot of us, even when we're relocating to other countries or relocating to another city or whatever it may be, these are the things that you're going to have to, be able to tell yourself, or you wish that you told yourself when you were younger, that take your time, it's going to be all right. And I learned this lesson from when it comes to before we even got to YouTube, I learned this from Master P. I went to a speaking engagement where he was speaking, and he says, most people would never do what I do. He said, I invest my money in movies, and it may take 2 years before it hits the box office for me to start making my money back. He said, how many of you out there are willing to invest 2 years before you see one dime of maybe of a profit coming back? And And I keep that same mindset when it comes to what we do on the different platforms, because at the end of the day, that's the important part. That's the part that's very important. The networking. That's another thing. I will tell my son and daughter the value of networking with the right people.
Just about to bring that up, brother. Something that's loading in the background that I was going to bring up to you. As soon
Yeah,
as that
there's a
loads,
different go. Okay.
because that's important. And the reason, before I get there, there was a test that was done. You know, they did the white doll and the black doll, but they
I
also did
remember
the
that.
marshmallow test. The marshmallow test was this: they took two marshmallows, or they took a marshmallow, they sat it on the table in front of the child, and they told the child, if you don't eat the marshmallow in 5 minutes, we're
Ah,
going to
yeah,
get it.
yeah.
And what they found is the kids who ate that marshmallow, that instant gratification, were not successful. The people who could wait, the kids who could wait and eat it, they were successful. So I think you
Yeah.
have to teach your children not to have that instant gratification, to wait, just like the bamboo tree. You talked about this, and because I'm going to give you your flowers. I'm going to bring this person up. You talked about mentoring. This is men.
Well, but that's why I was asking why you put so much, because, you know, one of the things that I think that people mistakenly do is they max out, or not max out on how much they can contribute, but they max out too early, right? And what happens when you max out too early is that you start losing the company match, because you base.
I play Anton because Fearless gets coaching calls. Fearless knows the importance of mentors. He knows the importance of going there. And I say that because I got one with you. You mentored me. We talked for with me and the wife for an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Yeah.
And it's gems. And I try to tell folks, why do you keep trying to reinvent the wheel? Go to someone who does the wheel and ask him how you do it. Just take what they have and improve upon it. You gave me so many gems. My sound deck, boom. You said, hey, you need to start doing this. You need to do that. Get your Opus clips together. Get this. That mentoring, I want you to go with it, because I do that. And I think it's important, because I do not have the time to try to research and find out everything. My time is better spent going to someone who has already done it and who can tell me in 1 hour what would take me 2 weeks to do it.
A lot of us in our community don't understand the value of mentors, networking, and consultations from these individuals. It's one thing to have a network of people that you're really cool with, and he's a millionaire or he's success. I give perfect example of networking. There's a brother that called me today, and he was really sad, military brother. And he said, brothers, Andre, I just need somebody to talk to. I said, what's going on? He said, I was at 100% of my military. He said, I worked so hard to get there, and I just got a letter in the mail, and they dropping me down to 70% of my disability. He said, I planned on moving down there to Colombia. I had everything set up. He said, but I don't know what to do. I say, brother, let me make a call. I say, give me 5 minutes. I'm going to call you right back. This was just a few hours ago. So I called one of the brothers that I know in my network that specialized in this particular field of VA. And the brother said, don't worry. I know exactly what he needs to do. Connect me with him. They connected. And so now these two men are helping each other. That's a network. That's the value of having somebody see, some of y'all want to, hey brother, where the pay for play at? You know where the brothels are, you know where the strip clubs are, and all that is cool. I'm not saying taking anything away from that. But you also want to have a network of guys in your arsenal, in your Rolodex, that can not only help you, but help the next man. Networking and mentorship is extremely important. Now, for me, I mentor other guys, but I pay for mentorship myself. I don't know everything. I started all this because of a mentor, because Ace Live walked me through everything, the good, the bad, and the ugly within 2 weeks. So when he left here, I was good to start a YouTube channel. But if it wasn't for mentorship, we wouldn't be on YouTube. We probably wouldn't be on any other platform. We'd probably be in business, but in another genre. So at the end of the day, it's very important to have mentors, to have networks, and to pay for consultations from those mentors and those networks. It's very important. And because they also say, I'm going to end with this, they say they say psychology says this: when we invest in something such as our money, we're more prone to take it seriously compared to if we didn't invest in it.
I
We're
agree.
more
People
prone to take it seriously.
they say, oh, you make so much money, doing IT. Why you charge for consultations? Because when I used to do it for free and I used to help people out, they didn't show up. They didn't show out, wouldn't take it seriously. They wouldn't study, they wouldn't complete it. And I said, now I feel like I'm wasting my time. So I'm going to charge you. And usually when somebody completes the course, or I don't say course, the information that I give them, when they go through and say, man, I did it, whatever it is, I created my YouTube channel, I created this, or I got my certification, I give them that money back or put it to it. But here's what happens. A lot of them don't. A lot of them don't follow through. They stop. I say it's the sad thing, man, because you eat an elephant one bite at a time. That's how
Yes,
you do it.
sir.
You didn't
Yes,
get to
sir.
100,000 in one day. It was a process. And people don't understand or they don't see that process. They only see your end result, and that's all they know. And what made you, Andre, who you are, is the process. Those ups,
Yeah.
those losing this gaining this. That's what made you stronger than what you are. If it was just given to you, you couldn't appreciate it.
No, not at all. And I know myself to know that I wouldn't have appreciated it. And so that's why I paid. Like I just paid $500 for a consultation in a course on AI, open up an AI agency, and also how to create AI courses. So you'll be able to just not only just create a basic course, but it shows you step by step how to do it in a more efficient way based on the technology that's out there right now. A lot of guys aren't going to pay that 500. They'll pay 500 for some Jordans or pay $500 when they come to Colombia or DR for pay for play. But when it comes to investing in themselves, a lot of guys fall by the wayside in regards to that. So I would tell my son, there is nothing wrong with investing in yourself, whether it be a gym membership, paying for that, whether it be paying a little extra for healthier foods, whether it be paying for mentorship. All those things are very important when it comes to the development of your manhood. I'll end with this. The development of your manhood should not always be free. I'm going to say this again, guys. The development of you as a man should not always be free. Yes, there's some things about becoming a man and becoming a better man that's absolutely free. But there are some other things that if you want to be the best man that you can be, you're going to have to come out of your pockets or begin to network. In other words, even pay to go into a network. I remember when I first started podcasting, I paid to become a member of meetup.com in Tampa, Florida. So I went to meetup.com. I looked up anyone that was podcasting. There was a group of people. So I paid $15 to get in. Little did I know that fast forward, all of the knowledge that I acquired for $15 developed me into the man that I am today on the microphone.
Yep. Speaks efficiently and effectively, I might add.
Yeah. Yeah.
Andre, I know that your wife is simulcasting. I greatly appreciate you coming on to the show. You can drop in anytime. You can put something in the chat if you think of something later. We greatly appreciate it. Please, everyone, go to his channel. He has a few channels. Andre, Love Crossing Borders. Please go there. What's your wife's channel? Is she on her own channel tonight?
Yeah, Andrea Wallace TV. Andrea and then Wallace, WALES. Andrea
Please
Wallace TV.
Very beautiful woman, articulate, strong lady. You made a good choice.
All right. Thank you, brother. So did you. All right. Tell your wife we said hi.
I would do so. I would do so.
All right, brother.
All right, brother. I got an open panel. I'm going to bring Ronan back up. But one thing I know that we keep referring to is money. How important is money? Is money that important? Let's see.
The highest form of value. Everybody said money. I was like, money's important. I was like, it's not even your top 5 though. It's like, what? I was like, no, it's not your top 5. I said, if I say I give you $1 million a day, but you got to die tomorrow, which one you want? I say, so time more than money. If I say I give you $1 million a day, but you got to be sick for the rest of your life, you want it? So health is more than money. Well, if I say I give you $1 million a day and your mama got to die tomorrow, you want it? No. So relationships are more than money. So finances is not the highest form of compensation. Fulfillment is. And if you can get fulfilled on the outside, it becomes easier to get money on the fulfilled on the inside. It becomes easier to get money on the outside because you're not chasing the bag, you're chasing purpose. And when you catch purpose, you get the bag.
I agree. Ronan, how you doing? Are you chasing a purpose or you chasing the bag?
Oh, in this stage of my life, I'm chasing purpose.
All right, that's what I
My
like.
bag has already been achieved. I'm looking at income streams at this point, multiple.
So you got a chance to listen to some people in the back. I like to bring up one more thing. I got a whole bunch of them. Let's see. I would tell my son to overcome obstacles and resilience. Son, life is going to throw you some hard balls. You're going to get things that you don't think you can accomplish, that you can't get over. You can. There's a reason why the tortoise won. Because no matter what, he persisted on. He persisted and persisted and persisted. Water is not strong, but it flowed so much that it made the Grand Canyon through persistence. Be persistent. Those obstacles are there for you to grow. They make you stronger. Embrace them. Overcome them. Don't stop. Go ahead, my brother. Adapt and move forward. Obstacles are opportunities in disguise.
I mean, I have 4 sons, so I don't know if anybody knows my story. I've been married twice. First marriage was 6 years while I was in the military. Had a high school sweetheart that got pregnant, dropped out of architectural school. One of the things I would have told myself is make sure I have my financial package set up so I could complete my architectural school. It's a 5-year school in order to get your master's degree. I was accepted into one of the top schools in the nation in architecture in my senior year of high school, but I procrastinated on getting my finances in order. So when my high school sweetheart got pregnant, me doing the honorable thing, I dropped out of college and went into the Marine Corps. You know, architects make a shitload of money, man. One building will set your life up.
Do you think, and it's not saying it's a bad decision.
No.
But did that change you? Having a child?
It changed a lot of things because I have my life in order. I'm very analytical, very matter of fact when I do things. So I had already said I was going to work for an architectural firm once I had my master's degree for 5 years and transition to having my own firm. So I already had, you know, my own entrepreneurship mindset set up even in high school on my process in my life. You know, one monkey wrench will throw all that off, you know, but again, we get back up. You know what I'm saying? We work through situations and we work through issues and we continue on. You know, like I said, 4 sons, all of them are grown. All of them are basically the ages of the guy sitting in this chat. From 26 to 38 are my sons' ages. I have 2 grandchildren. So in the mentorship you're talking about, I've mentored men. I've grown men, all good men. You know, some of the things like, hey, going to college. College is not for everybody. Sorry. You know, some of them are going to try and they're going to fail. What are you going to give them for as advice? You know what my advice was? Find the thing that you love to do and be very, very good at it. You know, it goes into some of the principles that I live by and why I call myself Ronan. Ronan is actually a nickname or a name that ex-warriors have when they don't have a master. Back in the samurai days, when the shogun had died and the samurais had pledged their lives to that shogun, there's two ways that that samurai showed his loyalty. He either killed himself or he became a ronin, a wandering warrior, looking for another shogun or somebody to pledge his loyalty to, or helping around or excelling in certain things. There's a term that's used in Japan called ikigai. Okay, ikigai, and igi means to live, gai means reason. So simply put, it means something that gives person purpose or sense of purpose. Okay. Bushido, if you're into martial arts, Bushido gives you a code to live by. So if you're into martial arts, you have a code. As men, we should have codes to live by.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You should have some type of standards, ethics, morals. So the Bushido code fits in perfectly with a lot of these things. Huh?
Not to interrupt you, but do you think that in some African cultures and previously, there was a rite of passage?
Oh, absolutely.
Do you think that we are missing something like that where
in our culture, especially American Black culture, there is a missing point of a rite of passage from for a male to become a man. There is no traditional transition unless you grew up in a full nuclear family and that father had some type of tradition he developed over the years since our enslavement. But our original transition from childhood to manhood, we've lost that over the generations.
My goodness. I'm going to put something in the chat when I can find it.
But let me give you these principles, and I want you guys to really pay attention to the code of Bushido. Okay. And you can find your own code, whatever makes you happy, but come up with some kind of standard of way you live your life. And it's 8 principles: honor, compassion, integrity, loyalty, courage, respect, self-control, and justice. 8 basic words, but mean a lot if you practice them. It will guide you in the way you act and react to any situation. But you have to have some type of code and direction. Besides for just going out there to get money. You know what money does? Money allows you to be the worst person that you possibly can be if you don't have discipline.
Mm-hmm.
All it does is enable you. It doesn't free you. I mean, even you listen to Jay-Z, more money, more problems. That ain't a lie. Anybody that has ever had money or knows how to earn money will tell you this. Just because you have money don't mean you run out of problems. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Go ahead, brother. I'm downloading something because I think it's important that I think some of these people don't hit on. And I want to show this. And it's a long, when I say long, it's about 2 minutes, but it's going to take me a moment to get there.
If you want to share this real quick, this is the principle of what Ikigai is.
Yeah, put that in the chat for me, or let me see it. I'm looking at a screen. Give me one moment, Ronan. What would you tell your son about women?
Oh, they're already going through that right now. Believe me, they're all dating age and marriageable age. Even one of the girls that I have found for myself, I felt guilty even trying to date her because she could be one of my son's wives. A very suitable match. She's not interested in dating somebody younger. And I can understand why. But at the same time, they are very well principled. They're having a difficult time dating in America because they look for a principled woman. And it's hard for them to find it in the circles they travel in. So I hear that all the time. I get calls from them all the time. I have great relationships with my sons, but I'm not a doting father. I allow them to make their mistakes. They call me for consultation. I'll give them my input and I let them do whatever the hell they're going to do. As men, you got to stumble and fall. I can give you guidance, but you're only going to react and do the things you want to do, no matter how much I tell you. You're only going to do what you feel like you're going to decide to do.
All right. This one I know this is about what we would tell our men. This video is a little bit long. It's like 2 minutes. This goes out to my single mothers and my absent fathers. I did a video on this some time ago, but nobody watched it, which is kind of sad because I thought it was interesting. And I want to discuss it. 1 second. Let me see if I can bring it in. Video file.
Adolescent male elephants are becoming more aggressive.
So this is why adolescent male elephants are becoming more aggressive. And I just want you to, when they say elephants, I want you to say Black adolescents, Black youths in the hood. That's all I want you to replace that with.
50 badly mutilated rhino carcasses were found by the ecologists in national parks of South Africa, with wounds that suggested they were killed by elephants. Although attacks of elephants on rhinos is not unknown, and fights around the water sources are quite common, this volume of mass killing had never been seen before.
So the elephants are the Bloods, the rhinos are the Crips. Just want you to think that. Just think that way.
Upon further investigation, it was revealed that the main suspects were a group of young male elephants, who were experiencing an unusual state of heightened aggression. The ecologists discovered that the members of this gang were between 15 and 18 years old, which is
Wow.
How old are those elephants?
15 to 18.
Black youths in the hood, aggressive. Pay attention.
Considered to be their adolescence years, and were in what is called as moost. Moost is a unique and natural phenomenon in adult bull elephants.
Basically, they going through puberty. They smelling themselves.
Yeah.
This is
we know plenty of people like that, right? As we were growing up.
Yeah. To the women out there, this is your son when he reaches adolescence. This is him.
Mm-hmm.
He said it's a game. This is when you think you can control him.
Oh, wait. And this is
During
where the
this
women
period-
start saying, this is where the women start saying, why are you bucking up? This is that.
Yes.
This is what that is.
Their body is overflooded with reproductive hormones. They act tough and make themselves look big, healthy, strong, and ready to mate. The scary part about this phenomenon is that they become extremely aggressive. It's been observed that some young bull elephants have got into the habit of and killing rhinos, buffaloes, and sometimes even other
goodness. What the hell?
Testosterone going wild. They ruling the hoods. They ruling.
Oh my goodness.
Keep going, because this has a conclusion. I really want to bring it home.
Elephants. The reason behind this is poachers. It's commonly known that elephants are prime targets for them, as their tusks bring a lot of fortune. Because older males have bigger tusks, they have been the main target, and as a result, their numbers out of all elephants have taken the biggest hit. It is exactly the absence of a father figure that causes the young males to behave aggressively.
Mm-hmm.
What did they say?
The absence of father figures. Very key.
Him behave aggressively. If you think you can control your son, let's think about Kanal. Kanal like 6 foot, 285 pounds. When he was in the 6th grade, he was probably his mom's size. What's she gonna do to him when he in the 10th grade? You gonna whoop him?
Yeah.
You gonna
I
whoop
was
him?
towering over my mother.
How you gonna whoop him? He at the age now that nothing you gonna say you're gonna be able to do. Absent fathers. So mothers, do you think you can raise your son without a father? This will be the consequences. Guys, you leave your son out there for the wild and you're not taking responsibility to be the father you should be. You are the reason why the neighborhoods are destroying themselves. Let's keep watching.
By the time that they are 40 years old, male elephants have learned how to control their moost and operate in a large social group. Their presence is the safeguard for the young and inexperienced rebels. When an elephant in moost encounters a bigger bull elephant, he immediately drops out of moost as he knows his testosterone cannot compete. The ecologists had
You need
two
to stop
options
it
to
right
control
there.
the situation.
That means when daddy come home, when daddy is in the house, all that bucking don't go nowhere. That
Exactly.
making you think you're aggressive, it don't go nowhere. That testosterone level even decreases. Yes, Zed, you can. Give me 1 second. Let me talk about the African elephants and you can come on.
Fix it artificially, by castrating the young males. Or to find a natural solution. The answer they felt best with was to enforce a father figure to the young ones. Within hours of introducing 6 big bull elephants, the teen rebels dropped out of moose and no more rhinos were killed from that moment.
Within hours of introducing the male bucks, the men who should be in the neighborhood, who should be the mentors, who should be there, within hours of the men being there, the elephants dropped out of muss. They wasn't killing no more. They bucked down. They became, the natural order of things became.
You realigned themselves.
So the advice I would give to my younger son, younger daughter, don't be procreating. Do not, marry before you carry.
Every one of my sons have done that. Even my stepson.
Yes. Trini, we don't care if they African or not. They African and Asian. It's all the same. You don't have a daddy in the house. You don't have a father. It's the same instance. So I think it's very important for young men and young women to have mentors, to have people they can look up to. If there's no one there to show the example of what could be or what is a possibility, you can't do it. Before I can't even think, what is it, 2024 now? So that'd be what, 2010, 2008. So before 2008, Black guys didn't think they could be a president.
Yeah.
That's not possible. I'm Black.
Yeah.
They'll never be a president.
Unheard of.
Unheard of.
In our generation.
Black man became president, and now your possibility is endless. Those mentors, those people to show you that it can be done. All right, we have Miss Zed in the background. I'm gonna bring you up, Zed. You want to stay on, Ronan?
Yeah, of course.
All right. How you doing, Zed?
Good.
Hey, I like that blowout. I'm just playing with you. Welcome to the panel.
So what say you, Zed? You've heard the panel. You see that there's some advice that we should give to the young men out there to make them better men. So if we could go back and do it, what do you think, from a woman's perspective, should men be saying to younger males or younger females so that the next generation is much better?
You guys know that I am a feminist, so I do not think, what I would say would be something you guys want to tell to young men. So instead, I wanted to tell you guys what I wish I had learned, especially because I was listening a lot about, guys raised in like single parent household. I can't.
Zed, you're breaking up really bad. You're breaking up really bad. I don't know if you're moving around. Hello?
Zed, you still there?
Yes, but you guys are gone.
No, you were just breaking up. We couldn't hear you.
Okay, so this is what I wish I had. But I grew up in a household with where I was not expected to, I didn't learn simple life skills because it's all we only expect to do good at school. And sometimes when you are focused in that, you lose a lot of life skills. I mean, it's good to be good in school, and I have good. My sisters, brothers are good. But for example, I didn't know how to cook. When I first came to America, I was so expected to cook.
You're still breaking up. She dropped. I think she was saying she didn't learn how to cook.
She had a lot of life skills. She didn't have a lot of life skills growing up. It was just more about school.
That is important that men and women need to learn. I think that sometimes you can have book skills and not know how to do the simple things. I think in order to be well-rounded, you have to learn life skills. Your mother should be there showing you when she's cooking. Now, I understand, Zed. I'm gonna try to help you out a little bit. When your mother's cooking, you should be watching her cooking. When your father is out paying bills or interacting, you should be there and he should be able to watch you interact uh, within society. And I think that as men, that's what we need to do. We should,
Uh,
I don't think we have enough examples in our neighborhoods. Like Kanal said, he grew up in the first time, that's sad, that's sad, that the first time he's seen a positive black male figure was when he was 23.
That's insane to me.
That is just crazy. That's ridiculous. I mean, imagine, it's hard to imagine how much his life or the lives of all these other kids can change just by having a positive interaction. I think Trini was even talking about it. When he was in school, if he would have just had somebody say, oh man, you be this way, do this, the entire difference could change. So what I would tell my son, or what I can't even tell him. I see that there goes the problem. Tell my son, we do a lot of talking. We do a whole lot of talking. What I would show my son is how it to be done. I think that is one of the things that I've heard people say. And my mom said it. Go study, get an A. But nobody taught me how to study, how to sit down and do it. It was just do it. But nobody showed you how. Become a doctor. Well, how do I become a doctor? I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I just went to my family reunion. I played it before. I have a cousin who is a physician, OBGYN and internal medicine. Her daughter's in medical school because she could look at her. Actually, she worked in her mom's office. She had an example of someone who became a doctor. They said, here's the path. Here's how I did it. And here's how you can do it. We don't do that. Onward. I want to talk about some other things. What about work-life balance?
Let me speak on one thing that she said. You know, growing up, I was focused in school. I was in church. I did my sports thing. My mom kept me very active. You know, as I started dating, you know, before I got in the Marine Corps, I got most of my experience in life once I joined the Marine Corps. Okay. But a lot of girls I was dating used to say, damn, Alex, you know, you're smart as fucking hell, but you plumb dumb when it comes to life.
Mm-hmm.
So I can resonate with what Zed was saying, you know, where well educated, smart, knew how to do everything home wise, book smart, all those things, physically fit, in shape, you know, martial arts trained boxer, you know, mentored everything. But when it came to exposure to what was really going outside my bubble, what was going on in life, I had no idea. Once I joined the Marine Corps, I was on a fast track to realization of what real life was about.
Good. I think another thing is, and here's where I can celebrate the passport bros. The passport bros, the passport bros. I'll say this. When my mom had passed away, and I know when she was lying there, that there were so many regrets that she had gone through. I think Les Brown said the cemetery is filled with dreams that have died.
Yep.
And I learned that the last thing you say on your deathbed is, I wish I would have worked more. I congratulate the passport bros for having a work-life balance. I think the work-life balance is important. I think the generation before us let work consume them. They did not know how to enjoy it. And by the time they retired and found that life was ready to go, they died a few years later. They were too old to even enjoy it. They didn't, you know, now we invest in our hobbies. We invest in things that motivate us. That work-life balance is very important. And I think I heard this thing by Andrew Tate, and I'm going to let him play, that I thought was so important, because sometimes we chase the dream and we chase so much that sometimes it's just really right there. Let me play this, and I want to get
And
your
you
reaction.
forget to live while you're chasing the dream.
Yes.
Mexican fisherman who goes out and fishes and he catches one fish and he comes home. And the American fisherman goes, "Why did you only catch one fish? That whole place is full of fish. You're a very good fisherman. You only caught one." "Because I like to just catch one fish so I'm not hungry, and then I like to go and just chill with my family on the beach and drink some wine." And the American guy goes, "No, no, no. That's not what you do. You need to go out there and catch as many fish as possible. You can sell them for profit." And the Mexican guy goes, "And then what?" And he goes, "And then when you sell them for profit, you can buy a big boat. Then with the big boat, you can catch even more fish and you can have a fleet of boats. And when you have a fleet of boats, you can build this huge company. You can put it on the stock exchange. And once you put it on the stock exchange, you can sell it all and you'll be a billionaire." Mexican guy goes, "Okay, well, how long will that take?" And the American says, "Well, that'll take about 20 years. And the Mexican guy goes, "Okay, so after 20 years and I do all these things, then I've sold my fishing company, then what do I do?" And the American guy goes, "Then you go and sit on the beach with your family and you chill with a bottle of wine." And the point is, you go through all that hell to end up exactly where you would have been anyway, just chilling.
Exactly.
Exactly. We go through hell to end up where we was going to be at, because we're chasing something instead of fulfilling the life. We worried about getting there instead of fulfilling. Let's see. I got a few things out there I'm going to go through. If we, I'll let Trini join here in a second too. So these are my tasks that I would tell my son. So focus on self-improvement, prioritize your health and your fitness. Steve Jobs had a whole lot of money, but I'm telling you what, he would have traded all that money when he had that cancer and was about to die to have more time. So take care of yourself. I know those guys that travel, the passport bros that travel, they find them in their hotel room, dead, heart attack. They took Viagra, Red Bull, something like that, but didn't take care of their health. Kevin Samuels, at the height of his career, dead. Take care of your health. Prioritize your health. Build a solid financial foundation. We talked about that. Choose your circle wisely. Understand the role of relationships. Overcome resilience. Work-life balance. Embrace change. And take risks. It's sad when I hear people that just they scared to move.
Mm-hmm.
I can't go, they offer me this great job in another state, but I can't do it. You let opportunity pass you by.
And that's because they stuck to their families. They don't know how to tear away.
Or in anything. I tell you what, just this week, we had some contractors that were not renewing their contract. They do the blueprints for the architecture. That's not nothing I do. I build the resources. My boss said, yeah, you got to fill in that gap. Now I can get mad, I can get upset, or I can embrace the change and understand that nothing is ever going to be the same. It's always going to change.
Right.
Life changes, and you have to be able to embrace it. Another thing I would say is give back and help others. The greatest, and we talked about this. I'd seen a post with Kanal, and he took his children to Six Flags. And he said, this is an experience they never had.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can get more joy by looking at the smiles you've given someone else.
Yeah.
Small that you did for someone else. So I would tell my son to make sure you, no matter how big you think you are, how successful you think you are, be humble, give back, make sure that you prepare the way for somebody else who was before you.
Exactly.
Your kindness goes a long way, because as my mom's told me, it doesn't matter how high a bird flies, he has to come down and get some water. And you don't know when your time comes that you're going to be at the bottom. And sometimes when you're at the bottom, those same people you might have ran over and stepped over to get there are climbing up. You can't look at them no more. You can't do it. I'll tell you this quick story. I went down to High Point, North Carolina. that is where the hair care product, the Dudley. Have you ever heard of Dudley hair care
Oh,
product?
oh yeah.
Yeah. So I met Mr. Dudley, went out to lunch with him. Great time, great man. Before there was Mr. Dudley, he said that he got his knowledge from Fuller Brushes. It was a black salesman called Fuller, door to door and sale. And I guess through the years, his business kind of went down because his health went, and then there was his wife. So his wife had taken over the business, and she was losing money. He bought the business, and he put her on a salary. Said, "You don't have to work. You don't have to work. You're just getting paid for the rest of your life." Why would he do that? And I asked him, "Why would you do that?" He said, "Because I would not be where I am if it wasn't for that man. That man made me the millionaire I am. And if all I have to do is take care of his wife, I would give that any day." There's dudes in jail that I've heard the story where they say, it cost me $50 to do this or $100. And they say, "Man, I wish I could have paid $1,000 to find out who my true friends were. I'd have paid that any day because those people they thought were friends weren't." So help somebody out who gave him knowledge that was irreplaceable. So remember, your kindness can go a long way later on. Time management. Son, get the hell away from those video games. Get off the phone with that chick. Don't go here. Do this. We don't manage our time. Even as adults here, we don't manage. We waste so much time in the day. And the difference between someone who is successful and someone who is not is how they manage their time. It's the most valuable asset. You can lose friends. You can lose money. And you can get all of those back. When you lose time, it never comes back. Time is gone. You can't buy it. You can't purchase it. It's gone. So make sure that you don't lose time because it is a valuable asset. Stay humble. No matter how successful you become, appreciate those who were there before you. And finally, we talked about it. Seek mentorship. Find mentors who can guide you and offer you wisdom and experience. The best thing that I've ever done is found people who have done it before and asked them, "How did you get there?" Guys, go read a book, because I would tell my son to read the same book, Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. If you don't never read it, what it is there was a gentleman who, Napoleon Hill, he was a writer. At a young age, he met Andrew Carnegie, which was the richest man in the world. And Andrew Carnegie said, "You can come work for me for free for the next 20 years. Like, what? How would I do that? But he introduced him to the most influential people at the time, Henry Ford, Thomas Edison. And he wrote a book finding out, after interviewing all these people, what made them successful. What ingredient in each of those people became successful. And that's what the book's about. What you need to do to become successful. And that's what I was showing. Why go? You don't have to go out and interview 20 people. You don't have to go spend 20 years to find this out. Read this book in 20 hours and find out what makes people successful and emulate that. Do the same things they did. Don't reinvent the wheel. Do this. Nothing in this world is invented. We just reinvent it. Somebody just improves upon something and makes it better. That's all. The most successful people have done what somebody else did and just changed it. Before there was a Google search, there was like Yahoo search. Before there was a Netflix, there was Blockbuster.
Mm-hmm.
There was always something there. Somebody just said, "I'm going to take this idea and change it and improve it." What you say, guys? I know we've been going 2 hours. I won't be going that much longer. I wanted to put that in, but I'd like you guys to get some closing statements on that. Trini, I'm going to go with you, sir. And if you have some other things you want to contribute, please do so.
I mean, y'all done said everything that was on my list. I'm going to just emphasize on women are a distraction. I could think of several times in my life, especially, let me see, when I was from 21 to 25, yeah, I let a lot of women distract me off my purpose, on what I should be working on investments, on, spending money on things I shouldn't be spending money on, and then trying to make at that young age, even though I did have the guidance of my father, sometimes I think I wrote in the chat, sometimes our parents don't know how to deliver the message effectively. So I think you mentioned also, Phyllis, that someone may have told you it, but I think the way that especially I'll say Caribbean parents, they say they deliver things in the most disrespectful fashion. And you want to do the opposite. It's like you're in your rebellious, era of your life. So sometimes they try to give you the right message, but they don't tell you how. They just said this is how it is, and there's no why behind it. And as a I would say young adult, you may not just accept what they say as gospel. You want to know why, and then you look at them, and sometimes they don't really practice what they preach either. So you're like, why am I listening to you when you didn't even listen to you technically? So I'll definitely say, addition to that, women are a distraction to kind of put myself first, and that may sound selfish, but if you really think about it, that's one way you can safeguard yourself from these pitfalls. Because if you're always moving forward and you're focused on your purpose, and your purpose could be financial, educational, it could be entrepreneurial. Once you're focused on your goal, everything else follows behind that. Especially women. And I wish I, at a younger age, knew this. I kind of found out about it later on, maybe after I was 25, be like, yo, I'm dealing with all these, I say all these women, I was dealing with women and I got less done. As soon as I got out the relationship, it's like, yo, all these blocks getting built, all these accomplishments, all these new financial tiers I'm hitting, all these sales goals, I live by myself. I was like, wow, look how much time I have to do all these things I always wanted to do. And when I thought about it, my time was so, I want to say obsessed, but consumed with another person at too young of an age. So definitely, I would definitely add that to all the wonderful things you guys said to the panel, pretty much.
Awesome.
Ronan?
I mean, knowing what I know now, I can't hear myself right now. There we go.
You sound good.
All right. Knowing what I know now, I mean, the biggest thing I would have changed was the biggest trajectory change I had was college, because of the career I had planned for myself and the outline of my life goals. So, I mean, if anything you can do as a young man planning out, get your education, get your certifications, get the things that are going to allow you to build your resources. That's priority number one as a man, a young man, building resources. Before women, before anything else, you got to have your resources. That's what makes you valuable. That's what gives you that edge when you come to the sexual marketplace value to pick that woman of your choosing, and pick wisely too. Because you pick wrong and all the stuff, just like Trini just said, could get torn back down based on the distraction of a woman. Other than that, find something that you can be great at. Find something that you're interested in, that you're going to wake up every morning and be excited to do. Because once you show that excitement to the people around you, you're going to make money. That's not even going to be a problem, because they see the joy in the things you do. If you like remodeling houses, you like building things, whatever, they're going to see you spring in to do those things in excitement and exuberance. It's infectious. I've sold for over 40 years. I've trained so many people in sales. And I can pick up on people that are going to be really great salespeople and ones that aren't, just by the level of excitement and the knowledge that they bring, but it's internalized. That means they're living it. It's not just something they're trying to pitch. That's the term they use, is pitch. Don't pitch your life, live your life.
Correct.
And then again, have a work-life balance. Money isn't everything, and you could die tomorrow. There's some great people that have died early in their lives. Look at Bruce Lee. That motherfucker was a fanatic when it came to physical fitness. He came up with protein shakes and a whole bunch of other things when it came to self-improvement. but he died of a brain aneurysm. I work in the health industry for health insurance, life insurance. I see people that drop dead all the time that look like they're great physical specimens. You even know in the fitness arena lately, there's been a lot of people dropping over dead that were in top-notch shape. Don't lose focus just on your appearance. Live your life too. Find that balance. Keep up with your health. Eat good quality foods. Clear your mind. Have some days where you're literally taking off and regenerating yourself spiritually, mentally, physically. And then you can go and attack it the very next day. But find that balance. The quicker you can find that balance, you can find your peace. You can live through the rest of your life like that, and it wouldn't matter, because money is not. Let me put it this way. Once you learn how money works, how you can grow and you can turn up the faucet to make more money or turn it down, that becomes a non-factor. Now, what are the other goals? What is your legacy you're trying to build? Do you want children? Then that means you need to find a good woman. Now you need to invest in time in trying to find that good woman that's going to match what you're trying to do and not hinder you from what you're trying to do. And you keep building that way. But always continue to care for yourself first, because you're not healthy. You can't help nobody else until you help yourself. What Fearless said the other day, what do you do when the plane's going down and the air things come on? You grab the mask for yourself first before you can help anybody else.
That's right.
And I'm going to land my plane temporarily because I see other men that are jumping on. I don't know if you want to bring them up.
Yes, I'm going to bring up Black Travels and Black Man Travels. So you want to stay on? All right, Black.
Yeah,
there we go.
We might wind up turning this into a whole panel. You never know.
Yeah,
we're talking about closing up. They might open something up for another discussion.
Now, here is one thing. I know we talked about men, so I got to say this to my daughter. So when I have a daughter, here's the advice that I'm going to give her. Let's see. You're precious. You won't let a man define you. Let's see what else. I'm going to pass on that. I'll come back. I'll come back. Buck, how are you doing today, sir? What advice would you give your younger self or you would give your younger child?
First off, salute to the panel, salute to the chat. One of the best advice I would give to my younger son would probably be invest early and invest often. They say the compound interest is like the greatest force of all time. So when you invest it early, that asset 10 years, 20 years from now can turn into something special. So I would say invest early, invest in yourself financially, physically, mentally. Read a lot of books. What's the other thing? That's pretty much what I have right now.
But Buck, here's what I'd say, and not that I'm disagreeing with you. I think this goes back to what Trini says. I think we can't just tell our children invest early, because that doesn't mean anything to them. I think we have to give them a roadmap. Like I would say to my children, take half of your income. If you made $100 from the check, 50 of it goes somewhere into some type of savings, some type of long-term investment. They may be too young at 16 to have a 401k, but put that in a stock, put that into a treasury bond, put something in there so that in so many years it will come to serve you. It's just like my mother said, you just need to get a good grade. What does that mean? Nobody's teaching you how. So we have to, as men and leaders in the household, go beyond just telling our children, invest, be smart, do this. We need to do the hard work and show them the roadmap to say, this is how you do it.
First, let me add to that, because I was just thinking, when my parents told me, I should be an engineer, a doctor, a lawyer, etc. if they had explained it to me as you can buy this many Hot Wheels, I would have been a doctor, engineer, or lawyer already. You got to break it down to that, who you're speaking to understands. Put on something that they like to do. I love Hot Wheels. I couldn't pass a McDonald's without getting a Happy Meal because I want to see what Hot Wheels I was going to get. So if you told me I could buy 1,000,000 Hot Wheels if I become an engineer, I'd have been a goddamn engineer. So you got to break it down to what the kids or the person you speak to understand and what they care about and connect. Because you're just saying, because they see doctors, they see lawyers, and they look boring. They don't look like cool people, So you got to break it down to where they can understand. And on that, I'm gonna sign off and listen in. Thank you guys for having me. So the next one.
You know what? I want to piggyback what Trini said. Being Caribbean, being islands, a lot of us come into this country poor. So we come here with a very survival instinct. We're not thinking about savings. We're not thinking about investing. So I think sometimes you got to be realistic in who you're speaking to. If a guy is in the hood trying to figure out how to get out the mud, he needs to understand, hey, I need to pick up a skill set before he can invest anything. So I think it's important that we understand the person that you're speaking to before we start throwing advice, because again, it's easy to say invest, invest, invest. How the fuck can I invest if I have no money? How can I invest if I can't pay my rent? So I think if anything, we need to take a step back and understand, like, listen, what are you doing to put yourself in a position where you can earn the income to invest? Because right now, based on this current economy, a lot of people are struggling. A lot of people living in their cars. A lot of people are homeless. And it's just like we need to be realistic as far as what type of information we give out and who and the people that we're talking to. Because based on what I'm seeing right now in the IT field, over 50,000 people have lost their jobs.
Saturated.
It's saturated. So Black Man Travels, I want to piggyback to what he just said. Investing doesn't have to mean financially. Like I said, it can be physically, it can be socially, it can be,
but
it can
the
be a
thing
lot
is,
of different things. It doesn't have to be like finance. It doesn't have to be you buying that index fund, you buying that stock. It doesn't have to be that. I'm talking about investing can be a lot of things, like investing yourself in a career, get a welding job, get a high labor job, skill job. So it can mean many different things, So that's why I say invest in yourself financially, physically, mentally, because like I know that's a lot of things to say to a young 18, 17 years old kid. But like I said, if they invest early, it will benefit them greatly in their
but okay,
40s
but the
and
thing
50s
is,
and 60s.
but the thing is, I'm speaking from a realistic point of view. I have sons that are 18, 21 years old. Their minds is not on that. So you got to literally you have to constantly reinstate that stuff to them. You can't just say it once and walk away. Like right now, my middle son, Gabriel, he's taking, for the past 3 years, he's been attending coding camp. Do you know how much coding camp costs a week?
Yeah.
I'm paying $400 a week. This money that I could use towards investing. But you know what? I'm not. I want to make sure that he get the experience that I never had. And again, and it goes back to what I said. I was raised without a father. I didn't have any uncles. I didn't have any brothers to tell me what to do. So guess what? I'm gonna guide you to the path that you want to take, and I'm gonna expose you to all type of things. So by doing that, it's like, listen, all right, I'm investing in your interests, which he wants to become a programmer and so forth. All right, cool, we're gonna do that. But in the meantime, understand this: if you want to buy a game or you want to do something with your money, put it away. Like now, my son is used to having a wallet, and now he's carrying a wallet in his pocket. I'm teaching him those things. No one never taught me that. So again, it's just constantly educating, not even our younger self or our own kids, your cousin, your niece, your neighbor, your kid next door. Talk to them, guys. I used to mentor back in Chicago, and again, I watch these kids become men. Now they're fathers and husbands, and it's just like, and they'll always say, you know what, I never forgot you because you believed in me. Sometimes that little belief will take them so far away.
Exactly.
Because nobody ever believed in them growing up. You hear you can't and know so much that you don't know it. You don't know that it's even possible. But I think one thing I would teach my son also to humble yourself. And not about pride. Here's the thing. You talked about, Buck, how do you do it? People don't know. Starbucks, if you work part-time at Starbucks, you know what they do? They'll pay for your education 100%. But no, people like, I can't do Starbucks. For a free education, you can't. I think we have put so much pride in thinking what other people think about us that we can't settle and do it.
Yep.
We can't say, hey, and can I understand what you're saying, but that same person who goes to the basketball court, right across the street is the library. They can do one, you have a choice. And I think and here's the thing, as a mentor and as a father figure or as the strong black man, we have to guide them to the other way. We have to guide them to the library because no one is there. That's the problem. You only do what you see. If all your friends are playing basketball, you play basketball. The difference in the white neighborhood is all the friends are at the library, so they're at the library. All their friends are coding, so they code.
I'm gonna say this. I dropped my kid off at coding camp. He's the only black kid in there.
Yep.
He's the only black kid in there, and nothing but Asians and Indians.
Yep.
That says something right there.
And of course, white folks, but he's the only black kid in there. But at the same time, you have kids walking around with Jordans, Air Force, all, with the latest clothing gear and all that. And I'm glad that I never really got my son into that. I just recently bought him his first Jordan, and I bought it because I had Nike points that that I could use. So I took his shoes. I was $140 and dropped it down to $50. So I was able to, hey, you know what? Let me get him. He's going to the 7th grade. Let me get him some pair of Jordans. But he was never into clothes. He was never into that type of stuff, and I'm glad he's not that type of person. He wants to focus on, hey, I just want to code. I want to do graphic design. He wants to sell candy. Like, his mind is on that. And again, my son is on the spectrum. My son is autistic, high function. And, he has a disadvantage compared to most people. But I'm going to do everything I can to put him in a position to win. And that's why when I talk to other people or I look at other people, you have no fucking excuse. If you have no handicap, no social handicap or mental handicap, what's stopping you? Now, granted, if you made poor decisions, you can work from that and get better. But you just flat out just give up, man, that's on you. And I won't feel sorry for you.
What you just said was that we need to quote that. You said, I'm putting my son in a position to win.
You guys stop making noise.
How many other times in the family do we put our children in a position to win?
Right.
We don't. We set them up for failure. We don't mentor them. There's no possibility. We don't say do this, do that.
Y'all do.
We
Don't
never
put
put
me
them
in
in
that.
a position to win.
Y'all do. Hey, there's a phrase I like to use for you guys, and it's one I've taught my sons. We do the things we have to do so we can do the things we like to do.
Mm-hmm.
So while you want to play that video game, why don't you do an hour's worth of studying before you do that video game? Go grab a book. Next thing you know, instead of an hour, if they're reading that book right, when you read, you should be visualizing what's going on. If the writer is doing his job, should be like a motion picture. You shouldn't want to put that book down. A lot of my kids, once they started doing that, man, it wasn't just 30 minutes. It wasn't just an hour. 2 hours would have passed, and they're still in that book, more so on that video game. My power went out for a week. I went through 2.5, almost 3 books, and damn near the dark.
Here's the issue, my friend. We talk about what would you do for your younger self. You probably read to your children. A lot of people don't do that. The library is free. You can get books for free and read to your children. And as studies show that the men or women who read to their children will become better readers, have a better grasp of the English language, and be smarter. Why do we just we set the TV or the phone in front of them and expect them to be something they're not?
Walk away.
You are putting them in a position. And so that's what I think we need to say to our younger selves. How can we set you up so that you become winners, that we put you in a position to win. How we do it? Because we're
I
not.
mean, it all starts in the environment that you create for them. If you have
That's
a
true.
very toxic, fucked up environment, you can't expect that kid to go read a book. If you live in the hood and there's bullets flying across his room, you can't expect the kid to read a book. So it really boils down and putting your kid in the best position possible where he could actually cultivate those skills. If you're in the middle of a battlefield, there's no way in hell you're going to start thinking about reading a book, investing in coding, survive. And of course, you
Right.
still got the added street pressure around you. Again, being raised in the hood is not easy at all. And I mean, back then, the 80s, it was a wild, wild west. It was crazy.
To add what Kanal was saying, and he said it himself, but he didn't say it in the term I'm going to use. From the way Kanal's experience of life was, and I've had similar, I just wasn't an immigrant. I grew up in Baltimore, Maryland. I wanted to break generational curses. I knew the things I lacked and I didn't have, from my father being around to mentorship and different things like that. I wanted to make sure, like Kanal, that my kids had that. Whether I was with my wife or not, my first wife, wasn't with her. Didn't skip a beat when it came to my kids and being in the presence of my kids, my sons. I don't owe back child support. Never did. I paid everything. I took her to court. Being present and taking in charge, to where, even the little stories that the woman could tell, like, well, I had to take your dad to court. No, you can never lie and tell me that. You can never lie to my sons and tell them what I didn't do. Because I swore up and down I would never let that happen to them and feel the way I felt growing up. And Kanal did the same thing. Breaking generational curses is your charge as a man. Aside for all the other things you got to do, yeah, you need to break some of the generational curses of the way you were raised and fix them.
And
This goes to your point, and I know what you're saying, but this one goes to your point.
Nietzsche had the great line on resentment. He said, if you think someone's ruined your life, you're right. It's you. Like, that's a mic drop, isn't it?
That's a mic drop. There comes an age where you can't keep blaming your neighborhood. You can't keep blaming your mama. You can't keep blaming these people. If it's a failure, you have to point at yourself.
Fix it.
Look, I know kids that if I said, I tell you what, I want you to sing the entire Drake song. They could tell me the entire Drake song up, backwards, on rhythm. But if you say, I want you to say what the periodic table is, can't do it. So there's a choice that's made into what you want to do. And I said it before. I know your environment, but I know people who have grown up in poor environments and still made it. Yes, it's difficult, but you still have a choice. You're an example. You came from nothing. You got it out the mud. And you kept going. And you're making sure that the next generation you have does not have to get it out the mud. But I think we keep making excuses.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, and that's why it kind of ties into, even with traveling. It's so easy for us to sit in a cesspool of negativity, talking about women and all this, if we don't if there's no solution. And that's why, like, partaking in these conversations, okay, what is the solution? Me being a marketer, me being a project manager, I'm all about scheduling and finding a solution to the problem. What is the pain point? Are you addressing those pain points? If we're going to constantly sit down and talk about the same thing over and over and over, like beating the dead horse, you're surrounding yourself with people who just think the same way. And that's why I think it's important, even when it comes to traveling, exploring, and being around good, people who think and move like you is essential, because at the end of the day, you should be growing, not recessing. And I think a lot of us are recessing because we're focusing on one thing versus just, seeking that therapy or seeking whatever you need to do to get over your hang up and become a better version of yourself, and not put, and not pass the blame towards someone else.
Do you think that these guys that are doing that, I hate to say it, do you think that they lack a father figure, that
Oh yeah.
they're reaching out, they're trying to
Mhm.
find something?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think a good percentage of them are emotionally hurt, emotionally damaged, and they will never admit their downfall. Again, I could easily look at myself and say, hey, you know what? For some of the relationships that I had in the past, I was the cause of it and why it ended. Because I never had a father to look at and see how he treated a woman or how a relationship actually should be cultivated. I never had that. All I had was movies, TV shows. So for me to get better by trial and error, a lot of trial and error, that's how I became better. But also too, letting go. Sitting here blaming this and blaming that, and then you finding your own group of people who believes the same thing you believe in, is constantly blaming, but yet you're not taking the time to better yourself. You're gonna still be in the same position 5 years from now, talking about the same exact thing, which there is no growth.
They say it. Great people talk about ideas. Good people talk about problems. Bad people talk about people. So that's all they're going to talk about. But
hey, real quick, I just put something in the chat. It's an open challenge to anybody who really wants to understand who they are as men and your personality. Click on that link. Be honest about answering your questions. It'll take 15 to 20 minutes, and figure out who you are. It's a personality test, and it's very damn accurate.
A lot of them don't want to know who they are.
No, I was just gonna say that.
It's a scary thing, but like I said, that's why it's an open challenge. I want to know what your 4-digit code is for your identity. I'm an INFJ. Look it up.
I can share this with you guys. This is back in 2016, 2017. I took a trip to Medellin. This is before the whole Passport Bros. Me and my boys went out there to travel and party. And I was going through my whole custody battle and all this stuff. I haven't seen my kid in 7 months. It was bad. It was ugly. And, I was talking to a guy I just met from my group, and he decided to meet me there. He's an Air Force veteran. And we were talking in my apartment because I was staying at the Blux apartment in Medellin, El Poblado. And as we were talking about family and everything else. I started crying. I just started crying, and I didn't even know why I'm crying. And it's like I felt embarrassed. He said, like, nah, let it out. He's an older brother. He said, let it out. And I just bawled out for I don't know how long. And he just sat there, and I'm like, man, I was carrying so much weight on my chest and my back with this custody battle and everything. I was mad at the world and blaming this and blaming that I got tired. And I felt extremely comfortable with this man that I just met from our Facebook group, that he took a trip to meet up with me, and we were just chopping it up. And next you know, something in me just let it all out. And guess what? After we talked and everything else, dude, we went out and partied. I felt good. I came home so motivated, so energized, like, all right, let's go. Let's do this. Let's knock this out. Because he created that environment for me to like let that monster go.
Right.
And that's why go ahead.
No, one of my things was practice emotional intelligence. Develop emotional intelligence, understand your emotions, empathize with others, and communicate effectively. As men, I think you like growing up in the hood, just like I did. You don't cry, you don't do this, you don't show no emotions, you ball it up. You have no way, you have no way to let it go. That stress. What happens when you have the stress? You can't internalize it. You have to externalize it. You got to hurt everybody else because you're hurt inside. And so that's why when you walk around the hood, you see all these people that's hurt, and they trying to hurt everybody else because they so hurt. They don't know how to internalize that. So how do I do it? I got to take everybody else. I got to take everybody out.
It's not a Scientology test. Congratulations to Will for understanding what that is. Will's already knows he's an INTJ. And fuck you, Uncle Guns. You're a badass motherfucker, okay? I get it. Take the test.
Thank you, Jimmy. I appreciate that, man. We trying to do something different. We know that if we showed the booties, we get all the views and everything. But I guess once you get a little bit older, you have to think of your legacy, who follows behind you, what you're leaving behind, and how people are going to view you. So we're trying to do something a little bit different. Hopefully it takes off. If not, I got to return on my booty pics. Sorry.
Paul Milner, no, it's not a Scientology test. It's a personality test. Answer the questions. Only takes 15 to 20 minutes at the most, and you'll find out who you really are.
And the sad thing is, the guys, let me tell you, if you don't get yourself together, there's no way you can get your kids together. There's no way you can get your girl together. Nobody's going to follow you because you're a weak man or indecisive. The only way you're going to get someone to look at you as a leader, to be a leader, is to change yourself. You got to look and internalize. How can you make your son, your daughter, better for society if you are a broken part of society?
Exactly.
It's all, what's that thing? Do as I say, not as I do.
Not as I do.
That doesn't work.
Not right.
That never works. Not at all. You have to be the example and be the sample that someone will follow. And we're not. We're not.
So basically what we're saying is it takes a lot of self-reflection, therapy, and some inner work to be the best person of you. And that goes with fixing all your own traumas first.
Yeah.
And you can't fix nobody else, and you can't be happy with nobody else till you fix yourself first. And believe you me, ain't nobody in this room fucking perfect. You have some work to fucking do.
Yeah. And you guys who out there doing it, you know why I was able to run through y'all daughters? And because y'all didn't teach them right. Guys are running through y'all chicks, y'all daughters, y'all good, precious women, that y'all think is good because they had no father figures. They had no one who was strong. They fell for the easiest line they could, the greatest pickup line. I'm going to promise you this, because they had no one to look forward to. These are the women you are creating. Women, you're choosing these crazy men. What do you expect? If the dude was crazy and he's beating you and you were like, I need child support, he was crazy in doing that when you met him. He was unemployed when you met him. What makes you think that he's going to change to do it? You have to choose better. You have to and take accountability. You have to be accountable for who you're with. Guys, you got to do the same.
Exactly.
If you out there fucking hoes and then you get the hoe pregnant, she was a hoe. You think she gonna change? You think that she's different? You think that if you came over her house at 2 a.m. and there are kids there watching you go in and out, and you have a kid with her, you think that, oh, the next dude ain't doing the same? That you walking in and her door is open to everybody else? It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing that's going on. You just created a whole different problem. If she complaining about her baby daddy and you have a baby with her, now she complaining about you. What did you think changed? Nothing. So a lot of you guys are doing it to yourself. You lay down with ratchet, you get ratchet. Well, fellas, we've been going for about 2 hours. I thought I was going to make this an hour, but we kind of got into it, and I do appreciate it.
You had some special guests that took a minute, so
yes. So what I would like you guys to do is, and let's Black Man Travels, you have anything else to add?
You're muted, sir.
On mute. That's all right.
Yeah, when you brought it up to me, I thought it was a great topic, and I was more than happy to join in and chime in. So great, kudos to you, man. And we need more talks like this. I mean, it's fun to talk about the bullshit and drama and all this, but man, a lot of us hurting. A lot of us are hurting, man. And it's just like we need an outlet to let it out. so we can really truly live our best lives.
Correct. I agree. I want this to be the blueprint. We're simulcasting on all of our channels. So please put some comments in there so we can keep these videos up and we can refer to them and maybe put something together later to say, here's how far we have come. And here's some things that we would do in the future to make the next generation better. Or it can be something you can show your daughter, your son, to say, I wasn't the best. I made the mistakes, but here's how I'm going to make your life better. Because that's what we're supposed to do as fathers, as grown men. We're supposed to make sure that our generation, our sons and our daughters are better than us. I know dads that say, "Oh, you can never be better than me." That's the worst thing there is. I want my son and daughter to be 10 times better than me. That shows that there's improvement. Why wouldn't you
Exactly.
want them to be better? That's what you're supposed to teach them. That's all I got to say, guys. I thought this topic would be great, and I hope that we can do some more like it. Please comment and let us know your things. We want this to continue on like a snowball.
Yeah, if you're new to any of the other rooms, please hit the subscribe button for the other panelists. Appreciate that.
And if Chris, you're watching, I still love you, brother, but you got to take them out, because a part of being a great person is speaking effectively. One more. See, as men, we should be able to give each other advice. And as friends, like I call these people on my panel, this is how I feel about them.
Can you read the quote once more? Don't eat with people you wouldn't starve with. Yeah, so in that way, a hardship is a gift. It shows you. Definitely. And it makes you stronger. It definitely makes you stronger.
So these are men that I would starve with, that would help out. That when the times are bad, they're there. I told Ronan when the electricity went out because it was Houston, I said,
I just thought of that when you played that. I just thought of that moment. Yep.
I said, let
but
me
what
know
I
when
tell
I need
you,
to pick you up, man.
right? But what I tell you, I said I needed this for myself.
Mm-hmm.
I chose to sit in the dark. I chose to go through that week for my own benefit.
Yeah.
Sometimes as men, you got to be able to sit in it and deal with it and not run from it.
Yep.
And I chose to sit in it and deal with it.
So make sure you have those friends. Make sure you have those friends that can call you up and say, yeah, brother, you fucking up.
Yeah. and trust me, I had several of those calls. People calling me, telling me, yo, what the fuck's wrong with you?
Mm-hmm.
And I appreciated every minute of that, man. I thank them to this day. It's like, thank you.
And we all do it. What you guys see is us on the panel, but you don't get an opportunity to see us behind the scenes when we talk like men and we say, yeah, I shouldn't have said that. Or, yeah, I went in a different direction. That wasn't good. Or, we give each other that type of advice and we hold each other accountable.
And being in this kind of environment, really, I mean, if you look at the panel that we had just earlier this week with Uncle Rico, what you could have thought was an opposition type of personality to what we teach. But what was the actual panel about? There was a brotherhood there. There was an understanding. There were apologies made. That's how men deal with other men.
If your friends aren't calling you in the middle of the night telling you you're wrong, those
He
aren't
ain't your friend.
Exactly. And in the words of Abraham Lincoln, this goes out to
shit. I know
Abraham
you're about
Lincoln,
to come with some bullshit. What you about to say?
Abraham Lincoln, I'm getting it. He said the best way to defeat an enemy is to make him a friend. Oh, well, we got NYC King back on. He might hold us a little bit longer. Let me let this brother cook for a moment. So here's my hand, Paul. I'm making you a friend.
All right, we're friends. We're friends. All right. I got a thing happening here. I'm thinking I'm doing the right thing, but I broke one of my codes. So I met this young lady online. She gave me her life story. Pretty young African American girl, light skinned. She's got 2 kids. She's stuck in a shelter.
Mm.
Okay. We've been speaking every day. I've been supportive over her and her 2 beautiful son and daughter. And I broke my code and I sent them some money to make sure that they're okay. And then I sent them a little bit more money. She never asked for much, it's like $10, $20, but I would give a lot more because of the circumstances of the situation. Because she actually showed video of her in the shelter and how she was living, and she just got away from her abusive husband. I took a liking to this girl. So I've been supportive mentally and somewhat financially because of the children. So you can call it my good deed for the week, or I don't know how far this is going to go on, but her youth at 31 and the way she carries herself and the way she talks to me is very proper and very respectful as a young African American Black woman with 2 children. So needless to say, her husband was Indian, so her kids look different. They're beautiful looking kids. I just got a call from her just now. We FaceTime. Her shelter somehow kicked her out and put her in a hotel for 2 nights. Guess who she calls? Me, of course. I tell you, I got so much happening in my life. It's ridiculous. All right, so I said, let me see the room. It was 2 beds and a TV. She got kicked out, put in a hotel. It wasn't the shelter that was all white and beautiful the day before. So I hit my Zelle and I sent her some more money. She asked for a little bit. I always send more because of the children. And I don't give money to nobody. But this situation here, as I'm seeing it through my eyes, and she's got nobody, I feel is being that I have and being that the conversation that she's been giving me for the last 2 weeks is worth more than the money that I'm putting out. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. So far.
Okay. So I also gave her opportunity because I have a big house here. If she wanted to come to New York, she could stay here for a while. She's safe here. I live in the country. There's enough room. I have a swimming pool, there's a playground for the kids, there's paths, and there's things to do. Because it breaks my heart to see this happening to this person. And I could tell you guys because you like family. I mean, she showed me some body parts, but I told her that's not necessary. That's not the man that I am. My main concern is about you and the children. So,
let me commend you for saying that out loud so people understand you're keeping it above board. You get what I'm saying?
Ron. Thank you, Ron. So, sometimes, gentlemen, when you have, and as the situation I explained to you guys is dire for some people, and God will always test us. He will test us to our deepest moments. And I told her that I'm going to say a prayer for her tonight. I'll pray with her, and that things will be better. things will be better. I said to her, this is America. This is not a third world country. Even though you got put out of that shelter, there's no city or country in America that's going to leave a woman and 2 small children in the street. But if that tends to happen, I told her to book a flight. I mean, I'm at a special point in my life where maybe a younger perspective could be good for me. You know, I don't know how the dominoes are gonna fall with this thing, because there were times I was ready to just shut down and not talk to her anymore. But to see her cry and the pain in her face, and it's just so genuine, I have to support her. So sometimes in life you got to do the right thing, even if it's not your responsibility. Because like I said, sometimes it's like I told, sometimes I'm in a grocery store and I'll see an elderly person count pennies and I'll just pay for the whole thing. You know, it is what it is.
So let me ask you this, Newark NYC. Right now, in your mind's eye, you've openly had an invitation to this woman freely, without any prodding from her, to allow her to come out to your place, which is not even in the same state. What put you in that mindset to open your doors to this particular woman like that?
If you've seen her, Ronnie, if you've seen the tears in her face, if you've seen how genuine she is, even before I go to work, she gives me a good morning. Are you okay? She calls me in the afternoon and she says, I'm at the mall with the kids. I'm sending you some pictures. She tells me she's a $100. She calls me at night, even if I don't pick up. Me and her are going through something identical right now. That's where the bond is. Okay, I'm having problems with my European situation.
Right.
She's having problems with her. So that's where the bond locks into
I was going to go there with you too. I wanted to know what the trauma. There's a trauma bond right now. You do realize that?
Yes.
Okay. Now that's why I'm asking. How far are you willing to go with that? Because you do have a situation. I know we're all older men in here. People don't know how old you are. I do. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
you're trauma bonding right now. You have resources, and there's somebody that's tending to a need from your trauma while you're dealing with your issue from Europe. How far are you willing to go with that? Right.
Like I said, I've studied her. You know, I'm a good judgment of character and people.
Yeah, I'm not going to question that.
And how they work, how they can maneuver to get certain things out of you. She seems to be genuine. She makes me laugh, Ronnie. She says jokes. She brings me joy sometimes. She brings me youth. She's very beautiful. She could be worked on. You know, she could be worked on. I could definitely do that for her. She's already showed pictures of me to her mother. Mother said, "Oh, he's an older guy." She says, "I don't care, as long as he's doing right by me." I talked to my daughter about her.
Oh, we gone there already.
Yeah, things have gotten deep, Ronnie. It's moving at a alarming rate.
I mean, I appreciate you sharing this on a live, because that shows some vulnerability on your behalf. You're actually putting this out on the internet for people to hear.
I understand.
Actually,
I'm a real
brothers having a conversation.
I'm a real person. There's no crimes being.
And you know, I'm going to tell you the truth. You know, I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm not going to
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of people would make a move that I've I've made. But you're
Oh, a
right.
lot of people are screaming up and down right now, I'm sure, listening to this, even on playback.
If
Like,
you
no, you're
if
falling
you,
into
like
a
you said,
trap.
if
Right.
you trauma bond with a person, that's a link where you two people feed off of each other's misery. Does that make
Correct.
sense?
Yes.
Does that make sense, gentlemen?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Well,
so
the only bad thing is sometimes when that trauma ends, for instance, I've been with a girl and we're together because we don't like a certain person. And that's all we talked about is how much we didn't like this other person. Eventually, when that other person was no longer a factor, we found out we didn't have anything in common. And that's the scary part, that when you might be together for the trauma, when that trauma subsides and either you or her, then what is left when you don't have that bond over the trauma?
you got a point there. You got a point there. But for now, I look at her as a single mom that needs help.
Right. And men like us,
Whether I get,
we're
whether
men
me
of
and my
service.
wife, whether me and my wife work through our problems or not. Okay. Right now, she's going through some experiences in life that life will always test us,
Right.
and she's got to overcome these experiences. I'm not saying she's going to hop a flight tomorrow. She says she's going to look at some flights, but I don't expect anything until it happens. And I threw that out there. But if I look at these beautiful kids and I'm like, yo,
The only question I have to put out there for you to answer, and you don't have to answer it out loud if you don't want to. Whatever this is and whatever it's developing to be, if you're still bonded to your European wife, are you willing to voluntarily tell her about the situation that you're dealing with right now, just as a helpful soul to another soul? Would you involve her or let her know that this is something you're dealing with just because you have the time on your hands?
no.
Okay.
Respectfully, we're on timeout right now. I'm in actually no contact right now because no contact is sometimes the best way to deal with women who have certain issues or people in general. And it
Okay.
gives them time to think about what they're losing
Correct.
or their mistakes.
But I'm going to challenge
And
you on the flip side of that, NYC. If she was doing something similar in her country, would you approve of it?
she wouldn't do anything like that.
But if she
I
did,
can't
I
say
said,
that she wouldn't, but
how would you feel if she did? Is the question. I need you to really
I
think
don't,
about
to be
that.
honest with you, Ronnie, I'm 50-50 now. I went
I
out.
know. Okay.
I try to hold on to the stability that, okay, oh, this is your wife, you need to do all this other stuff. I'm missing out on going to Italy and Venice and the Vatican, all that. But you know what? In a way, I just went out. I want a younger perspective in life. I think that's what it is. I think I really want to move on, Ronnie. I really think that
Okay. So you're
after
holding on to a marriage you realize now in Europe that you don't necessarily want, but you're just holding on to for the loyalty and the
I'm not
commitment
holding on to it. I'm willing. I think I'm more or less willing to let it go.
Okay. But are you letting it go for the right
I
reason?
think out of 12 years, because she's been in New York about 7 years here, and then she moved back over there to deal with some things. So I was basically spending a lot of time in Europe.
Right.
Catching a flight ain't nothing, but she's a narcissistical person. Every time we argue is about things that happened 10 years ago, and I'm like, yo, this is getting boring, man. You deal with a narcissist, Ronnie. They mention everything you did, but they don't ever mention the things that they did
Oh,
to make
absolutely.
you be that way.
Yeah.
And
Those
I'm
are
tired
facts.
of hearing it. I'm tired of hearing it. I need a younger perspective of life, yo. I need to have that joy back.
Okay. But we know statistically, if you jump from one relationship to another, sometimes that secondary relationship that you're using to jump to doesn't necessarily last if it's not based off of something real. And right now, y'all are trauma bonded.
Be trauma bonding, but it could. I'm not saying it's gonna be real or she's even gonna come here, but
Right.
I just threw it
So
off on the
either way,
table.
whether she comes there or not, you're willing to go ahead and step away from your marriage and go through the process.
I don't know. I don't know yet. Yo. This is one of these decisions.
Right. And do you think this girl is confusing the situation?
I think she needs help.
But I understand she needs help. But do you think it's confusing the situation with your current wife and you, as far as your feelings toward her?
I mean, Ronnie, you got some good questions, my brother.
I'm trying to tell you. I'm only going to hold you to the truth.
Only God. All right, I'll put it this way: only God can judge me now.
Right. I can't do that.
Only God.
I'm just asking these questions so you can think about them.
I've been thinking
like I
about
said,
it.
you don't even have to answer them online.
No,
These are the
I
questions,
can answer them to anybody because I don't lie and I'm real about it. And like I said, only God can judge me now. We only have one life, Ronnie. Things don't always go the way we plan. I do things sporadically. Like I said, I'll book a flight to leave the country tonight. I do things sporadically. But I'm an honorable man. I've never cheated on my wife. Never done anything like that. I never flew out the country to cheat. I never did anything like that. I never had.
Okay, NYC, I gotta hold you accountable. You said you
I'm
never
holding
cheated on
myself
your wife,
accountable.
right?
And I never
You said you
cheated on
never
her.
cheated on your wife, but I just asked, would you fully disclose the situation that's going on between you and this new girl?
So that's not cheating, Ronnie. I haven't had sex with her or anything like that. I haven't touched her.
Cheating has a different term
If
now.
you have
Cheating
to,
has a
you have
cheating
to
has
hide
a
it.
We
Hold on.
about it.
If you have to hide it, then it's being deceitful.
I can't hear what you're saying. You're breaking up.
If you have to hide it, then it is being deceitful. If it was nothing, then you would not have to hide it.
That's why I asked you that question.
Fearless. Me and my wife have been talking in about a month now. Okay, so it's not hiding it. We're both on some.
You're on a break.
Right? Yeah, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, wait a minute. I did speak to her last week, but that didn't go well. Anyway, we were back to square one. Yeah, I wrote a list of all the good things and the bad things, and the bad things outweigh the good things. I'm like, oh, here we go. I was like, what year did I do this at?
Right. Oh yeah, all the past issues come up and all that. But what I'm saying is, and why I asked the specific question earlier was, would you be willing to divulge this situation with her when you finally do talk, to let her know you're in a mode now? Not only did you take a break, but there was somebody that you were trying to help out that you kind of bonded with.
No.
And let her at least know that.
No. She would lose her damn mind if she's still in love with
Okay,
me.
so that's not physical cheating, but it's an emotional cheating.
No, it's helping somebody out right now.
It technically is. You're playing with words. It's technically helping, but trauma bonding means there's feeling and affection there, some way, because you're being led by the emotion of her situation.
Right.
So, do you see where?
I see what you're
even
saying.
Though you might think it's not, if you were to tell her, you already know, is why I think you would not bring it up, that she would assume the worst. While you were on a break, something else went down.
This is deep, Ronnie. Like I said, I just feel God has driven me to this.
Ooh, you gonna throw God in that, bro? You gonna throw God in there?
My faith is in God, man. I'm a Catholic. My faith is in God. I got to do right how I feel right. It's not a sexual thing. It's a mental thing right now. And I understand trauma bonding. It's a woman who's in a shelter with 2 little babies, man.
Right. I get it.
And it's, I can, like I told you before, I felt that I wanted to cut this off days ago.
Mm-hmm.
And it still can happen like that. I could just shut it down. But for now, I got to do my godly ways and just take care of the situation. It's not a lot of money, 5s and 10s and 20s, but it's not a lot of money at all. It's nothing she's asked for.
It's semantics.
Yeah, I think you're trying to justify what you're feeling and you're making excuses for it. by saying,
No, I don't. No, Felix, I
yeah,
don't make
you're
excuses.
saying it's a lot of money.
I wouldn't use the word excuses. I would just say there's semantics involved in that. You know what I mean?
No, it's not so man. It's because I seen the conditions, bro.
Yeah, I get it.
I
But
seen the
again, we
conditions,
know
bro.
as brothers or older brothers, we can't save the world. We know this.
No, no, we can't say the word, but little $50 ain't gonna hurt nobody, yo.
So
But
if
it stopped
that's
from being $50 to an option for a plane ticket and an option to come stay with you.
She claims she's got points that she can fly off of.
So if she's short on points, you're going to help her with that ticket.
I don't know. We haven't crossed that bridge yet, money. We haven't crossed that bridge yet.
But it's the option you threw out.
It's the option she threw out that she has points on that she can fly. But
I
I don't
mean,
know. Like I said,
I want to chime in.
her being here would be for another episode. Okay, that would be for.
I want to chime in on something. I want to chime in.
For now, I just want to make sure them kids got food in their belly and they're okay, man. I think
I mean,
she's a cool friend to have.
From the outside,
a cool friend to have. I'm not going to destroy my marriage over it. I don't even think. This is just the conversation tonight about her coming here, but I don't think I'm going. I just want to make sure them kids got food in their belly, and I need to see a picture of that food going in their belly, and which she does. She sends pictures and stuff like that to make sure that them kids are eating, and she's getting some sort of social services. She said, "Oh, I will give you your money back on the 4th or whatever." So I'm like, "Don't even worry about it." But I think I want my money back on the 4th. I really do, to test her mindset. So
look,
Black Man Charles,
I want to say something. Look, first of all, you don't need to justify the reason why you're helping her. You have a kind heart. You helping. Whatever you decide
the Ronnie and them asking, like I'm,
Yeah. But I'm just giving you my take on it.
Thank you.
What you're doing, you're not doing anything wrong. Like, you're not doing anything wrong. You see the person in the situation where you're in a position to give, and you're giving. If anything, you probably get that in tenfolds. So right now, you're just being authentic and honest about how you feel about the situation, and is what it is. I think if you want to help somebody, especially a woman with kids, that she's in a dire situation, go ahead and do it, man. Don't ever feel bad or no one feel like you feel like you're being a simp or whatever. All these words that they like to throw out nowadays. You're just being a man that's in a position to help somebody.
That's how I feel about it.
So right now, I mean, until things cross over to that other side, continue to do what you want to do, but understand this, similar to what Fearless and Roland said, you have to be careful. Don't put all your emotions into this, because you are going through your own situation. And she's going through a situation, and the thing is, it could easily go left real fast, man. So just be mindful of that. But in the meantime, if you're in a position to help, dude, like some of us, we make good money. Where sending $50 ain't gonna hurt us. Compared to other people, that $50 is gonna hurt some people. So I mean, look, all I see right now, all I'm hearing, you're doing a good deed. You care about this woman, you care about her kids, and you're helping out. Now there are emotions involved. Just make sure you check it a little bit, because the thing is, you're going through your own situation right now.
What I did, today I spent like maybe what I spent today, about $260 just to buy myself some fly gear. So little 50 here ain't gonna hurt me. I mean, I do that when I feel I need to treat myself to something.
We all do that.
So what I gave her is not, as long as I know that some kids are healthy and it's my good deed to do. And if we trauma bond, then trauma bond, I think it's my good deed, and it can go left anytime. I told my daughter that this thing can go left anytime. I can quit. I've walked away from many situations.
Right.
At a drop of a hat. I just block people. I block family members. I mean, just walk away. I need my sanity, and me taking care of this family makes me feel good. And that's worth more than any amount of money that I can think about. As long as it makes me feel good at what I'm doing, as long as she makes me laugh, as long as she gives me the respect and the attention, then it's all good in my book. Okay, so
Okay.
it's not a sexual thing. Like I
Right.
said, she showed me her boobs. I said, put them shits away. It's not about that. It's not about that. It's about them damn kids. She showed me tears and other stuff, you know. But Ronnie, I could shut down. I'm cold blooded sometimes, yo. If I
Oh,
see it
we all
going
can
on,
be.
yeah. If it was just her sitting in a hotel, she got to fend for herself. But them kids are just. If I could just show you pictures of them, you'd be like, yo, you would do the same thing. You would do the same thing.
I mean, look, I don't see nothing wrong with it. Just make sure you're okay, man, mentally and emotionally, because you're kind of going through your own little situation, man. And actually, both of you guys are going through your own situation. Y'all coming together through that bond. So just be careful.
I understand it. Let me tell you something. This happened before in life with me, one time before. Sometimes God puts people in positions
Yeah.
so you can let go of the
True.
past. These are one of those times.
Okay. I mean,
All right,
as long
well,
as you're treating as such, that's cool, man. I don't have a problem with helping people. I'm very helpful. I'm that type of guy. I want to, try to reach out and help people like I can.
Some
You
people,
know,
let me tell you something, Ronnie. Some people can't separate from a situation that's a bad situation. And then sometimes, if you have your faith strong in God, God will put a person to wedge that situation so you can separate yourself from a bad situation. Does that make sense?
I
A little
understand
bit.
what you're trying to say, where it can distract you from your current situation while you're busy with doing a mission.
It's like Ronnie. You had a girl and she was a narcissist or a nightmare. And she just kept screwing with you, and
My ex-wife.
you found out she was cheating on you, and then the
Oh
other
no,
classmate comes up to you and says, Paul ain't no good for you, Ronnie. I think you should swing with me for a while. And then Paula goes up to your girlfriend and says, listen, leave Ronnie alone. We know all about you. The cat's out the bag. I'm gonna take Ronnie now. You need to walk, chick. I've been in that position before.
that's a fight.
I've seen it. It looked like Ali Frazier. Okay, I've been in these predicaments before. God puts people in wedges that situation, Ronnie.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't have that wedge, sometimes it's hard to separate from the abuser. What could be the woman? A narcissist thinks they're being abused when they're the
Right.
abuser.
Exactly. They'll
All right.
gaslight you to death.
Oh yeah, they're the abuser, and they all they got to do is complain about things that they felt they've been abused about. But no, this was an intense conversation tonight.
no, it's all good.
Right. But it's a good way of demonstrating, and unfortunately, online, our brothers can come together and have a conversation and
No,
help
I
each
do.
other out. With
It's real life. It's real
yeah,
life with me. Like I said, I don't like to lie, and I like to get perspectives on it. People may feel different about it. They may be tight with their pockets. You know, it's it's just like the brother said. Some of us got it, and they gonna break our pockets, and some of us don't have it. Black man travels to the best. If you feel it from your heart, then do it. I'm not looking for anything returns. I'm like, yo, you fly to New York, you gotta give up something. Nah, it ain't even like that. It ain't even like that. Sometimes in life, fearless and Ronnie, you have to go with your emotions and feelings, but don't let them overflow into something serious. Just do what you feel is right in your heart. And if you do what you feel is right in your heart and it makes you feel good, then there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
2 kids and a baby that's homeless
Wow.
just got kicked out of the shelter tonight and staying in a hotel. I think I did the right thing.
Is there a reason why they got kicked out?
She said that it's a domestic violence shelter. And
Yeah, but typically for them to get kicked out, it has to be a reason, or
I'm
their time
gonna
went
get
up.
to that. I'm gonna get to that reason, Black Man Traveler.
Okay.
Okay, they're not supposed to be on any phones because they don't want the exes to contact them and try to manipulate
Yeah.
them to come back.
Got it.
So she claims to me that her daughter was making a TikTok video, and
Oh.
I don't know whether it's true or false or whatever the situation may have been. Maybe she'd been on the phone a few times. Maybe they're walking past the room. Listen, I don't know what this. Nevertheless, Black Man Travels. From the beautiful white room she was in, she's in a different place tonight. And it ain't that beautiful. And she's crying. Okay. And you like a cheap motel. Two beds and the TV on the damn dresser.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I hope it's a lesson learned for her, like especially with a daughter. I mean, you shouldn't be doing any TikTok videos while you're in a shelter. I mean, that's just.
Yeah, you're right. And she told me over and over and over, I can't be on the phone. She used to go in the bathroom and talk to me. Maybe I got a kick. I don't know. But it doesn't. She would go in the bathroom, talk to me. We FaceTime. We would make jokes and shit. I'm like, she would shush me and I would shush her. She'd be like, yo. She makes some jokes and shit. Yeah.
Okay. Well, man,
I don't know what
wish,
happened to his connection.
Yeah, I wish you the best, man, and just take care of your situation as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's going on 11:30, guys. I got my early morning workout. I got to get ready for it, man. Fearless, it was a pleasure, man. Great topic, man. Real great topic. Great guests on the panel. Awesome job. Well done, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good night. And we appreciate what you're doing for the next generation.
All right, guys. Later, man.
Will said he would stick around. And did you want to stick around, Ronan?
I'll be in. You talk after. Hit the button there.
The one thing I'd say is there's a quote by Ivania Van Zandt that I think always resonated with me.
Ayala Van Zant.
And it says, always give without remembering, and always receive without forgetting. I think that's powerful. So always give without remembering. That means you give to somebody and you don't say, oh, remember I gave you that? Remember I gave you that? No,
right.
I gave it to you. It's yours. And always receive. Somebody gives you something, remember that they reached out and give it to you. So always receive without forgetting. I think that's powerful.
Absolutely.
I think that is one great thing.
I mean, I've always been taught to give without expectation. If you can't afford to give it, then don't give it. But if you can, if it comes back to you, that's great. If it doesn't, don't worry about it.
Exactly. I think we're helping out a friendship. I think Kevin Gates said some good things. I'm gonna play two of his things. 1 second.
If you only happy when I'm doing what you want me to do, then you're not really my friend. If you can't love me when I tell you no, then hey, you're not my friend.
I lost a bag and got a bigger bag. I lost a friend and got a realer friend. Thought I lost a plug. He was really just a middleman.
Exactly. Some things you think you lose in your life, but it's actually you gaining. You don't even realize it.
Facts. I know. I read it too. Lord Jesus, help us. Oh my goodness.
Yes. I guess you did show strength and wisdom by walking away, Paul. You're right.
My goodness. See, come on. We don't need to go. This has been a good podcast. We don't need to talk about that. That's old news.
I mean, he did good. He showed strength and wisdom.
Did good news.
Sometimes it takes a strong man to understand when he's outmatched, outclassed.
Wow.
And it's time to just settle down. There's nothing wrong with that. I say there's nothing wrong with taking a step back, saying, this just went for me. As we said in my neighborhood, your ass wrote a check that your
Oh,
mouth,
Jesus, stop it.
your mouth wrote a check that your ass couldn't cash.
Mm-mm-mm.
But that's all right. I digress, as they say.
Yeah, you did.
What would I tell my son about fighting? Man, what would I say? Yeah, let's see. What advice?
Lord
I think I
Jesus.
would train him with the necessary skills,
My sons are all trained.
yep, to be able to defend himself physically, but with the mental capability to be able to walk away and still hold his head up. I think that's a smart thing. Be able to be able to fight physically, but be able to be smart enough to walk away. Now, I was asked by the significant other, because as you know, or you may not know, I've done it all. I've skydived. I've scuba dived. I've went to Negril and jumped off of the cliffs there. I've been on my motorcycle, hitting the highway, 180, rolling, just doing the craziest stuff there was. She said, "Is there anything that Fearless fears?" Yes. Fearless does have a fear. Fearless fears the person who has nothing to lose. Because I have something to lose. And a person who has nothing to lose will do everything to take your stuff away. You know, when you're with somebody, and that could be a female. That's why I don't date females who had nothing to lose.
Well, you ain't dating nobody with your wife over there, so shut the hell up with
Yeah,
that.
but just back in my day, I've seen it happen
Yeah.
where guys have jobs, they have careers, they bring a chick over, and the police come there because of some crazy altercation. And he's like, "Look, nothing happened. We good. She can leave. We all good." And you know what the chick says? "Nah, we ain't all good." The police will say, "Well, you know, I had to take both of y'all to jail." Okay, we can both go to jail. Huh? Because she has nothing to lose. So when
Uh-oh.
you got a family or
Will
something
made it.
go back home to, it's entirely different. Let's bring Will up to the stage. Will, how you doing today, sir? How you doing this evening?
What's going on? I'm good, and you?
Look at you stepping up that background already. Look at you, man. Ah, damn,
I'm
you
back.
went to work. Last
I'm
time
back
we
in.
saw you to now,
Yeah, I'm back
marked
in New York
improvement.
now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I wish I could have joined earlier. Very good topic. I definitely like panels like this. Should have them more often. But my first thing that I would say to the guys who came up before me is we're all currently younger versions of our future selves. So I hope that you're like actually living and taking the advice that you gave tonight. I actually did an exercise similar to this when I was probably about 10 or 15 years ago. And it's actually part of the reason I was able to um, become successful or create an app idea of my own and actually act on it. And basically, my advice to my younger self then was to take action on your ideas. Very few ideas are unique, but the difference between the people who are successful and the people who aren't is execution. So I'm sure everyone has experienced this over the years. Like maybe there was a new product or a new app idea that came out. You're like, man, I thought about that years ago, but you didn't do anything about it.
Facts.
And yeah, so just actually take action on your ideas and be flexible to new opportunities. Because, for instance, if you take YouTube, for example, so I'm a bit obsessed with YouTube because it's actually a big part of my current day success. But YouTube launched in around 2005, and a lot of people don't know it actually started as like a dating service. Like the initial idea was for people to just upload videos talking about themselves, what they're looking for in a mate, etc. But that didn't really gain any traction, and so, but the founders didn't want to quit on their idea or their vision of having this big platform. So actually, what happened is the Super Bowl. It was either in 2005 or it's 2005 or I believe 2006. But the incident with Janet Jackson and Justin Timberlake, the wardrobe malfunction.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the co-founders, that was a very viral moment. A lot of searches in the Google search engine, but they realized they couldn't find video of it anywhere. And so it kind of clicked in their brain like we should be a video sharing platform. Like all the viral videos, this should be like the one-stop shop where you can come and view things. And so they basically pivoted to that idea. And I think 6 or 7 months after initial launch, it became a video sharing platform. So yeah, don't be afraid. Don't give up on your ideas if they aren't working out. Just look at what's working and how you can pivot into something that's going to be successful. And for me, with the whole app thing, so there's a company, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Smack DVD or the Ultimate Rap League, but Smack
Uh-uh.
Mhm. Yeah, so Smack DVD. So Smack is a guy from New York, and pretty much before the YouTube era, he was the person who distributed interviews with celebrities and hip hop, etc., via DVD. And it became so popular in New York, he branched out and started selling them all over the country. And so what happened is the initial part of those DVDs would be interviews with like whoever the popping artists were at the time, whether it was 50 Cent or whoever. And at the end of the DVD, they would put a battle. So two MCs would meet in a barber shop or on the street corner, compete against each other. And they would put that at the end of the DVD. But eventually they realized people were buying the DVD and skipping straight to the end to watch the battle. So around 2008, they were like, let's create a platform called the Ultimate Rap League specifically for rap battles. And so they basically pivoted to that venture, and they grew on YouTube like quickly. I think in like 2017, they had a little over 1 million subscribers. They were
Yeah.
making decent income from YouTube, getting millions and millions of views because people like fans of battle rap, they watch it religiously. They
Yeah.
might watch the same battle like 4 or 5 times. And so yeah, they were making a lot of money, but then these YouTube changes started coming. Like a lot of people are getting hit with it now, and it's like a big shock. But like this started back in 2016. They were demonetizing the battle rap channels. I think they were making uh 200,000 a month at the time. Once those
No
policies
wonder they
hit, they
were
were
motivated to demonetizing.
yeah. Once those policies hit, they were making maybe like 20,000 a month. So that's a
Oh
drastic
God,
change.
dog, that's highway robbery. Are you serious?
Yep. So me being aware of that, being a guy in tech and just being familiar with the culture, because I've been watching these DVDs since I was like 12 years old. So I've been following along, been a big fan for years. So being aware of the YouTube policy changes and being aware of what's going on in battle rap, I decided to just send them an email. Like it was so easy. I just sent them an email like, hey, I'm a fan of battle rap. I see what's going on with YouTube. Do you want me to build you your own platform? And they just said yes. Like it was that simple. And one of the
That's
reasons
awesome.
they
You
say,
saw that idea. You saw the opportunity. You seized it. That's awesome.
yeah, yeah, and one of the reasons that they were very happy to work with me is because I look like them, I talk like them. Because I also realized, like, being in tech, like, I don't see too many other people like me in the office, especially my first job. So my first job, I was on Wall Street with JP Morgan, and it was a good and a bad thing because I'm from Arkansas. I got thrown to the wolves in New York City. My first job, it was definitely a learning curve.
Yeah.
But it was great because everyone in my office, it was kind of like their dream job. Like they had worked their whole career to get there. It was my first position. So I was like 21 years old. They were all in their mid 40s, and they kind of just all wanted to mentor me and shape me and guide me to get to the next level. So I had a lot of positive influences uh, at that uh, at that job.
Right.
Yep. And so yeah, I left there. I went to Major League Baseball, worked on the fantasy baseball apps, and also a lot of video streaming apps. So a lot of people don't know Major League Baseball. They're actually the first league to live stream sports. So all of the league owners put $2 million into a pot, created a tech company. It's like, hey, we're just gonna focus on live streaming baseball. This is what we do. This is what our fans want to see, and they got really good
Yo,
at it.
the vision in that alone, knowing that now, knowing back then what cable became, where people just got away from cable altogether and started streaming directly. They jumped
Yeah,
ahead of that way beforehand.
yeah, so they got really good at video streaming, and what happened is with technology, it can be used, it can be repurposed for a lot of things. So they were good at video streaming, so a lot of companies came to them to either rebuild their existing apps or create a new app for them. So one of the major companies that came was HBO. So we rebuilt the HBO video streaming app. We did some live streaming apps for a lot of other sports companies. And eventually what happened, the year that I quit, which was 2017, the company, majority of it got acquired by Disney. So that app that I worked on there, it's the Disney Plus streaming service today. But yeah, so once I left Major League Baseball, I was just free. I decided to spend a year traveling and working on my own ideas. And initially it was, I'm gonna be this big time YouTuber, this big travel vlogger. It's very oversaturated now. Back then it wasn't as crazy, but that was my vision. I'm gonna create a mobile app that tracks basically for budgeting and traveling. So people can share like cheap hotels to stay in, tips for saving money. Like one thing I learned while traveling is because I didn't have like a strict schedule. I can go anywhere I want, whenever I wanted.
Yeah, I
So
know
you
that
can
feeling.
book, yeah, you can book like a crazy ticket. So let's say, so I was in Southeast Asia most of the time. So let's say from Thailand, you can look for a flight, let's say like a 40 or 50 hour, those flights with those crazy layovers, like 20-hour layovers or whatever. Sometimes they're very cheap. Like one way might be $100 to go from Thailand to Australia because you're gonna go from Thailand to Dubai to wherever and then Australia. Because nobody wants those long layovers. So what I would do is I would just look at the long flights and see which ones had layovers in countries that I wanted to visit. And so if there was a country I
Smart.
wanted to visit and it was cheap, I wouldn't complete my flight. I would just stay at that location and hang out there. So it's like little things like that you learn along the way. But yeah, the travel thing, I quickly got tired of trying to film video travel all the time and trying to edit. So I pretty much gave up on YouTube at that point. And I was like, I'm just gonna focus on this battle rap thing. It seems more promising because they already had a product, they had a demand, they just needed a way to distribute it. So yeah, I just spent actually I spent 2 years working on that thing. I didn't make any money for 2 years. Like most people, I think that approached them before, they were like they wanted like $100,000 or $50,000. I was like, no, I'm gonna do it for free. Just give me a percentage. I want ownership in this thing because I know it's gonna be big. So yeah, I
Wow.
worked on it for free for 2 years. Almost gave up a few times. I was like, "Oh, this is never gonna come out. It's time to go back to the matrix, get back to reality." But yeah, stuck with it. It came out in May of 2019. First day made like $200,000. The first day, and then from there
Congratulations, bro.
it just
Yeah.
skyrocketed.
Skyrocketed after that, huh?
Yeah. So yeah, that goes back to that thing of like execution. Like there's so many great ideas out there, but very few people act on it, and very few people have the vision to actually make it work. Because like Black Planet, that whoever created Black Planet, they should have been Mark Zuckerberg. Like, there's
Yeah.
nothing very unique about Facebook. We had all of these platforms before, but you don't hear about a Black Planet billionaire, and there's
No,
a
it,
reason for
it
that.
phased out. Yeah, it phased out and disappeared. But the app was well done.
Yeah.
But man, I appreciate you sharing that, Will.
I think
Hey, you muted.
Fields.
You muted, Fearless. We can't hear you. Nope. 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 He said, "Go ahead and keep talking while he fixes it." So, okay, there you go. For a second, we could hear you.
I still can't hear.
You're gone now. You're gone again. Okay. But no, well, that's great, man. That's awesome. You know, knowing what you know now, what would you tell your younger self, or would you not say anything? You're happy with your natural progression in life, and you feel like there's nothing you would need to tell your earlier self to
I'm very happy with how things turned out. I just wish maybe they had gone that way a little sooner. I would basically tell myself that, of course, I mean, your parents, they have the best intentions for you, or just
Right.
society in general. They tell you go to school, do this, do that, get a good job. Those are like general guidelines. Like, don't be afraid to step outside the norm and make your own path.
Facts.
Especially in tech. Like one thing that so it goes back to what I said about flexibility. Like, be willing to change, because so I grew up very poor actually. And so when I was a kid living in the projects, I used to always draw. I had like a big portfolio of like dream homes. And like, this is where I'm going to live someday. This is what my house will look like. So you'll have basketball courts on the inside, swimming pools, et cetera, et cetera. And so doing that as a kid, it kind of drove me to wanting to be an architect. I heard you mention something about that
That's my
earlier.
major. Yeah.
Yeah, so I wanted to be an architect, but I actually got accepted to Cornell. But like being a kid from Arkansas and being from a family that didn't have many finances, I was scared to go somewhere like New York. Like it's like a different world, especially coming straight out of high school. And so what I did was I looked at schools closer to me, and a lot of them offered programs in civil engineering, which was very similar, similar aspects. And so what I did, I went to Fisk University. I went to a joint program between Fisk University and Vanderbilt. And
Okay.
so initially I was studying physics at Fisk, and I was doing civil engineering at Vanderbilt. Well, back then I used to just joke with people and say I'm majoring in rocket science. But yeah, back when I started school, that was actually, so I started university in fall of 2006. So that was actually the year that the first iPhone came out, and I think the next year the first Android came out. So everybody was building apps, making money from just creating something. A lot of them were like simple apps, but they were new to the market. And so I decided to just change my major, because a part of our curriculum for civil engineering was some intro to computer science courses and some programming courses.
Right.
And a lot of people struggled with it, but for me, it was just natural. Like, I rarely had to study. I picked on it very quickly. I love building stuff.
Yeah, that was the same thing with me. Came natural. Because even when I went in the Marine Corps, it was I went into microcomputers. So they started teaching me COBOL programming as well. So I was picking up on that while I was doing computer repairs and stuff like that. So I get what you mean. The analytical mind in that respect is quick to pick up on things. But go ahead.
I changed my major to computer science, and it was the best decision I ever made, because I get joy out of building stuff. I get joy out of building stuff that people use in their everyday life. So especially when I was at Major League Baseball, I would go to the bar and people would be watching the game and looking at the app, and I walk up and ask them like, "What do you think about the app? How could it be better?" Blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, cool. Like I work on that. I'll see what we can do. So yeah,
That's
that's
awesome.
why I like technology.
Yeah, that's awesome. Fearless, are you back? He's still muted up. So
Yeah, I was supposed to try to do an interview with Fearless, but the challenge is with I have 2 young kids, so I usually can't hop on to their sleep unless you guys do a stream during the
it
day
just
or
depends on what
before
your
4
time zone,
p.m.
because you're jumping back and forth between Africa and the East Coast, right?
Yeah, for the most part, we're in New York.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's only an
Um,
hour ahead of where we're at, Central Standard Time.
okay, yeah, but so here our youngest, my oldest son. I mean, he's only 2.5. He doesn't sleep until like 11 or so. Whenever we make him go to sleep earlier than that, he'll wake up at 5 a.m., 6 a.m. So we're like, okay, you can stay up till 11 and sleep to 8 or 9.
Right, right. Now,
I
does
think
your
I'm
wife
back.
do home?
Can
Yeah,
you hear
you're
me?
back.
All
Yes,
right.
we can hear you.
I'm sorry, Will. I was trying to find something, Will, that I wish that I could have found, and I think it goes along the lines of what you were saying. I'm sorry, I'm moving things around. I had to change
No, it
things.
was funny while you're looking. It was funny that I brought up 16 personalities, and Will was the only one that came up with his 4-digit code or his 4 alphabetical code, which was INTJ, and I'm a
Yeah.
INFJ, and we both have similar interests, which is kind of funny, But that's why I'm saying about if you guys actually take this test and you figure out who your true selves are. How did you feel once you realized what you were when it came to that code?
It
Because
taught
I
me a
know you
lot.
did.
So actually,
Yeah.
yeah, so it taught me a lot. So actually, I didn't know anything about it before, but that job on Wall Street, it
Mhm.
was kind of like a 1-month intensive boot camp with all of the recent college grad hires, and they made us do the personality test. They
Mhm.
taught us a lot of things about finance, and we're like, we're developers. Like, why we need to know about interest rate swaps and all of this? But it was a very like
Variables in the
intensive,
program. Yeah.
yeah. So that's where I learned about all that, and it kind of they basically was making us take it to kind of get us to understand how we're going to be in the workplace. And
Mhm.
once I understood like what my strengths were, what my interests were, what my weaknesses are, it really helped me navigate throughout the workplace.
Right.
And
Now, when you had that clarity, didn't it give you a better understanding on who you were and give you a little more confidence on what things you should move towards and which things you kind of need to avoid or steer clear of?
right. So, well, for me, it made me understand that there was a lot of other people out there like me. Like this is an actual classification, so it's not like
Mhm.
I'm some weird nerdy guy
Right.
who. So that was really helpful as far as like understanding myself and being confident in who I am. Like it's okay to be different from other people. Um, so I think that was the biggest benefit to me.
Yeah. I think a lot of people get some growth from it if they actually take the time to do the challenge and take that test.
Will, I love your story, and I was inspired by it. I have a few questions, and I think that'll help even go along this. I was off because I was trying to get to my old phone in my old.
Uh-oh. Did we lose her?
Something with blockchain. And so I created an app called iVote, and it was everything a secure way to vote, using your phone, using blockchain. And I remember at that time the state was asking me about it, but I was so impatient and wanted to start a job that I was like, hey, yeah, I ain't got time for it. And I'm just thinking where that could have been if I would have not seeked out that instant gratification. And so it's inspiring to me when you said, I did something for 2 years without the expectation of getting paid and then waited for that income to come later. And I think a lot of people, if we took that, I think 50 Cent had that story, didn't he? He was trying to tell a guy, like, do you want points or you want to get this 50,000? And the guy didn't understand it. And he was like, I want the money. He's like, let me explain this to you.
Right.
We want that instant gratification because we think it comes so quickly that we're unwilling to take that moment. And that's why I try to tell people to just live poor, because if you live poor, you don't know what it means to have any money anyway. So you're just doing what you love, and then later on it comes. And I think that's so difficult for us to teach a younger generation, especially if you don't have anything to say, well, just wait one more year or wait 2 more years, and the success will be far more than what you would think it is. So what advice would you give? You said you have 2 children. And yeah, we don't worry, we're going to get to our interview. We're just going to wait to the middle of August. I got to wait till all these guys come back from Columbia so they can tune in, because I like this type of conversation. What advice would you give to your children based on your living, to say, hey, this is how I did it, to develop their patience? Or example, you came from Arkansas. I'm in Texas, so I know Arkansas. Y'all don't have, I've driven through them pine trees, and Arkansas really doesn't have a lot. So I know you came and you got it out the mud. So what advice would you give to the children and your success?
I would say definitely like take risks when you're young. It's better to try and fail at an earlier age than at an older one, because it's harder to recover when you're older. And then also, I have an interesting, or some people may not like my kind of view on children, but I look at children as kind of like a startup. Like, you're investing a lot of money in them. You're hoping that they reach the levels that you want them to reach. And so, like, I'm gonna do things with my kids. Like, once they're a certain age, if they want to play video games all day, that's okay, but you got to build the video game. So you might
Exactly.
start off building like a basic game, and it's going to get boring fast. So you're going to have to innovate and create and add levels to it, or build a new game. And that's the sort of things I'm going to do with my kids.
I think that's the difference, Will. And the reason I say that is I told you I went through like 2 years, and it was an all-white school. And what I found out was, where we would buy our kids planes, they would buy their kids model planes. So we could just fly it, where they would say, no, you have to build it. Another thing is that professor I was telling you about, his kid also liked to do video games. And I know that he researched something where he got like the cheat code and he could win. And his son was fascinated with it. Like, wow, how, you're invincible. How do you do that? He's like, well, you want to learn how to do it? Here's what you're going to do. And he took a skill that the son really loved and then said, here, you can become this. And he just flourished in it. And so it's so sad that we can only see the video game part of it, but we can't see the other part of it. So like I said before, I said, the designer is the only person that makes money by you wearing his designer clothes.
All right.
So you either want to be the designer or the person wearing the clothes. So like with your children, you either want to be the person playing or the person creating. And that's 2 different brackets in the income.
Yep. And then the other thing, so as far as even like taking the risk and working towards a goal, I would say sit back and make sure it's something you actually want to achieve, or something that once you have it, it's going to be fulfilling. So like, I'm very happy with how things turned out with me, but very few people have what it takes to actually, when you talk about creating something from zero to millions of dollars, like the amount of work, hard work, sweat and tears that goes into that, it can be a bit unhealthy. Like, those 2 years, like, I don't want to say like it was an easy thing. The not getting paid part was the easy part, actually, as crazy as it sounds. I was working maybe like 15 hours a day, for a stretch of maybe 6 to 8 months
Mhm.
before it actually launched. And I wouldn't say that that's healthy, but I was on a mission. I would literally be asleep and I would be thinking of problems or challenges that I was having. And a lot of times the solutions would come to me while I was sleeping. And I would wake up at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., and my wife would see me grab my laptop and start coding. And initially it was like weird, like, what are you doing? But after a while, it just became the norm. And so you really got to basically be obsessed about your dreams and your goals and really have that tenacity to really push through to make it happen because it's not easy.
Did you hear? I had played a quote from Elon Musk, and he said when he started out with him and his brother, they lived in a studio apartment. The computer was on half the day for something, and all night he would code. He said they would take a shower in the YMCA, and they would just put all of the effort into it. I think that sacrifice is what a lot of us are lacking and wouldn't do. So they and I also showed, and I know you were late, but I showed a bamboo tree. This was when Andre was on. Now, the bamboo tree in China, it takes 5 years to grow. So when you plant it, you have to water it every day, give it nutrition, and nothing happens for 5 years. On the 5th year, it goes from 0 to 90 feet in 5 days. And the question was, the question is, did it grow 90 feet in 5 years or did it grow 90 feet in 5 days? And what people don't understand is it grew 90 feet in 5 years, because if at any time that person stopped watering it, stopped giving it, it would have stopped. People only see the 90 feet. People never see the growth and the sweat and everything it took to get there. So people only see your success. They say, man, you created an app, you did this. But they never see the nights you didn't sleep, the nights you had to sacrifice and not be with your wife, the nights that you said, hey, we can't go to dinner, we got to eat some of this chicken and rice because we can't afford that. Those are the things that people who are not successful are unwilling to do to get successful, because success takes those sacrifices. Nobody's seen all the shots that Michael Jordan in the gym was taking. They only seen him at the finals. You have to get to the final way. So I think your story is very inspiring, and it lets people know that you can make it, but there's a pathway to make it. It's not an overnight success.
Yep. And it's scary. Like, you just have to, it's a scary journey, but it's very fulfilling in the end. It's like when I quit, I was making over $100,000 a year. This was in 2017. And to go from that back to making zero, like it's very
That's definitely a
scary.
leap of faith.
Actually, yep. And actually what I did was I quit. I don't want to name the company because I might try to work for them again. I don't want them to hold this against me, but when I quit MLB, I got accepted for a job offer at another company, knowing that I wasn't going to stay there. I was basically just going to be there for 3 to 4 weeks to get the sign-on bonus. And I basically used that cash to go travel for the year. I just stayed there long enough to get the bonus, and I quit. And I had like only like $18,000 to last me a whole year in Southeast Asia. And it was very doable, actually.
Mm-hmm. So
But it
would
was
you tell
scary.
people to not have the fear? And I say that I didn't listen to friends. I know that I had something with Andre 3000 on it where he said he wrote the song "Hey Love," and his friend told him, "Man, if you put that song out, people are going to hate you." And he did it also. And the reason I say that is I had worked at a job where I was making about $60,000 a year, great benefits, pension and all of that. And I said, you know what? I had gone out of the country. I had traveled and I met somebody in IT. And he was like, I never met the people that I work for, and I never met the people that work for me. And I can be anywhere in the world. And I was like, wow, I want to do this. And I decided when I went back, I said, all right. I had listened to Napoleon Hill when he said, you got to burn your ship. And he said there was a sailor that went to another country. He landed And he said, burn the ships. And the people said, why? He said, because now you
No
have no
retreat.
Yep. You either win or you die. And when you give, and I've told people, a rat will run from you. A raccoon will run from you until you put them in a corner. And that's the most dangerous thing there is. They don't have a choice. They can't run. And people are like, man, you're dumb, man. You're going to just quit. You're going to quit this good job. Because for the people that were working at the job, that 60,000 was their ceiling. But to me, I viewed that 60,000 as my floor. And I said, this can't be the most that I can do. I have to be able to do better. I quit. And this is the same time I was getting married. And so I had to, when my wife wanted to come up, I said, I'm letting you know something. Ain't no money. Ain't no new car. Ain't nothing. I paid this mortgage up for 3 years. If I don't do this in 3 years, we broke. I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
This is paid for 3 years. Because I had taken, when I left, I cashed in my pension early and paid the mortgage and said, all right, I'm going to be part-time jobbing and I'm going to do something, but I got to make this work. But what it did was everybody else that was in the IT class was playing around, joking. I said, I ain't got no time to joke. I took a dual program. It was called IT plus MBA. That means I got my master's and undergraduate simultaneously. So I was taking master's degree courses at the same time I was taking undergrad, because I said, I have to do this. There's just no sacrifice. People don't understand that. And I tripled my income. So the people who say, man, you did none, I took that sacrifice and I tripled it and went beyond it. I showed, Ronan knows, when people say I say that, they don't know. But he's seen it. I sent him the proof. People don't want to take those steps. And why do you think that is? Because I want to get a little bit further into, I know your success story, but what separates you? Because you're Black in IT, just like I'm Black in IT. And we working, going to some boardrooms where we're the only people there, where nobody can believe in us and we're doing some things. So what separated you from everyone else? And what advice would you give to get other people in your position?
Well, firstly, I want to comment on the fear thing. Like, there should always be some level of fear. Like, if your goals don't scare you, you aren't dreaming big enough. That's what I think. But as far as what separates me, I don't know. I've kind of always had the the motivation to, because like I said, I grew up poor in the hood. Like, it wasn't the life for me. I was always looking for a way out, and I was always a smart kid. At 12, I started. And at 12 in middle school, we had a class where you could basically learn any software you wanted. And initially, I started off learning some studio software, how to record music, because back then everybody wanted to be a rapper. And I was I was a smart kid, but I wasn't like a geek. I was like cool with all the people because I played sports. I was good at basketball, and then I knew how to work the studio software. So all the cool kids in school wanted to hang with me, and they were trying to get me to record their music and stuff. And so I would do that. I would make money doing that. And then also I already knew how to build websites at the time. And so I was building websites for a few people. And so at 12, I was making like $800, $800 to $1,000 a month. And that was because also around that time, the big desktop computers were very popular. And a lot of the older crowd didn't know how to do simple stuff like send emails, or they needed certain things typed up and printed. So I created a company that did all those things. Like, you can call me and I'll come to your house for an hour or two, and I'll send emails to your grandkids, or I'll help you print whatever documents you need printed. So I've always been someone who hustled, or that was focused on using my skill set to make money. And then also, a big thing that helped me growing up is I surrounded myself with the right people. So I had a group of friends where they all did well in school, and we basically compete with each other to see who did the best. So like, if one of us got a B in the class, like we were pissed off. Like, because we know everybody else got an A. And so it always kind of kept us on edge and made us work harder to make sure that we got the best grade that we could get. And that went all the way from middle school through college. And I'm still friends with those same group of people. Like over spend what I've known them for maybe 25 years, 26 years.
So do you
And
think
so
your
the way that I
circle, your friend circle, because one of the things I brought up was, if you show me your friends, your 5 friends, I'll show you who you are and where you will be in the next 5 years. Do you think because of the friends you chose, that made it different because your circle of friends were more pushing you to be better?
Yeah, certainly. And also you kind of have to be proactive in surrounding yourself with those people, like to make them become your friends. Of course, you don't want to force yourself to be around people that you think are going to be successful just for the sake of doing it. You should actually be able to form a bond with them, build relationships. But like from a young age, I don't know if I want to say this. I was going to write a book, and this is kind of my thing, but I always kind of looked at life as like a movie, and I'm the star, I'm the director, I can write my own script. And the challenges that I have in life, like growing up in a low income household, being in the hood, etc., those are just like your budget constraints. So like you have a limited budget, you have limited tools to work with, and it's your job to make it a hit movie. So you got to choose your supporting cast. You got to choose the right supporting cast. You got to have a eye out for people that are going somewhere. So like if you think about the earlier movies, there's movies with Denzel, Samuel L. Jackson before they were these big names.
Yeah.
So you just got to see the potential in those people before they actually get there. And what's the saying? The tide rises all boats.
Mm-hmm.
So if you keep successful people around you, it's going to motivate you to continue to work hard, and you guys can feed off each other, especially if you're in similar fields or like someone, let's say, basically networking is key. Like people can become successful in different fields, and you should be able to leverage each other to
Correct.
strengthen yourself. And yeah, so that's the way I look at it. Like you choose your path, and then you choose the people that can help you to get there, and just take the steps and stay focused. And worst case scenario, like you don't want to look back on life and regret like not trying or not putting forth your best effort.
I agree. I think your friends can be very influential. I don't want to be the poorest in my friends. You know, when you have friends that make some money, then you say, I got to make some money. What can I do to get there? Because you guys are going on these trips. I want to be able to afford to go on trips. And so you start to think, and this is what I would tell myself, and I said it before, what I ingrain in myself and what I would tell my younger self. Never, like if you say a car, a person says, man, that Rolls Royce, I can't afford that. I said, man, you just defeated yourself. If you ask the question instead, how can I afford that? Now you've opened the door to every possibility you can do. Because how I can afford that means what steps can I take to get to that car? And then you'll start putting forth those steps to make that dream a reality. The can't means there's no more dream. There's no more steps to take. So I think that is very important that you have those type of friends. And I think as a father, you know, I know people get mad, but you have to, there's certain kids that my children can't be around. I can't have that influence there. I'm sorry. You know, I want to take you with me, but you know, I think Snoop Dogg said, he said, you got to close the gap. You know, I can't come down here to save you. You have to come up to meet me, because me coming down here means I lose everything. I got to get you to where I'm at. And so that's the thing I got to preach to my kids. Please, there may be friends that you just can't be around, because I am writing a blueprint and I'm putting the roadmap ahead. And that is a bump in the road. That's an obstacle. That's a dead end. That's a fork. That's a one way going the wrong way. We can't have that. We can't have
Yep.
it.
And I would say to the younger guys that are still in school, well, I don't know if they're watching this, but like what they have you doing in school is basically the minimum. Like if you're actually interested in something, you should have projects
Mhm.
outside of your curriculum. Like go build an app, go work on this idea, go start a company while you're in university. It's not that difficult. You'll learn a lot. You learn a lot from failure. Just give it a try. If it doesn't work, try something else. And one thing I noticed, I don't know how much things have changed now because I graduated back in 2010, but we were learning a lot of theory in school, and even in
Mhm.
computer science, it was mostly just theory. But I think more schools should be applied. Like you should actually build something. And yeah, once you build things and you can show people what you can do, that's so much more valuable than some degree. Like a lot of people that work at Google and all these big tech companies, they don't even have college degrees. And a lot of them were in a different field and just decided to pick up programming a few years ago. And they started building their own projects. As long as you can demonstrate that you have the skill set and you can show, a lot of people can talk, but if you can show what you can do, you'll go a long way.
Well, I am not a programmer. I found that out of my first semester. When I was writing and I had to like write 5 lines of code to say hello world, I was like, what the hell? No, I can't do this. I'm writing all this just to say this. I use it now like I use Terraform because I have to, we run some blueprints through GitHub. But I'm not I think coding takes a different mindset. And I was never able to get into that mindset. But I know just enough to maybe find some errors, but not enough to write a program with. So when I see people who can sit down and they've already mapping that out in their head. They know the loops, they know they can do it. I'm not at that level. That's why I went into cybersecurity. I figured that was less coding.
Yeah, so like going back to my personality type, I'm a creative. Like I love experimenting with things and building things, and so I have a computer science degree, and I learned all the basic coding principles, for loops, and stuff like that. But they didn't teach me how to build mobile apps and things like that. I actually learned how to build mobile apps watching YouTube videos. This is like
Right.
over 10, 12 years ago. I would just watch videos on YouTube, bring up my IDE and just follow along with the tutorials, and I would just build off there. And so my first app I actually did my sophomore year, and it was basically just a Google Maps app. And I wonder if somebody took this idea because I think it's very useful. But most universities have orientation week for the incoming freshmen. And so you have a schedule that you need to follow, and you have to be at this location or this building at a certain time. And people are new to campus, so it's not really easy to navigate. Basically, I made a basic app for orientation week that reads in your schedule, knows what building you need to be at what time, and it'll alert you a certain amount of times, like, hey, you have to be over here at 2 o'clock. It takes 10 minutes to walk there. You should leave now, or you should leave in 5 minutes to make it on time. So it's just a basic app that track people's schedule and help them navigate to where they needed to be. It was very simple, but at the time, like I said, uh, the Androids had only been out for like a year. So back then, it was kind of like groundbreaking, especially like for a college kid to just whip that up without learning it in school. And so I was so proud of it. Like people around campus was using it, and that's when I really knew, like, okay, this is my calling. This is what's meant for me, building apps, and someday I'm gonna make something big. And I had a lot of ideas along the way. All you need is one. That's
One,
really all
that's
you
it.
need is one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had ideas that people. So I had a idea for like a zombie app many years ago, and it was more so interactive. Like you have to get out and walk around. So like basically, you would go on the app and you'll see a map of your area, and you'll see human players, you'll see zombie players. The object of the game is the zombies have to walk within 30 feet of the human, They can bite them, turn them to a zombie. They can get points, win prizes. They're basically like the zombie clan is trying to like take over the globe. You kind of have a worldview, so you can see what's going on in the U.S. You can see what's going on in Europe, and you can just see like how the numbers spread. And the object for humans is, of course, to avoid the zombies. So you can do that by one, staying from within the 30 feet range, which can be difficult because, of course, you're going to go to sleep at night, or maybe you're just going to be at work or at the bar or something. And so, how you survive is you would pick up supplies throughout the city. So, I would put like a marker at different like landmarks. So, like, let's say we're in New York, I would put a few in Central Park. I would put a few by the Statue of Liberty, like all over the map. You have to physically walk there to gather the supplies. So there will be something like a potion to turn you back into a human if you got bit, or there will be like a cloak to make you invisible for a certain amount of time so zombies couldn't see you on the map. And so basically the way that I was going to monetize this is that, so at the time you needed like millions of people playing your app to really make some serious money from ads. And so I was like, well, I think that's very difficult. And a lot of times these apps are out for years before they actually get popular. And I was like, what strategy can I use to make it like monetizable on day one? So basically, what I was gonna do is, let's say I have 20,000 people playing in New York, I could put a marker at Dunkin' Donuts or a certain store, and those 20,000 people are gonna come there to pick up that object. And so basically, what I could do is I can get those companies to pay me to put markers at their different locations. Um, so yeah, that was my first big idea. Yeah, I kind of gave up on it, but I think someone could have done something big with it. A lot of people think I actually pitched it at an interview I did with a big tech company, and shortly after they came out with Pokemon Go, and a lot of people were like, "They stole your
Yeah.
idea." But yeah,
I was a dream destroyer, and I didn't realize it. And it's sad. There was a friend of mine who came to me, and I'm going to answer your question, Ozzy, in a second about that. I pulled up some things. There was a friend that came to me, and he said, "Man, you know, it'd be a good idea. Like, somebody could just order their groceries online, and then, you could just take it to their house." I'm like, "Yeah, that ain't gonna work." He said that way
You
before.
goddamn it, you.
He said it way before any of this, and I just thought, why would somebody just want you to deliver their groceries? I mean, that makes no sense.
Now every grocery store has their own delivery system.
That is crazy.
Or they use DoorDash, the delivery of
It is
groceries.
crazy. So Ozzy,
actually, I was. Yeah.
Well, let me help Ozzy out. Ozzy, do you have to know coding to do cybersecurity? Not really. So, for instance, a lot of coders use tools. So this tool is called Kali Linux. Kali Linux lets you do all the penetration testing, what they call brute attacks, all of that. So you're basically using tools. Of course, there are some things that you can use. I actually use this, but I do more now of cloud architecture. This is AWS. This is a console. So how AWS is set up is now it's just push button. So if I want to create what we call a virtual machine, it's just push button. So I can go in and say, all right, I want to run this instance. So I'm going to launch an instance, and that's how I'm creating it. No, we don't build like this because when you get to a certain point, it's called CDCI, continual code or continual integration. So yes, this is a Terraform code, but we have blueprints to set it up. So basically it's just filling in a few answers or questions. And then when I launch this will allow this to build that resource inside of AWS or whatever I do. And the reason we use code is if at any time this goes down and somebody else needs to rebuild it, all they have to do is, well, this is GitHub Actions, but you can use Jenkins or whatever to do it. I can just go in and just rebuild it. I can go in here and say, hey, deploy it again. So if the system goes down, somebody who doesn't know, we can rebuild. So you don't need to have a lot of code. You do have to kind of understand, what's going on, but to know AWS with a certificate, I think the average salary for AWS now is 130,000, and it's just learning it. So the greatest asset that you can do, I think, is going beyond that, because at companies, yes, the person like you, the person who knows, no, I'm not a consultant. Well, let me take that back. How can I say that? And consultant at my job means somebody who works for a consulting company. And that consultant would be somebody we hire in for a project or for a specific amount of time. So if there's a project that we have, we say it's a big project, we need some project managers or we need some coders on there. And we don't want to use our team members. We hire in consultants. So that, to me, that's what a consultant means. But I say the skills that you need are a little bit beyond that. So let's take you, Will. You can be the greatest, because I have them, and in cybersecurity. I have people that are far better than me in skill, and they can't talk. They can't describe anything.
Yeah.
They try to go to a business meeting, and you're like, bro, we don't even know what the hell you're talking about. So you have
I
to
came from the tech field and wound up getting in sales because I had the ability to talk, where a lot of the nerdier guys just wanted to integrate and deal with the machinery. They didn't want to have to do the talking.
And just to answer that, no, I'm not independent. I am what we call a team member. I work for a Fortune 500 company, probably a Fortune 100 company. So, and the reason I say consultant is someone we hire in temporarily, 6 months, a year. So if you go to Price Cooper Waterhouse or something like that, those are consultants that come in to help a project out. I'm actually a team member. So, but here's the thing, let me tell you, consultants make more money. I get the benefits. I get, all the health benefits, mobile car benefits, and I get the fact that my 401k, all those things are great. But there are consultants who make a lot of money. Like, I know one of our consultant companies, we pay them $250 an hour. Now, I don't know, whatever they negotiate with that employee is different. Maybe they make half of that, $125 an hour or something. But those consultants make money. The bad part is with consulting is sometimes the job is temporary. So you may be in a 6-month contract and you have to go somewhere else. But we've had consultants, like 5-10 years. So it just matters that position, and make yourself irreplaceable. Go ahead, Will.
I was gonna say another thing I was thinking about is, had I arrived to New York maybe 2 or 3 years before I came. So I moved here in 2011, and I got here like 2008 or so. I probably would have been the creator of Uber. So as crazy as it sounds, being from Arkansas, I never experienced racism until I moved to New York. I was working on Wall Street, nice suit, tie every day, and I would try to get a taxi cab to go to certain places for lunch. I couldn't get no taxi. Like, I would walk up and they were like, "Oh, I'm done for today." I'm like, it's noon. Like, what's going on? And so I was, even then, I was thinking, okay, maybe I can make an app where you can book taxis anonymously and they can't really see like who you are, etc. And yeah, I started doing research, and I think at that time Uber it was actually like 2 years old, but it was only in San Francisco. And yeah, I saw that they had a 2-year head start, and I think they had like 80 million in funding already. I was like, okay, they got it. I'll think of something else. But yeah, had it been a few years earlier, I think that would have been my service.
And what we call that is being a disruptor. If you can create something that disrupts the norm. Example, Airbnb, now you don't need hotels. Ubers, now you don't need cabs. So those are industries that are disruptors. If you can come up with that kind of idea, you are set for the rest of your life.
Yep. And Airbnb, it seems so normal now, but like 10, 15 years ago, how crazy it sounded to let somebody.
You want me to do what?
In your house?
Somebody to come in my house and me not be there? What?
And what you mean? I got to use my car to come? Well, and here's the thing in New York, because I dated this chick from New York, and she would call it a gypsy cab. So a gypsy cab was like
I've heard of that term.
Yeah. So he would wait it as a guy who just had a car, like he might be at the grocery store parking lot, and he see an elderly person walk out, and he's like, you need a ride home. And he was the Uber before there was Uber. He was like the dude who was there.
Mm-hmm.
So
they still do that at the airports to this day.
Mm-hmm.
In New York, it'll be some random guy like standing off to the side, like, "Hey, you want to ride?" Because it's illegal, but I mean, they still do it.
No licenses. Everything's licensed for the city to make their fair share.
Oh yeah, when Uber came here, it was chaos because you used to have to pay like what $200,000-300,000 for a taxi medallion.
Yeah, that medallion. That's how they got them.
Yep. But when around in 2017, they had their own version of Uber in Bali I think it was called Grab or something like that. And the taxi there was like the mafia. Like people used to have to sneak to use that service because if they caught the person picking you up, like they would try to beat them up or run them out of town. It was killing the taxi business. So.
I think in Colombia it's still kind of like illegal. So sometimes you'll get it. If it's just you, they'll tell you to get in the front seat. So
yeah, they did that to me in Costa Rica.
Yeah, you ride in the front seat instead of the back. So that's great.
I was like, they know we don't know each other. Like, look at me. Like, cause I can speak Spanish, but I don't have no accent. I had a strong Southern accent at the time. I don't really have it much anymore. But
so when you sound as though you did it the right way. So what advice, if you could go back and say, I do it this way, what might you do different? Or what advice would you give to people out there who are watching to say, yeah, this is what I do. This is not how you should do it, but here's some advice that I give you to make it.
Yeah, like I said, take risks, act fast. Like there's been a lot of ideas. Because even the battle rap idea before the YouTube thing just presented an opportunity, but I had the idea to make an app for them maybe 2 or 3 years before. I just never acted on it. So that goes back to like actually executing your ideas, or at least be in a position to where when the opportunity presents itself, you're ready to go. Like what they say, stay ready. You don't got to get ready. And I think most people are successful when they're already focused on their mission, on their purpose. They're obtaining all of these skills, and then this once in a lifetime opportunity presents itself, and they can act on it without hesitation. And that's really when you can make it to the top. You just have to be ready, because most of the world everybody's dreamers. Everybody has like these big goals or this vision of where they want to be, but most people, like I said, an opportunity will come and then they'll start preparing for it. Like, no, you got to be ready. Like, this is your role. Yeah. So
it's way too late at that moment. And I go back to the story I told about a girl that I was dating. And I said, girl, if I get with you, I ain't going to be no player no more. My player days is over. And she said, yeah, you'll never get to me because I need you to not be the player before I come. I already see you as a player. So it's a wrap. And that's the same thing in business. You can't get ready when the opportunity is there. It's already too late because they want somebody ready to go hit the ground, boot on the ground, go. Even in this YouTube game, I mean, I've slept on it. For instance, you see a story come out and you're like, oh, I'll get to that. And by the time you're ready to get to it, they on to the next story where it was the hot thing 2 days ago. And now you want to put it out 2 weeks later. Yeah, it don't work like that. You got to be ready when it comes out. Hit it.
Yeah.
So what are you doing now? Are you still creating apps? And if someone, like I give consultations to people who want to get into the field, and I try to tell them a pathway to go. Are you still creating apps? And what advice would you give to someone who wants to get into your field?
Yeah, now for the most part, I work on kind of far-fetched ideas that will they'll be big if they actually work. So one like simple thing I'm
a
doing
quick shout out
is
to you, brother. Ozzy says URL is 4.7 out of 5 on the App Store.
yes, sir.
That means you did a good job.
Yeah,
my
so
friend.
yeah. So
Absolutely.
one thing that I'm working on now is like a program that analyzes human behavior, and can kind of predict like what they'll do in the future, or can kind of give
Oh
you an
shit!
insight to things they've already done.
You helping
And
out, big brother?
so something like that. So I'll be testing it out on YouTube. So that's actually why I started being more active in like YouTube chats and stuff,
So
because
does
I'm
it pick
creating
up like
user
rapid eye
profiles on
movement through
people.
your camera or something? How is it reading you through like that kind of source?
Well, that's some IP. It's some complex
Insider
algorithm,
information? Yeah,
but
yeah.
Is it like
yeah.
Copilot? I just found out. I just didn't use Copilot. I seen somebody use it here, and I was like, damn, they gave a whole summary of what the meeting was about. I was like, damn, why ain't I using Copilot?
Yeah, so well, mine is more like machine learning and video processing. So where I started was like I'm really into like crime investigations and stuff like that, First 48. And so I noticed like in interrogation, there's a lot of similar behaviors for people that are guilty versus people that aren't. And so I was like, I wonder if I can create a program that can analyze video and kind of predict who's
Yeah.
actually guilty and who isn't. So you can track people's hand
Man,
gestures,
you
That's
going
why
to
I was saying with the
yeah,
rapid eye
brother,
movement.
you
So you're
going
gonna play it
into
back and look at the
yeah,
rapid eye
what
movement.
was that movie
Look at
with
the
Tom
gestures,
Cruise?
leaning forward, leaning back.
What was
All
that
that
movie
stuff.
with
Minority
Tom
Report.
Cruise?
Yeah, Minority Report.
Yeah, man,
Minority
you
Report.
getting too deep for us, but we might have to cut this off. You getting too deep.
But yeah,
Yeah,
and it's
Minority
actually
Report.
I have it. It's about 62%, 65% accurate at right now. If I can get to like the 90 range, basically what I can do is I can take hundreds of old cases and old interrogation videos where
And run it
I
back.
already
Yeah.
know the outcome, and I can run it and see if the program actually predicts correctly. So yeah, that's one thing I've been working on. The other thing is around advertising. And it's basically, I think we're going to get to a point, or my basic idea is that no two people should see the same ad when you're on like social media or on websites. It should be unique to you. And of course, people will have to opt in. And I think um, basically it's like you're going to see ads anyway. You might as well see ads that you enjoy. So, my service, you can create a user profile. You can upload selfies of yourself. You can upload like what are your favorite foods, your favorite places to travel, what type of clothes you like, etc. And we crunch all that data and generate ads specific to you. So instead of seeing a travel ad with some random people on a boat, you'll see an ad of Fearless and Ronan sipping margaritas on a yacht. Like it'll be very specific to you. Or even like instead of seeing an outfit with some random
You're right back to
skinny
Minority
white
Report where
girl
he was
or
walking down the
whoever.
mall. You're back to Minority Report where he was walking down the mall and his eyes activated all kind of ads as he was walking through the mall.
Oh
Remember
yeah,
that?
that did happen actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that did happen. I forgot about that. And so yeah, I think that's gonna be the future of advertising. And I think it's gonna boost user engagement because it's gonna go viral on social media because so many people want to be models these days, and now they might actually see themselves in. I mean, it'll be a while before companies like this do it, but they might see themselves in a designer ad, like a
Yeah.
Gucci ad or whatever. And I think that's the future of advertising. So that's another project that I'm working on. So yeah, I usually just try to think outside the box now and try to find ideas where people are going to push back or something that seems a bit far fetched. Because a lot of people are like, I hate ads. I'm not going to give you my information to show them to me.
Strictly wants to be an early investor in that idea.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what I do now. But yeah, my app is pretty much on autopilot. I outsource a lot of the work, so I pretty much only work maybe like 5 to 10 hours a week. And so I either do these side projects, or even now since I have so much free time, I'm actually thinking about going back to the workplace because I've been getting emails from like
Wait a minute. Wait,
Snapchat
wait,
and
wait, wait, wait,
Amazon.
wait, 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 wait.
Don't leave no money on the table, brother. Them benefits is good. And look, if you can go back to a place, you've been in IT. When you did it for somebody else, you worked hard. But IT, you can still do like good 4 hours and during the day and be good.
Yeah, I was gonna say at first I was like I'll never go back, but the positions they're emailing me about are like principal engineer level, staff engineering level. Those are like 600K a year. So I'm like I'm not doing anything. I might as well.
Yeah, you're not doing the grunt, and you're
'Cause
not doing
I'm
the
gonna
grunt
make
work.
I'm gonna make my app money no matter what. So I might as well just run it up while I can. I'm only 36 years
What happened
old.
to flipping Madagascar?
But we gotta. I mean, that's a slow process until we move to Madagascar.
How many years out are
We're
you
in New
going
York
on
pretty
that?
much. A lot of it, I don't know if I want to give too much information. So the reason
Well,
we
you don't
move
have to get
around so much
specific.
is
Yeah.
yeah. I was gonna say the reason that move around so much, and we're back in New York is primarily because of my wife's work. Like she works for the UN and she gets contracts all over the world. That's why we lived in the Netherlands for 4 years. So we just moved back to the US last year. So it's really a lot of it depends on her trajectory and what her
Mhm.
goals are at the time. So actually, eventually, maybe in like 15 years from now, she's probably going to run for president of Madagascar. So we're like over the years, we're like gonna move there for like a year at a time, 2 years at a time, doing more work there, getting more name recognition, things like that.
Mhm.
So
So
you're gonna
while
be the
we're
first
there, I'll
man,
have
as
more
they
time.
say, instead of the first woman. We're gonna
Yeah.
be the first man to get Madagascar. Ain't nothing wrong with that, brother.
Yeah. And I know to a lot of people it probably sounds crazy, but like those type of countries, like it's so easy to make a big impact. Like we donated stuff during COVID. They had my wife all over the news there.
Good.
We donated like masks and other equipment, and like $5,000-$10,000 goes a long way
Long
there.
way.
It
Yeah.
makes a big splash. So and her family has always been active there. Like they do stuff like uh, uh, bring running water and electricity to these remote villages and things like that. So they're well known out there. And yeah, eventually we're gonna move out there just to do more work in her name and get her out there, and also like just getting her more active in the government because her expertise or her experience with working with the United Nations is very valuable there.
Yes.
Like she has a PhD in international human rights law, and she got that PhD when she was like 27. So yeah,
So here goes my
she's
next question, Will, because we talked about the importance, what I said, your greatest business decision that you make is the person that lays by your side every night. So how do you feel about that with you having a wife that's educated? That's so let me ask, I know she's educated. What else has she done to say, hey, this was the woman that I knew that I could build success with?
well. Firstly, so we met in New York. I was working here already. I'd been here for like 6 years, and she moved from Madagascar to Paris when she was 16,
Wow.
and so she did undergrad there. And then around the time we met, she was working on her PhD. She had a 6 month internship at the UN here in New York, and that's how we met each other here. And basically what happened is we got real cool, but I knew that I would joke with her like, you're kind of my girlfriend. And she was like, what you mean kind of? It's like, well, I really like you, but I'm about to quit and I'm about to go travel for a year, and I'm not really trying to have no long distance relationship because I did one of those for years. And so she thought about it and she was like, I'm coming with you. And I was like, okay, sure. I was like, yeah, right. Like
Okay.
I didn't believe her. And so anyway, she had to go back to Paris and was doing some stuff for school. And I left. My first country was Indonesia. And she showed up like 3 days later. And I was
Whoa.
like, what? And so yeah, she traveled with me for like 10 months straight.
Wow.
And
Talk
then
about building
eventually
memories.
Yep. And then eventually we went to Madagascar for like the final 2 months of that year. And I proposed to her there, while in front of her family. And when I proposed to her, I mean, that was towards the end of my trip. I probably had like $800 left in my bank account.
You have enough for a ring, man? Could you afford a ring?
I went, I went and bought a $60 ring from the store.
See, wait,
Proposed
now
to her.
hold on,
She
hold
was
on.
so happy. That's
Can
when
you
I
hold
knew
on,
she was
brother?
the one.
Hold on, stop.
Say that again.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, please.
I went and bought a $60 ring from the local market.
Wow.
Proposed to
Now,
her.
here's the thing. She built with you. Now, your company, I know you said that company that you helped out. I don't want to say what your gross is because I don't know, but that company, what, made $20 million?
Yeah, over 20 million.
So it
Around
made
20
that much
million in
money.
profit.
You've been traveling with a woman who is a doctor, a doctorate, and she was happy with you buying a $60 ring because she obviously knew there's going to come a time when I can get that $600 ring, that $6,000 ring, that $60,000 ring. And so she took a chance and said, I'm investing in you.
And well, the crazy part is she doesn't even care about none of that. When that app came out, I think the first year it came out, my income went from zero to like 20,000 a month the first year. And it just continued to grow from there. But I was like, you can go get whatever you want. She went and got another ring, but it wasn't like expensive. I think it was maybe like $2,000 or something. Like she doesn't really care about material things. Even when we were dating in New York, like
Say
I
that
always like
again.
to go to
Hold up,
nice
hold up, hold
restaurants.
up. Don't skip over that so lightly. You said she doesn't care about what?
She doesn't care about material things. She just
That's a
cares
very
about
important
quality
factor.
time and yeah. Like for her, the traveling together, that was the priceless thing. Like that was the most important thing to her. And but yeah, from the day we met to the day we got married, it was only like 13 months. But I guess being together that like so much longer. And we actually so towards the end of that trip, so she actually had a job offer in the Netherlands and she was finishing up her PhD. And we were like, okay, we just flew to Vegas, got married, and moved to the Netherlands like the next 3 days later.
Did y'all do the Elvis wedding? I mean, you got to have Elvis
Not
if you're
the
going to
not the
Vegas.
Elvis one.
What? You didn't
Not
do
the Elvis.
Elvis?
Wait, Little White Chapel of Love. How about that one?
It was that. It was a little white chapel. But
Hey, I got that one. Yeah, been there.
it's actually scary though how easy it is to get married in Vegas, especially with the foreigner. Like, yeah, she was just there on a tourist visa. And from the time that we landed in Vegas to the time that we were able to get the marriage license, it was only like 2 hours.
Hey, can you repeat? I know Zed came later. We want to make sure Zed gets it. So Zed want to know your future plans. I'll give it a little bit. Zed, in a few years, you will be proud of his wife because her plan is to run for the president of Madagascar in about 15 years. And he has no problem with that. He said, hey, I can stand right by my wife and let her run. So maybe you can sum up what your plans are in a few years.
Well, those are her plans. My
But
plans,
hey, y'all couple, y'all partners.
yeah,
Were
that's
your
true.
plans? Let me ask you this: were your plans to go to the Netherlands?
Not at all.
It was her
Well,
plans,
yeah. It
and you
it
said,
was yeah, it was her plans for that specific location. Well, my plans were definitely to be outside of the US. So
and you
they
said, hey, your
coincided.
plans became my plans.
Yeah.
But go ahead,
But yeah,
sir.
my plans is just to continue to tinker with different ideas and um, something else will take off. Like this first thing going big just taught me that it's possible. So one, I'm trying to do something even bigger. And two, I'm also trying to motivate and teach others to do the same. So I do like career days at my high school and I speak at some high schools here in the city as well to like talk about the IT field and what's possible and or just in general about goal setting and making the right decisions to get to where you want to be. And the reason that I like doing talking to the students is because Like I'm not gonna like presentation is nice. Like it's like Fearless has a nice jacket on. Looks very
This is just for the show,
official.
brother. Just for the show.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll show up in a t-shirt. Like I don't look like I'm not some
See
white
my
guy
emoji
with
shirt? You
the
don't see my emoji shirt? Come on, man.
yeah.
That's
So
classic. See, I'm cussing.
yeah.
But I got a question for you, Will. I know you said your high school, or was it your high school in Arkansas?
Yes, my high school in Arkansas, also some high schools here in New York. I haven't
Are
done
they
it recently, but
are they predominantly
um,
black high schools or black students? So how do they
mostly
take to
black.
you coming in saying, and the great thing is that you're wearing a t-shirt, you're wearing a jeans saying, hey, I'm just a normal person. But how do they take for you to get into STEM to say, hey, I want to change my life? Because sometimes as a high school student, you see someone like a Elon Musk, those people are unattainable. There's no way I can get there. So how do they view you coming in there as a role model?
Well, I mean, you just got to meet them on their level. Like, so it's my high school in Arkansas, like most of us are poor, and most of the kids there are poor. And to see someone who came from exactly, I tell them like I used to sit in that exact seat where you are. And a lot of people will say money shouldn't motivate you, but I'm okay. If something motivates you, I don't care. It could be money, whatever. So for a lot of them, the money is the motivation. Like
Correct.
that's usually the first question they ask: How much money do
Money
you
you
make?
make. Man.
And I don't hesitate to tell them. And I can show them the pictures. I've been to 45 countries. I can show them pictures of. If you look at some of my IG pics, the suites that we're in, like the suite in Santorini that's like a $4,000 a night resort. If you go watch the second season of the Kardashians, you'll see them staying in that exact villa. So like that's where we like to spend our money. Like we like travel. Like we don't really like. I like nice watches, but I don't really buy them. I prefer to splurge on travel. And now that we have kids, we really don't buy material things. Well, my wife never really buys them, but me, I've definitely scaled down. Like I used to want the Lamborghini and all that stuff, but it's pointless. Like
It's pointless. It's not even fun. I never had a convertible. When I got one, I got it. And let me tell you, today in Texas, it was 102 degrees. I got
You
a
want your
bald
top down?
head, and you let that top down, and all you're doing is getting sunburn on your head. So I haven't even enjoyed it. So it was something I got that I think it's 8 months old, and I think I just broke 1,000 miles.
yeah,
So
I
those
bought
things, when
a
you learn, it's not the material things don't make it anymore. It's the memories that you have to say, oh man, I was here, or I tasted that food. I was on that beach. Like you can say, I was in that hotel where Kim Kardashian was.
Yeah. And like so in Arkansas, so when we came from the Netherlands, we actually went to Arkansas for like the first 7 months because we have a home there.
Okay.
And but we didn't have a car because I at that time I hadn't driven in maybe like 10, 11 years. My
Oh man.
license had even expired.
Did you were from New York, right? You were in
Yeah.
New York? Yeah, nobody drives in New York. That's the thing.
And so and my license was expiring, I think a little after I left New York, but I didn't care to renew it because I was like, I'm gonna travel. I don't drive. I didn't realize that if you go a certain amount of time, you have to retake the test.
The whole
And
test,
so,
all that, the whole
yeah.
driving test all over again, man. I've
So
done
I
that.
remember being,
Were
yeah, I
you
remember
nervous?
being like,
Could
I
you
was nervous
parallel
like a
park?
kid. I was like, what the
Could
heck?
could you parallel park?
I could. But yeah, I yeah. So we got to Arkansas. We were taking because we live like far out, like so you can't walk anywhere. So we got tired of, and Uber would take like 20 minutes to show up.
Get there, yeah.
So I went and bought a car just for those few months that we were there. So I bought a brand new BMW for that year. That car it's like 2 years old now. It has like 300 miles on it. Never drive it. Only used it for like the few times that we're there. Whenever we go back and visit, might get 50 more miles on it because we're at the house. We usually have gatherings. And so it's just sitting there. I always joke. I'm like, it's probably going to be my son's first car in 15 years. It's gonna have like a thousand miles on it.
Be a damn classic.
Yeah.
So what advice would you give to someone else? You know, the people in the chat, the people that want they hear your lifestyle. It's like, great, man. But how can I do it?
One, you have to believe in yourself. And two, you have to set goals that are obtainable. They should definitely push the limits or be a little outside of your comfort zone, but hey, you come up with a good plan, you execute it, and you can make it happen. I would also say that you should take advice from others. Like you should try to reach out to people who are already where you want to be.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's someone in your field, like people are very reachable these days, like on LinkedIn, Facebook, whatever. And also a lot of times successful people, a lot of people are very like successful quietly, but they do want their story to be out or they do want to help others. So a lot of people get excited if somebody messages them on LinkedIn or whatever, like, yo, I'm a fan of your work. Can you give me some advice on this and that? And they're like, yeah, of course. Um, and a lot of people are looking for people to mentor. So don't be afraid to network with people. And oh, yeah, also networking is very important. So my wife was working at the International Court of Justice in the Netherlands, and she's like terrible at networking. But I kind of like forced her. I was like, you work around some very important people. Um, it's like she actually had the same exact job that Amal Clooney, George Clooney's wife, had when she started her career. And the secretary at that job had been there for like 30 years. And she would tell my wife, yeah, I remember when Amal was here. She even looked like she was nobody then, but even then she had like an aura to her. She was like, would come in dressed like a supermodel and like it was Paris, Fashion Week in Paris or something. Like she just had this glow to her. And but yeah, I was like forcing my wife to like network with people there, and it actually helped her eventually when she went to uh, do her dissertation for her doctorate in Paris, and they were talking about a certain case, and they were talking about a judge's decision on that case, and the guy was giving her pushback like, yeah, I think this is what he actually meant when he said this. And she was like, well, actually, I had lunch with him last week, and
That's
this
not
is
what he
what he
meant.
told me. And, and that was like, it was like this wow moment in the room. Like, okay, okay. So, yeah, networking is very important. People can help guide you in the right direction. It'll save you a lot of wasted time.
That we brought that same thing up, and I said I pay for some consultations because to me, I don't need to reinvent the wheel. And then what someone can tell me in that 1 hour might have taken me 2 weeks to find out on my own through trial and error and making mistakes. So I'd rather do that. One last thing, you know, the passport bros in the comments that I was hearing when I asked that question, what advice will you give? 50% of the people said, don't get married, don't get a girl, don't do this. You got married, you became successful. So what is your pushback for that to say?
You crossed the line, Will.
No, but no,
Well,
it is great. So what are your benefits? What are the benefits for you getting married?
Well, to be open about it, I used to have a lot of pushback for it, but I've been out the game for a minute. I don't know what the dating market is like these days. They could be right. It could be crazy right now. I've been with my wife, what, 8 years now, married for 7.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. They could have what I'm seeing on YouTube and some of the women I see walking down the streets. I don't know
Oh,
what the market is like these
it's
days.
progressively gotten worse every 1 year and a half. Every year and a half, it's like worse and worse and worse, bro. So yeah, that's a long time to be out of the game. I went into culture shock after being married for almost 10 years. When I got divorced in 2016, I was like, what the fuck is really going on? You do what now? Why? For what? I was like, oh, hell no.
So how has that made your life better? For instance, if you were single compared to being married, how do you think that either made you better or would you have been further without being married?
I think it's definitely tamed me. I think it's kept me out of a lot of trouble. Like I'm young with money, I'll probably be out being wild right now, popping bottles in the club and all types of crazy stuff. Um, but yeah, I think it keeps you more. Uh,
Can I
it
say
keeps
focus?
you, yeah, focused and responsible. Especially now that we have kids. Also,
Mhm.
having a wife there, you tend to eat healthier. Guys don't usually focus much on their health. Like
Mhm.
I'll get sick sometimes. I'm like, I don't need no medicine. It's just gonna go away. No, my wife's like, take this, take that, you'll feel better. Just simple things like that. It'll give you longevity. Like, and but I would say if you do get married, um, marry a little younger. You don't have to be super young, but you're gonna be an old man. You don't want basically you want your wife to be in a position to take care of you, not
Mhm.
both of you
Now
struggling
both of
health
y'all pushing
wise.
that wheelchair. Somebody behind you pushing it. I know.
Hey, that's why they got wild weasels down. They're motorized.
Mhm.
Y'all could hold hands and weasel on down the road.
So, but yeah, so my wife is 5 years younger than me, so not too crazy, but
But I tell guys, if you've looked at any powerful people, the CEOs and things like that, they're married. And the presidents, there hasn't been a president who has not been married. Because what people tend to think in their mind is if you're a family guy and you've married that and you're married, you're more settled, you're more focused. You're not like out there in the clubs like you know, you're not chasing girls all the time. So if you can eliminate that sexual urge and being out in the streets, that's half of what guys doing. When you're traveling, it's like I'm looking for sex, I'm looking for a girl, I'm looking for this, I'm looking for that. And if you can take all of that urge out of you, you have it at home. Now it's just half your problem is solved. You just on a focus. Now you can do something better. Now you're not worried. Like you said, if you were single, you might have to drive that BMW more because now you got to look good in it to get the chicks, or you got to spend some money in the clubs, you know. And the girls today ain't taking no $60 ring, brother. I'm letting you know that now. They're not taking.
yeah, that would never work in America. But yeah,
I don't know. They got these fake chemical diamond rings that look goddamn real.
Yeah, but
They call them Mordanzas or something like that.
they
nah,
not
these
taking it.
women know. They know somehow.
And they even pass they even have it where it passes the diamond spectrometer test. They actually have it showing that it can actually pass that little test, that reader test now. I'm
Oh
like,
yeah.
that's insane.
Now, Will, you said you have children. Do you have what are the sex of your children?
2 boys.
Okay.
Congratulations.
So if you had a
Thanks. That's what I
girl, do you
wanted.
think you would teach them differently, or how are you going to raise your boys that to be better men?
Well, one, I'm glad I didn't have a girl. I wanted a girl, but as when I found out my wife was
So did
pregnant,
I.
it scared me. So I think I would definitely be overprotective father. And those
Mhm.
tend to be the women that go to college and get loose or go crazy when their parents are always hovering them and you can't do this, you can't do that. And so
But
I
see,
don't think
you're
I would be
winning
able
now. You
to
got 2
raise my
sons. If you
boys
ever have
better.
a daughter, you can raise your sons to be overprotective for you.
Yep.
So you let them know, hey, if he's crazy and you know he's crazy, get rid of him. Don't let her bring him home because now I'm gonna have a problem with you two and him. That's the way I raise my sons.
Yeah, but yeah, for if I had a daughter, I wouldn't teach her like to depend on the man, but like I believe women are the most powerful if they know how basically men run the world, but most men are suckers
Zed
and
is
they have a
rolling over in her bed right now. Zed
they
is
have a
rolling over in her bed.
No, but no, what he's about to say is true. Men run the world, but we suckers because we'll do whatever it is that the woman wants. So
Yeah,
quietly, they're the
exactly.
bosses behind us. Because
So
that's when
basically,
if you're in business, what they say is
Yeah, that's a good way of cleaning that up.
you gotta
Clean that
it's
shit
the
up.
bedtime whispers to get the thing. So like when you go somewhere, if you have your wife talks to that wife. Why? Because when they go home and get in bed, she whispering in his ear. I like
Mhm.
her. She was good. That makes the deal. So that's where the power comes in. You're right, Will.
Yeah,
True.
we're
A lot of
simple
people don't
creatures.
realize
Like
that.
just make us think that we're in control, that we're running the show, and you can basically have them do whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
Just
We'll stop
embrace it.
giving out our secrets, please. We don't want them to realize that.
But yeah, it's definitely challenging. It's a balance, especially so we're an international family, so like we spend time between here and Madagascar. Like so my
Man,
youngest
that
son,
is awesome to say, actually. The way you said that, we are international family.
so my
Bro,
oldest
not
son
a
was
lot of
born in
people
the
can say
Netherlands.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Not a lot of people can say that.
Yeah. Yeah, my oldest son was born in Amsterdam. He's speaking, he knows 3 languages. And so like
Impressive.
all of that is impressive when we come back to America, but over there
Mhm.
it's like,
Normal.
yeah, that's normal. Um, but yeah, it's also like just my wife being from Madagascar. Like a lot of people don't even know that's a real place.
They watch the cartoon, and that's all they know about. They think
I
it's
mean,
some wild animals over there.
occasionally my girls call me Moto, but I mean that's between us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that is
I was
fantastic.
missing all the comments. But yeah, I'm sorry. I think I kept y'all on much longer than you wanted to be.
No, Will, this is great. And I'm still so me and Will, I talked to Will behind the scenes previously. I actually had my wife I had my wife reach out to you. She said, oh, I know it. And so she said, you need to interview this guy. And I said, let me reach out to him. So we are still going to do an interview together because I want to have your story out there. I think that's really important. This was more about, the advice you give your kids, but I want to have your story out there because I think I think when I talked to you, I said, I'm upset with you, but not in a real upset. I was saying you fell into the same trap that I fell in, trying to prove to people on the internet, oh, I got this or I did that. And no matter how many receipts that you show,
it don't matter to them.
It don't matter. It's, and I said, man, don't fall into that trap again because, you just have to prove something. And at this point, you only have to prove it to yourself, no matter what.
Also,
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say also it's an adjustment for me coming back from Europe to the US. I'm like, I forgot people don't really believe black people here or think we're successful and we can do all of these things. And I am relatively young. I know it sounds crazy, but also even for me it seems unbelievable. Like I had this idea and it actually worked out. So I understand the pushback on that, but it's not like. But I'm not in the chats like saying stuff to brag. I say stuff to let people know like what I did and they can do it too.
Correct.
So I've been on like Zed's panel before and talked to people and like I'll give my real name. I gave my Instagram. Like anybody wants advice or you want to talk about something, reach out. Nothing. So yeah,
because they're not on your Instagram to get success. They're on there to say, oh, well, I could have took pictures like that. That just shows you trapped.
Yeah.
I don't think you got money. That is always to debunk you. And instead of trying to learn from you or and learn how you got there, I just want to debunk your story.
Yeah. And this is what I noticed. This is like the story or the ongoing thing, especially with other people of color. So like the first thing they do is say, no, you didn't do that. And then if you show them something, they'll be like, well, people with money don't show it. Or like it's either people with money don't show it or they don't see enough and they say, well, I don't see anything that shows that you got a lot of money. So it's kind of like it's a lose-lose situation.
Exactly.
And me and Ronan talked about this. And I said, I fell into that trap. And I said, one of the issues is a lot of people who don't have money don't understand how money goes. Like someone was saying, I know Anton Daniels. They're like, man, he lives in an apartment. And I said, that was the greatest decision he could make. When I had my consultation with him, he said, man, I don't need a house. Why? He said, I move around too much. He said, I don't want to repair anything. I like to have maintenance come in and do this. I got a pool here. I got a weight room. I got a coffee machine. I'm on the top bunk. This fits my lifestyle. If I was to get a house, then I had to try to maintain it. It becomes an expense that he just didn't want to do. And when I try to tell people that a lot of, I think, what's his name? Cardone, he said it. He said, I rent where I live and I own where other people rent. He said, I can leave anytime I want, but I make money. Because you're giving them, you're giving it free. They don't think it's possible. They know they won't work hard. Yep, all the above. All the above. You are so correct on that. You can't give it away free because nobody's going to, when you give it away free, they're not
going to respect it.
Exactly. Because they could not do it.
You must be lying.
Yeah, I can't do it. You can't do it. Or, I don't make that the same amount of money doing that. So you can't make that same amount of money. And nobody wants to put that work in. They just want the rewards of the work. They don't see what, like I said, it's the bamboo tree. They don't see what it took to get there. They just see your end result.
Mm-hmm. That 2 years you took to take that gamble, they didn't see all that.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Yep. And there's this YouTuber that people, I don't know if I want to say his name, but people make fun of for eBaying a lot.
We drop names down here. I called him out. Jay Rello. You talking about Jay Rello? Which one?
I'm talking about my boy Floyd.
Yeah, Floyd.
Floyd. I called him out too on the Andrew show. You ain't seen that one? I called them all out.
Okay, but yeah. Actually, a lot of people in this space I talk to offline. Some people you probably wouldn't even imagine.
No, you would be surprised how many phone calls I get through WhatsApp.
Yeah, so I was talking to Floyd and just like sharing some ideas about things he could do to like certain jobs he can get, even as a felon, or even like some skills he could learn to possibly work for me. And he
I just told him to go file his taxes for his AdSense revenue.
So like everything I mentioned to him, he's like, "Oh, that'll take too long." And I'm like, "These are things you can do in like 1 to 2 years." It's like,
what else are you doing besides that hotel room?
Right. 2 years from now, you're gonna be sitting there asking for money again when you could have already been. You could be at least in a position making 70, 80,000 a year. Even like something as simple as getting your CDL.
Yeah.
A lot of felons do that.
I said the same thing to Austin. I said, look, man, you out here busting them hoes down. What you need to do is teach one of them a skill. I said, chicks is always online taking pictures, doing all of this. They need to be, every time you leave a country, you need to leave behind them chicks to continue to do what you can't do while you're there. Have them walk around, have them do this, send you the videos. And now you can be not in one country at one time. You can be in several countries at the same time.
You know, one of the greatest jobs some of these YouTubers could do, and it would actually help out other YouTubers? Be a certified fucking public accountant. File all the taxes for the YouTuber, know all the tax codes in order to write off and offset their expenses against their travel and AdSense, and file their taxes for them. You moving around the planet, that's all you have to do is grab their fucking information, sit there one day, do their taxes, go ahead and file that shit. Move on to the next one. You can do that moving around the planet.
People don't want to put in that hard work, or they don't want to think. I don't know if they want to work harder and just not smarter, or what.
That's what I've always done: work smart, not hard.
Because
that's one unique talent I've always had to do, was be able to take something difficult, break it down to where I make it so simple, and when I explain it, it sounds so simple.
And Will, it's just like you got to a certain point where you're like, I don't have to maintain this app. I can have somebody else do it. And because you can hire someone else to do that, it allows you to have free time to do even more, to develop other apps. Some people are so, I don't know, they want 100% of nothing instead of, 10% of a
we
billion.
talked about this.
Yes.
They don't want to deal with the basketball player or the football player buying a Starbucks. They want to show up after he's got the $1 million contract and say, marry me.
We had a show about this, Will. So what he's referring to is we were saying that a lot of the black athletes show up to the draft with a white girl. And we're saying the white girl, you know, she's the person who bought him Chipotle and Starbucks during this entire time and helped him out. And so when it came time to draft, he looks around and who was there with me? And we asked a female on the panel, you know, would you help a guy out? He's in college. Would you do that? She's like, I'm not buying him no Starbucks. I'm not doing that. He's not. She was not lying about it. She said, I'm not giving him anything. He got to take care of me. I said, but, you know, and somebody made a comment that I will never forget. He said that, what he say, that $3.
That's your boy, Ray Money. Ray Money said it.
He said that you could have made a $3 investment in some Starbucks and got a $3 million return.
Yeah.
Yep.
And just won't do it. And so that's the mentality that you're going to get with a lot of these guys. They want the $3 million, but they don't want to invest the $3 to get there. They don't want to do the hard work to get it. And so you can say that, and there's nothing you're going to be able to do to change that mentality. There's some people, as my mother would say, you can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make him drink.
Yep, I don't believe in that no person left behind mentality. Like I'll
I'm
try to
leaving them
help
all
you a
behind.
few times if you
You can't bring them all with you. Yeah, you can't bring them all with you. What you mean? That's definitely one thing I taught my son.
Hey, I think, wait, who was that? Was a woman who helped the people get the slaves? I can't think of her name now.
Harriet Tubman.
Yeah, she's like, look, I'm gonna kill her husband. You talk. You got to go down because I can't have all these people die because of your cowardness.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I was gonna say that earlier. I thought I was gonna come back to the U.S. like Harriet Tubman and bring everybody else to
Underground Railroad.
I'm like, my response I'm getting, y'all going to tell Massa on me. Like,
exactly. You can't help them out, and that's sad. And I know people say that, but I've been to it where the clip I played with what's his name? Where is he at? The clip I played with Snoop Dogg. It's like you can't go down to people's level anymore. It just doesn't work. You gotta bring them up to your level. You'll lose.
Well, they gotta go.
Yep, they will lose every time.
Like I was telling you with my stepson playing football, his circle of friends has to change. When you come out of your environment and you start to modify yourself and your behaviors, those same people that were your friends, if they haven't modified their behaviors or their environment, you have to leave them where you found them.
Exactly. We don't. You can't take them with you. I'm gonna see if I can find that clip real quick. Why he's back there. Snoop Dogg. Where's Snoopy at? There's work line. I think Will's phone may have died on him. I know he's probably sitting there, but his phone may have gone out.
He probably had to go grab a charger to save it.
There he is. Oh no, that's not Snoop. That's not that one. But I think that's important, man. I think Will has a great story because he's successful. He got married. He's a father. He is inspirational. And these are the type of people that we should be looking up to. You know, these are the type of people that we should be having as the success. And we don't. Instead of that, what we want to do is tear them down. We want to say what they didn't do. You just can't fight them no more. It's pretty sad.
It is.
And I know we've been going a while. If he comes back, we might wrap it up. Closing the gap. Let's see. That's it. Friends. When he said he can't save them, Will, if you're listening, while you're there, when you said you can't, what was the word he used? You can't save them all. What is the phrase that he used?
Oh man, I can't
I'm
remember.
back. Sorry about that.
Will, I'm gonna play this because this is, I think, what you were saying. Here you go.
But as you grow, you lose certain homies because it's called closing the gap. This is the gap when we start. This is the gap as you grow. Notice how you grow and they don't. So how do you close the gap? You got to come back down. When you come back down, you lose. So you got to keep going up. That's why closing that gap got to be them catching up to you. And if they don't catch up, you got to leave them behind because you getting to the point now where you got to start cutting out. You know what I'm saying? And it's like you can't look back when you cut them out. Because if they meant to be there, they're going to be there.
Yep.
You got to cut them out. You can't save them all. You know, your name Will, it ain't Superman. You don't have the W on your chest.
Yep.
Yeah.
So how did you get past that factor to say, you know what? Because I think everybody comes to that conclusion, especially there. I call it this guilt that you get. And the guilt that I think you get is when you've made it and your friends didn't, and you feel guilty for your success. I've made it and everybody else didn't, or my family didn't make it and my cousins didn't make it. I mean, you know, it goes so far like, how far do I need to go out to try to help people? When did you come to that conclusion to say, yeah, I got to take care of Will?
Yeah, well, I'm kind of like in a unique position because my core group of friends that I chose back then, that's still my group of friends till this day, and they all made it. I mean, they're not all millionaires, but they're all executives. They all make well over $100,000 a year, and so we've all been able to, and even to this day, the at the high school, our old teachers are telling the kids about us, like our group of friends.
Sure, they need to,
And
instead of
they're
hanging a
like,
jersey, they just need to hang your old T-shirt up there. Like this is what Will used to wear. This you hanging up in the gym.
Yeah, I'm very fortunate that all of us were able to keep each other motivated, and we all made something of ourselves. And now we just go back and try to help others, and it's definitely challenging. Like I try to start at home, like with my family, because the rest of my family isn't like me. I'll say that. Like there's a bunch of slackers. There's some people that do their best, but everybody doesn't excel, and that's okay. Everybody's not going to be an all-star or a superstar, but as long as you're putting forth your best effort and accomplishing what you can, that's all that matters. Like, just don't be a burden on other people, basically, is what I try to teach. Like, if anything, you have yourself. Like, maybe you don't have what it takes to provide for a family or to help others, but at a minimum, you should have yourself. Yeah, like I go through it today with I got some nephews, knuckleheads. They like all the cool stuff. Like they like to try to drive the cars and they want to travel and all that, but they don't seem too interested in the work it takes to actually have those things. And I noticed I've been hearing a lot because I'll talk to they go to the same high school that I used to go to. And I talked to the teachers, and they was like, "Are you sure y'all related?" And like a teacher was telling me, like, "Yeah, my first car gonna." The teacher telling my nephew was like, "Yeah, my first car gonna be a Audi R8 or something." And she was like, "How you gonna get that?" He's like, "My rich uncle gonna buy it for
Oh,
me." I
man.
was like, "He got another
Really?
rich uncle?" Because I ain't
Mm-hmm.
not gonna be me. But yeah, it's hard to it's definitely harder to actually motivate other people. They got to want it for themselves. So the best scenario is when somebody comes to you open and willing to take advice and put in the work. That's someone you can really
Hey,
mold and help push to the next level.
this question bears answering for all of us.
How do y'all stay away from the riffraff growing up in a lower income area? That's the guilt that I'm talking about. When I got to a stage, I had an income guilt. Like I made it and they didn't. And then when I would go home a few times, I told you they were plotting on somebody who made it. How are they going to rob him? It's like, and then I found out that I did not want to be around people who had nothing to lose, because I had everything to lose. This is something that they could do. And I said, I can't be with that. You got to get rid of the guilt. You got to understand that you can't save everybody. What Snoop Dogg just said, you can't come down here. When you come back to the hood, think about all the rappers who got to come back to the hood and get killed. Because even Boosie said it. Boosie's like, I can't go to the hood, man. They want to rob me. They want to kill me. They don't look at me as though I'm a success story. They look at me as, how can I take what that dude got? How can I steal what he got? Just think about, was it Triple X? I can't say his name. Extension.
Exhibit.
No,
Exhibit.
No, Extension. Isn't that it? The guy who was
XXXTentacion. Something.
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
it. Trying to buy something, and this boy roll up and kill him. That's crazy. So you cannot. You can tell them how to get there and hope that they get up to your level. Because if you try to come down here, they're gonna take everything you got.
No good. Yeah.
Yeah, I think what's his name? Pop Smoke got killed by like a 16-year-old.
Yep.
He's out of He's out now. That's how young he was. When he
Had
shot
nothing
him.
to lose. And I live by this. When I go on the street, I tell them second theologians 3:10. A man who doesn't work cannot eat. I can't just give you nothing because nobody gave me nothing. So I don't care how poor you are. When I've been in Colombia and there's guys like, oh, just give me this, give me this. No, I ain't getting that. There was another guy who took a blade of grass and made like a flower out of it. I was like, you got it, bro. Because now you showed me some kind of skill. And you'll get to the point where you say, I just can't give and give to people who are just wanting. They'll never learn anything and give for that. I stay away from the hood. I don't go back. I do that. I do a drive-by, but this is my drive-by. Hey, we good to go. We can't be compatible. I mean, the guys I grew up with in high school, I remember when I went back, I was like, damn, we are different. We're just not the same. I had a few shots with them. All right, brother. I'll catch you on Facebook. Because that's all we can do. Our conversations aren't even the same. And I realized that you have to let some of your friends go. Your circle has to change. If you're not changing your circle, you in a rough situation. You have to change your circle. You have to level up. And don't feel guilty about it. I am not singing that song. How did it go? Call the crib, same number, same hood. It's all good. Nah, brother. My name changed, my area code changed, my phone number changed, my zip code changed, all of that changed. You can't just pop up, because that's what it was about, man. I never tried to make money when I was in the hood saying I want to stay in this condition. I didn't make money I made money to get out of the hood. Why do I want to go back to the hood? I made money to get rid and away from those Negroes over there. I didn't want to go back to those Negroes over there.
Exactly.
Yeah. But yeah, it's so easy to get caught up. So like even in my case, before I got my core group of good friends, like I was with the bad crowd. But once 2 or 3 of them got killed robbing gas stations and stuff, I realized quickly I wasn't about that life. So I left that group. I completely
They didn't have anything to lose, and you already knew that you did. You valued your time and your life, you know.
Yeah. I think these are your friends. I played this one, but this is when you say that about friends, this is what I think. Will, give me a second.
Can you read the quote once more? Don't eat with people you wouldn't starve with. Yeah, so in that way, a hardship is a gift. It shows you, definitely. And it makes you stronger. It definitely makes you stronger.
I lost a bag and got a bigger bag. I lost a friend and got a realer friend. Thought I lost a plug. He was really just a middleman. If you only happy when I'm doing what you want me to do, then you're not really my friend. If you can't love me when I tell you no, then hey, you're not my friend.
That last one. If you can't love me when I tell you no, you're not my friend.
Yep.
I'll let y'all tell y'all story. Go ahead, Will.
In terms of what my friends.
How did you stay away from the riffraff? How do you stop from going back home and going to the same people, the same knuckleheads? It's like
Oh, now it's so like it's kind of hard to explain. Like once you start making a certain amount of money, like you look at the world differently. Like I'll be in the same state or city as people, but it seems like a completely different location. I'm like I'm eating in restaurants they don't know exist. Like I don't know.
Mhm.
It's even like when I'm traveling, if I go to an island, so like we went to the Seychelles or somewhere like that, like it just feels like my playground. Like I feel like I can do anything I want in the world there. Like nothing costs too much, and it's a different feeling. It's like it's like you're in the same location but in a different world. But
I
also
know
like once you reach a certain level of success, those people tend to not even want to be around you. Like they feel ashamed that they're
If they're
basically in the
even
same
around,
spot.
yeah.
Yeah. And I learned that quick because like one of my friends from the first group of people I used to hang with, like when I moved to New York, started working on Wall Street and making some good money. Like in my mind, I was rich. Like I'm from Arkansas. Like I think my mom, so I was raised by a single mom. Uh, 4 kids in the household, and I think she only made like 30,000 a year or something. My first job, I was paying almost that, and well, within a few years, I was almost paying that in taxes. Um, so it's a different world. So I remember I came back my first visit back to see my mom from New York. Um, my friend that lived 2 houses down, I saw him sitting on the porch, so I went to go say what's up. I'm all happy to see him. I'm thinking maybe he did something over the last few years, but nope, just the same song. And then when I left, he asked me for a few dollars. I was like, what?
Mhm.
So yeah,
in the words of T.I., trees don't hang around grass, even though they come from the same place. The trees outgrow. And Paul, I'm gonna say this. Paul said, to play devil's advocate, Jesus hung around thieves, pros, and murderers. No, those thieves, pros, and murderers hung around him. So he changed them. They followed him and got on his program. So it would have been different if he said, I'm gonna get on their program and I'm gonna be a thief, I'm gonna be a pro, and I'm gonna be a murderer. That's not what happened. They came up to his level. They changed what they were doing to follow him. They got on his program. That's an entirely different thing. If that gentleman that was on the porch said, instead of give me a few dollars, hey brother, can you help me out? Because I want to learn what you want to learn. Instead of give me a few dollars, can you give me a subscription to a coding application? He would have been more apt to do that than any other thing else. Yeah, he left them behind. There's people that he couldn't save. You think Jesus was trying to save everybody? He said, I ain't come here for everybody. I ain't come here to change the law, bro. I tell you what then, Paul. You go be with them murderers and them pros and them thieves. You hang around them. Go ahead and hang around them thieves. And you see what you come up with. Because
I
even
think
though that was Jesus, I'm gonna let
Now,
you
let me add to that real quick.
Wait, I'm not Jesus.
But Jesus
I
gave
read
them
the
a
scripture.
hold on. When Jesus met them, he
Let
gave
me say
them
the
an
scripture I
option.
read. Hold up. Well, the scripture I read was, when you lay down with dogs, you come up with fleas. That's called Fearless, 1st chapter, 3rd verse.
You stupid. The whole thing is, even playing devil's advocate, Jesus gave them a choice first to come up to his level. He said, I'm going to pick you, but it's your choice of whether you're going to follow me. Okay. So as brothers come around and say, hey, I see the strength and the talent in you. If you follow me, I'll help you develop it. That's their choice to.
I was gonna say also to Paul, we not trying to be Jesus. I'm not trying to die for none of y'all sins. So whatever he did, I think Paul might have blocked me. I don't see his comments nowhere.
No, he's
He must
down
have
there.
blocked me after that comment I said.
No, he's down there. So at the end of the day, it's a choice. You know, you can show them, and that's old adage, you can lead a horse to water. You can't make them drink. They can see your lifestyle change. They can see all the things that benefited you doing the things you did, but it won't make them want to do it. They'll show up in the 9th hour and have their hand out instead of wanting to put in the work and the time and have us show them.
Correct.
These meetings that we have, look at how many people in the room. Good quality content. We don't got 200, 300, 400 people in here.
Mm-mm.
We can barely keep 20 or 30. That's the problem.
If we were showing hoes and if we was about to get robbed over in DR, going 3 o'clock in the morning to an ATM to pay a 304 that look average, they be filling the room up. Everybody be talking about us. But this is why, you know, like they said, if you want to keep a secret from black people, you just put it in a book. And then we wonder why. We wonder why them other people make it. That's why. You get the information.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was gonna say it might be time for me to call it a night. My laptop
Brother, it is
dying, my
about time for
AirPods
all of
dying.
us to call it a night,
Yeah,
man.
we extended this just for the special Will to come up and give us a story.
Will, we
I
was
appreciate it.
out of here like at 11.
Yeah.
Yep, I appreciate it because I like it kept looking like you were about to end. I was like, come on, hold. I was like, NYC King came
You're
out. I
not
was like,
blocking
maybe you
my
can
channel.
hold him for 20 more minutes.
No, we good, brother. We appreciate it, man. You dropped some gems. Oh, I didn't do. Hold up, Will. Just so you know, let me do this. Because I got to do this just in case Will want to come at me. He's a businessman, but hold on for 2 seconds, Will. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it at? Lord have mercy. Put it over here. Oh yeah. Hold on, Will.
Warning, some viewers may find the following footage deeply disturbing.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Fearless Live. As we dive into today's episode, we need to start with an important disclaimer. The views and opinions expressed by the guests on this show are their own and do not necessarily reflect the official position of Fearless, its host, or its sponsors. We value a variety of perspectives, but please remember that these are personal views, not endorsements from Fearless. Additionally, by participating in this show, all guests give their consent for Fearless to use their likeness, voice, and statements in this and future episodes, as well as in promotional materials. Thank you for understanding, and let's get started with today's episode.
Where's that at? I play that so if I cut this up, Will, because I might cut some of this up, man, because you gave some good gems out there, brother. But now you just gave me permission to use it. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. I'm not gonna get mad if I'm in the thumbnail. It's okay.
Oh man, don't bring it up. Man. Not fired. He fired shots. But Will, man, we appreciate you holding on. We know you got some kids at home that they're probably gonna get up early in the morning. I don't know when school starts, but probably soon. But thank you very much, sir. I'm gonna cut some of this up, man. You gave some good ones, and I'm gonna reach back out to you so we can do a video together.
Sounds good.
All right.
Yeah,
Good night,
good
my
night.
friend. Sleep well.
All right, bro.
Well, Ronan, we calling it a night, my friend. All right. Thanks to everyone in the chat. Please like, subscribe, and comment. If you stayed this long, you should already have subscribed to all of our channels. So Fearless _360. I think Ronan's channel is in there. Please subscribe. Please like it. Because if y'all don't like it, that makes us think that this isn't good content, and maybe we should just show the 304s and the other.
I ain't doing that. I refuse.
You refuse? I might do it. So please, don't put me in that position. Don't put me in the position.
Don't threaten him with a good time.
And we appreciate everyone who joined and everyone who put a comment in. Appreciate you, Paul. We just jousting with you, man.
Yeah, if you're running this back on the playback, just hit the subscribe button, hit the bell notification so you can be notified on the lives that come up next.
Yep. I didn't this live was only supposed to go like an hour, and now we have 5.5. Hey, sometimes when you're dropping joints, it's good like that. But we appreciate you staying up. Watch it on the replay. Go to work.
You got Lions Den tomorrow?
What's that?
Today? You got Lions Den tomorrow or today?
What is today?
Today's Friday, I guess.
Oh, shit. Hey, Friday, later on tonight, 9 o'clock, please stay in. Paul, we don't take it serious, man. It's all a joke. We love the views, bro. But good night, everyone. Until next time, travel like Ronan and be fearless like fearless.
Deuce.